When Emo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern Earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 2151 Primordial Spirit Artifact. Emo was already very far from the battlegrounds now. Even if the two weren't stopped, there was no way they would be able to chase up to him. If he didn't need the two to tell everyone he ran away, he would have killed them on the spot. After cultivating in the Golden Page world for a few days, he changed himself into a dark-robed Tao Essence Divine Emperor and entered the Void Marketplace again. Emo didn't believe anyone would be able to recognize him. Even a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor would have to have seen him before to recognize him. He had turned into a cocky dark-robed Tao Essence Divine Emperor. Most stealth cultivation methods suppressed their power levels, but only Emo could change his cultivation level to a higher one. As soon as Emo entered the Void Marketplace, he knew that the news of the auction had leaked. The entrance was squeezed full with all sorts of Divine Emperors. They all came to seek one door ticket. Many people knew that even if they got in the auction, they wouldn't be able to buy anything, but they were still willing to go in and see things. Emo rejoiced that he bought the tickets early. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to get in. If he knew this would happen, he should have bought large sums of tickets and resold them. But Emo only just thought about it. He knew that if he wanted the light heart, he couldn't do this. The auction would open 2 hours later. Emo walked around and came before his stall. Emo found in shock that his stall was still there. There were still some Divine Emperors discussing. Emo walked up. What a pity. Pill Divine Yi was such a good Tao actualization Pill Divine, but was killed after concocting pills for one day. Yeah, that previous stall owner One Feijian had nothing to do with Pill Divine Yi. That one Tonton thinks she's from the god rank and thus could do anything. Well, she got what she deserved. So what if she killed Pill Divine Yi? She's beaten into heavy injury. If she didn't have an astral transmission rune, she would have died already. Hearing this, Emo realized that the traps he set behind were useful. Emo was in a great mood now. Although he couldn't teach her a lesson personally, it was still good that the dogs bit each other. You said Pill Divine Yi was killed? An extremely serious voice sounded. Emo became careful. This person was definitely a Tao Essence Divine Emperor peak stage. Just from his tone, he could tell that this person had killed too many. Yes, Pill Divine Yi was killed. Wan Tongtong and Xiali hunted him and Pill Divine Yi was killed in the void by them. People on the side quickly said. The blue-faced Divine Emperor frowned and sneered. Where are those two? They were beaten into heavy injury and escaped with secret techniques. Where are the people who beat them? What are their names? It's Bailey Hong and, before the Divine Emperor, this blue-faced Tao Essence Divine Emperor already disappeared. Emo looked at this person in confusion. He had never seen this guy before, but he seemed desperate to find him. The reason the stall was still here was probably due to the Void Marketplace Merchant Tower. They were hoping he wasn't killed and would call me back, but even if Emo was to come back using his original identity, that would be after he reached Tao Actualization Divine Emperor or even Tao Essence Divine Emperor. When Emo left from here and returned to the door of the auction, the grounds were already open. As a cocky and violent Tao Essence Divine Emperor, no one dared to come talk to him when he entered. Emo had never seen a room that costed 50 million god crystals. He was certain that the organizers of this auction would at least make 100 billion. But Emo knew this wasn't much. Just protecting the light heart would need multiple Tao Essence Divine Emperors to protect it. This costed money. After entering the room, Emo felt it was only so-so. There were just some restrictions, but in terms of area and immortal fruits, it was worse than ordinary auction rooms. Emo didn't care about this. The first thing he did coming in was to set up all sorts of restrictions. He wasn't going to let people scan their spirit sense in his room no matter what. The auction was very big. In here, even ordinary seats had restrictions to protect them. No one's spirit sense could scan in. Everyone who came could only see one place, and that was the center stage. After Emo set up restrictions, he sat for 15 minutes and a gray-robed old man appeared on the stage. Even through the restrictions, Emo could tell this old man was a Tao Essence Divine Emperor. The old man saluted with his fists and said, "Immortal friends, every item sold here will be one that will shock a realm. I won't waste much time. The first item is called Immortal Extermination Stick. Yemo didn't know what this was, but as soon as the old man said this, the entire lobby and all the rooms rustled about. The old man raised his hand and calmed people down before continuing. I believe not many wouldn't know what this is. That's right, Immortal Extermination Stick is a primordial spirit artifact. Hearing this, Yemo took in a cold breath. This was something even Primordial Essence Divine Emperor would fight over. This was something many levels higher than Extreme Grade God artifact. This wasn't something that could be forged. Who was dumb enough to sell it? The old man coughed. Of course, although it's a primordial spirit artifact, it's broken due to some reasons. It's no longer considered a primordial spirit artifact. Hearing this, Yemo thought that was right. But even a broken primordial spirit artifact wasn't something ordinary Extreme Grade God artifact could compare with. The old man didn't continue talking. He opened the wooden box on the table and took out a black stick. Even though it was broken, the powerful force could still be felt. People's sea of consciousness was shaking when their spirit sense landed on the stick. There's no starting price. The highest bidder gets it. The bidding begins now. The old man said, Chapter 2152 Insane Auction, 200 million God crystals plus 2 middle grade God spirit range. Someone bid. Yemo wasn't interested in this stick, but hearing this first bid, his heart sunk. Clearly, the final price would be much higher than this, maybe even 10 times more. Thus, it was really questionable if he could take down the Lightheart. He had 2 billion God crystals and 2 extreme grade God spirit ranges. He had a few more top grade God spirit ranges. As for middle grade, Yemo didn't even bother calculating. Middle grade God spirit range definitely wasn't enough to buy primordial spirit artifact, 500 million God crystals and a top grade God spirit range. Someone else bid. The price kept going up until the stick was bought with 1.1 billion God crystals and 1 top grade God spirit range. The Tao Essence Divine Emperor used the teleportation formation on the stage to send the stick to the bidder before taking out the second jade box. I believe no one wouldn't know the second item. It's a cosmic lotus. As soon as these two words came out, it caused even more ruckus. Even Yemo was extremely shocked. Just what auction was this? He was thinking about Cosmic Lotus when he bought the 9-star bamboo. Now, he really saw one. The Cosmic Lotus had 9 petals and a seed. The seed could be eaten alone to learn Tao Essence, or if it was used in pill concoction with the petals, it could be concocted into the Cosmic Tao pill. The Chen Essence Tao fruit was also one to help people reach Tao Essence, but everyone knew it was far from as valuable as the Cosmic Lotus. Yemo really wanted the Cosmic Lotus, but he knew his fortunes were limited. The auctioneer held his hands to quiet down everyone before continuing. The Cosmic Lotus is left here by someone to auction. We don't get to decide if the final price is high or low. He will sell the lotus to whoever gives him the thing he wants the most. I'll bid 800 million God crystals and 1 top grade God spirit range. Someone who could bid such price were pretty much all from the rooms. 1 billion God crystals and 1 top grade God spirit range and 1 Du Yuan Eye. Du Yuan Eye was something extremely good. It can be used to concoct God Eye pill. Even direct usage can clear up one's eyes. Just the second bid made the scene fall silent. Are there any other bids? The Tao Essence Divine Emperor knew this price was a bit awkward. 1 billion God crystals wasn't high, but that Du Yuan Eye stopped many people from bidding. Just when everyone thought this would be the price, a new bid appeared: 1 top grade God spirit range and 2 great primordial God rune Tao fruits. As soon as this price came out, it caused a huge ruckus. Cosmic Lotus was a Tao fruit and it was worth much more than ordinary Tao fruits, but the great primordial God rune Tao fruit was a powerful Tao fruit. It wasn't as good as the Cosmic Lotus, but too was bidded. The only drawback to this bid was no God crystals. Clearly, Yemo bid this. Even the auctioneer was touched. He didn't understand why the bidder didn't auction these things. After a while, no one else bid again. The scene fell silent. Due to privacy measures, the seller and bidder's identities wouldn't be exposed. Everyone wondered if this person had more great primordial God rune Tao fruits. If he did, would he auction them? 15 seconds later, the Tao Essence Divine Emperor said the seller chose 1 billion God crystals, 1 top grade God spirit range and 1 Du Yuan Eye. But he wants to ask if the immortal friends with great primordial God rune Tao fruit would exchange other things for the 2 great primordial God rune Tao fruits? Yemo couldn't even be bothered answering and just took back his bid. Seeing this, the Tao Essence Divine Emperor knew that Yemo didn't agree. After exchanging things, the auctioneer was ready to take out the third item when a voice suddenly said, "I'll use 200 million God crystals and a top-grade God spirit range to exchange for one great primordial God rune fruit." Would immortal friend agree? This was clearly against the rules of the auction, but the old man said nothing. To him, an extra deal meant extra 10% commission for the auction. No one answered. People realized that this owner of great primordial God rune fruit didn't lack God crystals. What a pity his great primordial God rune Tao fruit wasn't being auctioned. The Tao Essence old man took out another jade box and said the third item is called Abstruse Light Thousand Dark Ship. It's an ancient extreme grade flying god artifact. It's the most suitable for crossing the void. Yemo breathed easy. If it was another primordial spirit artifact, he would be speechless. The extreme great flying god artifact wasn't worth as much as primordial spirit artifact nor cosmic lotus to Yemo, but to other divine emperors it was the same. The price soared rapidly, making even Yemo think if he should get some top forgery materials to forge extreme grade flying god artifact and sell them. Eventually, this ship was bought for 1.7 billion god crystals. Yemo realized by now that in those complete realms, it didn't seem very hard to get god crystals. The old man took out the fifth item and said, "Everyone, although this jade box is very small, it's actually a space jade box. There's a rune inside the jade box. It's left by an ancient powerful being. You're right, this time, we're selling this rune. It's called Great Primordial God Rune." Hearing this, the scene completely erupted. The Great Primordial God Rune was renowned as one of the most terrifying god arts in the void, as it could ignore space-time. At the very extreme, no matter what space or time law you used against the Great Primordial God Rune, it would be useless. It was extremely hard to cultivate the Great Primordial God Rune and much harder to reach great mastery. But everyone knew that if you reached great mastery, you would have this terrifying aura around you. Yemo breathed slowly. He didn't expect someone to be able to collect the Great Primordial God Rune and sell it. He knew how hard it was to collect the Great Primordial God Rune. After everyone calmed down, the old man explained for the first time, "I'll explain a little about this Great Primordial God Rune. Most people just know of its terror but not its origin." Yemo also listened. Chapter 2153 Fight over Light. Here, when everyone calmed down, the old man said, "It's said that the Great Primordial God Rune is created by the human race powerful being Great Primordial Divine Emperor. He could use a total of 9 God runes. Each rune could cross endless void. No one had ever escaped from his God rune. Some people think that one could shoot out countless Great Primordial God runes. That's wrong. The Great Primordial God Rune is different to other God arts. It's a God art that can only be inherited. After Great Primordial Divine Emperor died, he left his 9 Great Primordial God Rune Tao waves. If you saw the 9 God runes and learned it, then it's yours. If you only saw 1 God rune and learned it, then you can only use 1 Great Primordial God Rune. You wouldn't be able to learn the second rune yourself just because you're talented. If you want to use the second rune, you would have to find Great Primordial Divine Emperor or find the mark of the second rune left behind by his descendants. The Tao Essence Divine Emperor felt the jade box and continued. Usually, the people who mastered Great Primordial God Rune would mark down his Great Primordial God Rune before dying. No matter after how many passings, the total number of Great Primordial God Rune is 9. It can only decrease, not increase. Hearing this, Yemo frowned. This was completely wrong. He saw 2 Great Primordial God runes and it wasn't left behind by Great Primordial Divine Emperor, but now, his 3rd Great Primordial God Rune was about to form. In some time, Yemo would be able to use 3 Great Primordial God runes. Going like this, in time there would be even 90 Great Primordial God runes. This old man sighed. Even an ancient powerful being like Great Primordial Divine Emperor would die to the hands of others. So, God art is just a mean, not the end result. Okay, back on topic. I have 1 Great Primordial God Rune here. It's left behind by the Great Primordial Divine Emperor. Almost everyone guessed that the person with the Great Primordial God Rune Tao fruits would try to buy the Great Primordial God Rune at all costs. Those who wanted to buy the Great Primordial God Rune too was also thinking about how to buy the Great Primordial God Rune Tao fruits. After buying the Great Primordial God Rune, Yemo didn't even want to buy the Great Primordial God Rune. Yemo knew that the old man clearly told the truth, but his 3 birth chant was so insane that it broke the law of the Great Primordial God Rune. He can give rise to new Great Primordial God Runes, 1 billion God crystals and 1 top-grade God spirit range. The first bidder said, 1.5 billion God crystals and 1 top-grade God spirit range. 2 billion God crystals. In less than 5 minutes, the price has risen to 2.4 billion God crystals and 1 top-grade God spirit range. Emo looked at the soaring price and didn't even care. He knew that even if the great primordial God rune was bought, people might not be able to learn it. Gong Yangan was an example. There were all those talented divine emperors in the God necropolis domain, but the 2 great primordial God runes still stayed in there for countless years. Emo knew that if he didn't cultivate the 3 birth chant, it would be almost impossible for him to learn the great primordial God rune, much less derive more great primordial God runes. After another 15 minutes, the price set at 3.4 billion God crystals and 1 top-grade God spirit range. Emo knew that this price was too high. It was at most worth 300 million top-grade God crystals. The reason it was brought up to this price was because many people thought the great primordial God rune would turn into their God art after buying it. Emo suspected that the seller sold the great primordial God rune probably because he couldn't learn it and thus had no choice but to sell it. The auctioneer knew this, but he didn't say it clearly. He said God art was just a mean, and that was his hint. If the great primordial God rune could immediately turn into your God art after buying it, then even 34 billion wouldn't be expensive. No immortal friends are bidding. Then the great primordial God rune will be sold to you for 3.4 billion in 1 top-grade God spirit range. The old man said. Many people suspected that this bidder was Emo, who took out the great primordial God rune Dao fruit. When the scene calmed down, the Dao essence old man took out the next jade box. Emo's spirit sense had been watching this old man. Although this old man said nothing, Emo's heart shook. He knew it was light heart, even though it was bound by the restrictions in the box. That ancient fire Dao wave of the light heart could still be sensed by Emo. Emo thought it would be taken out last, but it came out halfway. The old man raised the jade box and said, seriously, this is a true primordial spirit artifact, called light heart. As soon as the old man said this, the scene had this murderous chi. Clearly, not just a few people came for the light heart. Emo could even feel this killing chi inside his room. Light heart is also being placed here by a customer for auction. So your prices will be determined by the owner. I will now open the box and show everyone the light heart. As soon as the Dao essence soul opened the box, an extremely intense light shot out. There were slivers of Dao waves in the light. Primordial material was terrifying indeed. This was Yemo's first time seeing primordial material. Little Blue immediately became restless and kept sending Emo messages that he wanted the light heart. If Emo didn't restrain him, he would have went out to take it. Emo calmed Little Blue down and had decided to get the light heart no matter what. As soon as he got it, he would leave the void marketplace. Although the latter items would be even better, it was too dangerous to stay. Everyone start bidding. The Dao essence old man said, 2 billion God crystals and 1 top-grade God spirit range. The first bidder said. Emo frowned, he only had 2 billion God crystals in total. By the looks of this, even if he accepts Xinghong's help, he wouldn't be able to buy the light heart. 2.5 billion plus 2 top-grade God spirit range. The second bidder sounded, 1 billion plus 1 extreme grade God spirit range. 2 billion plus 1 extreme grade God spirit range. The price soared like crazy. Emo knew that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to buy it even at his max price. 1 billion God crystals, 1 extreme grade God spirit range and 1 yellow middle plum Dao fruit. When this bid appeared, the scene fell silent again. What was yellow middle plum? It was one of the 10 great spirit items. The value of just 1 yellow middle plum Dao fruit was no lower than light heart. Chapter 2155. Thinking of a way to leave, he was planning to leave the void marketplace as soon as he got the light heart. He could use teleportation formation disk to leave at the city gates. He had already set things up. Then, he would keep using instant transmission and eventually fly away with his extreme grade flying magic artifact. Even the most powerful Dao Essence Divine Emperor wouldn't be able to stop him. It was because of this that Emo dared to participate this auction, but now things didn't seem to go as he expected. Xinghong said that there was no way there would be Primordial Essence Divine Emperor here, but how did this Primordial Essence Divine Emperor come? Even if he didn't reach Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, he was still a half Primordial Essence. Emo didn't think he could get away from such person. He might not even be able to leave the void marketplace. Emo didn't put his 2 yellow middle plum on the teleportation formation. He was thinking about how to leave the void marketplace. Just when the Tao Essence old man didn't know what to do, there was another sneer do according to the rules before. Let the bidder teleport his things to the auction and let everyone see. Hearing this cold sneer, Emo knew it was the seller. This person was another half primordial essence or primordial essence divine emperor. It was definitely this person who asked him to teleport the yellow middle plum to another place. Since he was the seller, why did he rebuke his rules? Did he want to annihilate him and take his 2 yellow middle plum? Wait, Emo instantly realized what went wrong. His face looked extremely bad. His mind was completely occupied by the light heart that he didn't think about the yellow middle plum was just picked. Just looking at the time marks on it, a divine emperor would be able to recognize it easily. If people saw that his yellow middle plum was just picked, it meant that he had yellow middle plum tree. This meant that he had 5-element world or even chaos world. Thinking about how he bid 2 great primordial god rune Tao fruits, the auction organizers were almost certain he had 5-element world. Emo's heart sunk. He grew calmer and calmer. He knew that at this time, the slightest mistake would cause him to be gone. Although he knew they would find out, Emo still took out 2 yellow middle plums and 1 billion god crystals and teleported it to the stage. He didn't care about the light heart anymore. He just kept throwing out formation flags. Emo was going to set up a powerful formation flag. He used all his top formation flags. Now wasn't a time to save materials. Other than this, he was going to completely separate this space using formation from the formation of the auction grounds. At this moment, Emo's yellow middle plums were teleported to the stage. Almost everyone was looking at the 2 plums. There were exclamations of shock. After seeing it, everyone knew that they were looking at the real yellow middle plum. 5 minutes later, Emo stopped setting up formation and said in an icy voice, "The yellow middle plum has been verified for 5 minutes. I believe everyone know if it's real or fake. Why hasn't the auctioneer given me the light heart?" The old man seemed to have just reacted and said awkwardly, "Your immortal friends, due to the yellow middle plum, I forgot about it." Then, he didn't pretend anymore and teleported the light heart to him. The instant it arrived, Emo sent it into his golden page world immediately. He knew that the light heart was real. What he needed to do now was think about how to leave the auction. The yellow middle plum was taken and many people knew that this divine emperor not only had the yellow middle plum but also the yellow middle plum tree and even a 5-element world. At this moment, the 2 yellow middle plum appeared before the skinny old man. The old man looked at one and his eyes shot out hot beams. He didn't know how many years it had been since he had such intense excitement. He placed down the yellow middle plum and said, "This person indeed has the 5-element world and yellow middle plum tree. Grand Divine Emperor, this thing has spilled out. I believe in just a few days, the Void Marketplace would be the world of Primordial Essence Divine Emperors." One Tao Essence Divine Emperor said worriedly. The skinny old man thought for a long while before saying, "If it wasn't that Luo Juanxia old bastard, we can attack now, but now, we need to settle him first. Send someone to invite him over. Tell him I, Pang Yuan, have important business with him. I believe he will understand." Yes. This Tao Essence Divine Emperor immediately left. Emo was still in the room and didn't leave. He barricaded all chi from his room and actually took out a pill cauldron and began pill concoction. In just 15 minutes, 6 black pills were made. Unlike other pills, these pills had no good aroma. It only had violent chi. This was created by him, Tao Restriction Pill. It could burn his god essence and allow his cultivation level to rise a few levels. However, this pill had very potent side effects. Emo only dared to use it as he had the chaos tree. Emo immediately ate a Tao Restriction Pill. Powerful Tao waves flowed. Emo even felt that if he wanted, he could palm all the divine emperors in the auction to powder, but Emo knew this was an illusion. His power definitely increased, but not as much as he thought. Emo didn't use the pill to increase his power and charge out. Even if he took another pill, that would be suicide. He immediately took out the golden arrow of divine exterminations and shot out 7. He had refined 6 of them to 99th level of restriction and 1 to the 100th level. However, forcing it to not shoot far and tear the void in a certain range still made Emo receive strong backlash. After shooting out 7 arrows and spitting mouthfuls of essence blood, a ripple appeared before his space. Emo was shocked at the sturdiness of the void here. He waved out 1 region god art and the moment it formed, he released murdered Tao spear and burned his god essence and essence blood like crazy as he smashed out multiple spears. the ripple made a small crack under the terrifying lethal force of the murder Dao spear. A small crack in the void appeared. Yemo grabbed his bone arrows and formation flags without hesitation and went into the golden page world. Then he controlled the golden page world to fly into the void crack. After Yemo went inside the golden page world, he breathed easy. If he wasn't a formation expert, then even if he was a Dao Essence Divine Emperor and had the Dao restriction pill, he wouldn't be able to tear open the void there. The void here was so sturdy that Yemo felt only Primordial Essence Divine Emperor could tear it open. The void here was not only sturdy but also locked by formation and restriction, such terrifying killing intent. The skinny old man frowned when Yemo took out the murder Dao spear. He suddenly got up. Luo Juanxia is here. Let him sit for a while. I'll go check 79th room. In just a few seconds, he was in Yemo's room. Yemo's restrictions were easily wiped away by him, tearing open the void. The skinny old man's face was green. Even I can't tear open the void here, and yet a Dao Essence Divine Emperor tore open the void here. What monster is he? Chapter 2156 Blue like Morning Sky Evolution. Sister Bingyu, I'm already abstruse immortal peak stage. There was such a good immortal marrow pond, but that Mu Wushuang didn't take it away. He's really a good person. Sister Bingyu, why don't you cultivate anymore? Jin Bingyu smiled. Because I'm an immortal king peak stage. If I don't reach immortal spirit herb, cultivating would just condense my immortal essence. With my talent, it would be a bit hard to reach immortal monarch without monarch will pill. Yemo, you're AI peak stage now. Let's leave and wait till you reach Great Unity Immortal first. But Sister Bingyu, I don't have Great Unity pill. Yemo looked at the immortal marrow pond unwillingly. This place was countless times better than using immortal crystals. Jin Bingyu smiled. Don't worry, let's go. Don't worry about Great Unity pill. Jin Bingyu's Great Unity pills were given to her by Yemo. She didn't expect that Yemo would be able to use them too. Have divine damnation here? Yemo looked at the immortal marrow pond. Definitely not. Although there aren't many people on this level, there are still people. Once the divine damnation draws people's attention, it would be hard for us to come back here and cultivate. Jin Bingyu quickly said. The two left the immortal marrow pond. Zbaya was planning to take Yemo to find an open space for divine damnation, but after just going for a few hours, rumbles of lightning caught Jin Bingyu's attention. Then, Yemo saw the lightning too. Sister Bingyu, is someone having divine damnation? Jin Bingyu nodded. Yes, it's also Immortal King Divine Damnation. Someone is breaking through to Immortal King. Have a look, it would help you reaching Great Unity Immortal. Yemo followed Jin Bingyu and came up to the divine damnation grounds. Before Jin Bingyu finished talking, Yemo called out in surprise and joy, _auntie. Jin Bingyu recognized that it was Su Jingwen having the divine damnation. Protecting her was Tang Beiwei. They looked for these two before but weren't able to find them, but now they met through this divine damnation. You're Yemo. Tang Beiwei was watching outside nervously and immediately noticed Jin Bingyu and Yemo. Tang Beiwei and Yemo immediately charged up to each other and embraced. Yemo, you not only ascended but are also abstruse immortal peak stage. This is so great. Tang Beiwei knew how much her brother liked Yemo. Seeing Yemo safe, she was extremely happy. Rumble. A few lightning arcs came struck down interrupting them. Tang Beiwei just woke up and quickly said, Yemo, brother would be very happy to know you're here. Sister Jingwen is having her Immortal King Divine Damnation. After she finishes, we'll talk. Yemo nodded and grabbed Jin Bingyu's hand saying, Sister Bingyu. This is my auntie Tang Beiwei, the one having divine damnation is my auntie Jingwen. Jin Bingyu smiled. I know Sister Beiwei. Sister Bingyu, thank you for helping Yemo. Tang Beiwei greeted Jin Bingyu. Then, they all focused on watching Su Jingwen's Immortal King Divine Damnation. Su Jingwen's talent was extremely amazing. With Yemo's cultivation resources, her progress speed was unimaginable. The Immortal King Divine Damnation was nothing to her. Another 2 hours passed. Su Jingwen had finished her Divine Damnation and started consolidating her power. Seeing this, the other three felt assured and started to talk. Yemo, your dad is so worried about you, but now I can finally feel assured. Su Jingwen came up to them quickly. Soon, the four had chatted for more than 2 hours. Su Jingwen just remembered Sister Bingyu, you're about to have your divine damnation too, right? After you reach immortal spirit herb, we don't need to worry in the Chaos Star realm. Jin Bingyu didn't think that much and smiled in self-mockery after handing Yimo to you guys. I will be going to the Grand Heaven Domain to find chance to break through immortal spirit herb. Su Jingwen suddenly thought of something and took out a storage ring to Jin Bingyu's sister. Bingyu, your cultivation things are here. Jin Bingyu took it in confusion. Mine? Just have a look and you'll know. Su Jingwen smiled. Jin Bingyu's spirit sense scanned inside and her hands shook, almost dropping the storage ring. Monarchal Pill, Great Void Meridian Pill, Taiwei Emperor Return Pill, Immortal Crystals and Extreme Great Immortal Range. With all these things, she didn't need to go find cultivation resources at all, but Jin Bingyu really wanted to say that her liking EMO had nothing to do with these things, although Jin Bingyu grew up in the immortal realm and seemed older than Su Jingwen, but in terms of emotions, Tenjin Bingius couldn't match with Su Jingwen. Now that Jin Bingyu couldn't speak, Su Jingwen knew what she meant and came up, grabbing her hand. Sister Bingyu, if he didn't have you in his heart, he wouldn't leave behind these things. Don't worry, I didn't make the decision. Great, Sister Bingyu, have divine damnation first. I'll have it last. Yimo said happily. Yimo was injured greatly when tearing open the void. The moment he laid in the golden page world, he breathed easy. He was certain that if the two guys in the auction weren't Primordial Essence Divine Emperor and only halfway Primordial Essence, they wouldn't be able to tear open the space. Even if a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor tore open the void, he might not appear in the same realm as him. Even if one tore open the void at the exact same place and appeared in the same realm, the final destination might be millions of km away. The reason he could tear open the void at the auction was mainly due to the murdered Dao Spear. Without the murdered Dao Spear, even if he used the 7 golden arrow of divine extermination, he wouldn't be able to tear open the void. Emo didn't even know if it was good to melt the murdered Dao Spear anymore. Emo laid in the golden page world and slowly recovered his injuries. The golden page world seemed very calm now. Even Shadowless was cultivating, much less other people. A few days later, Emo injuries were completely recovered. He felt he was fine. Thus, Emo sent his spirit sense carefully out of the golden page world. What appeared in his sea of consciousness was completely darkness. This was different to ordinary void. He had never seen this type of void before. He had been through all sorts of voids. But usually, there were many illuminating objects in the void and thus he could see some light. It was his first time seeing complete darkness in here. The first thing Emo took out now was the light heart. Emo collected his feelings and just when he was about to open it, he felt a spirit sense mark. This was made on the surface of the box. Emo sneered but didn't destroy the restriction. He just opened the jade box. The vibrant rays of the light heart shot out, forming heat waves. Blue like morning sky's fire spirit Little Blue immediately jumped around in a craze. Emo released Little Blue without hesitation. Little Blue was like a thirsty person in the desert. It charged at the light heart and instantly swept around the light heart. Extremely terrifying heat waves spread. Rays of vibrant blue spread in this extreme heat like crazy. As time flew, the blue color and temperature that spread out were slowly collected back by Little Blue. The surface temperature of Little Blue grew lower and lower and the blue color became more receded until a blue flower floated in front of Emo. Chapter 2157 Melt Murder Dao Spear. Boss, I've reached Divine Flame. Give me that shitty spear. I'll melt it immediately. Little Blue's excited voice sounded. Okay. Emo immediately threw the murdered Dao Spear to Little Blue. Emo knew the murdered Dao Spear was very powerful. He was certain that if he spirit controlled a few more levels of restriction, it would be very useful even against Dao Essence Divine Emperor. However, he was worried about the spear. However, when he threw the murdered Dao Spear to Little Blue, the murdered Dao Spear was no longer tame like before. A terrifying and powerful murderous intent erupted that instantly broke free from Little Blue's bindings and disappeared into the heavens. Emo was very shocked. Little Blue was a divine flame now and yet the murdered Dao Spear could still break free. He gave the murdered Dao Spear to Little Blue to burn for nearly a year and removed some impure chi, but it didn't affect the murdered Dao Spear at all. Didn't that mean the reason the murdered Dao Spear was burned was because it was willing? Now that blue like morning sky reached divine flame and murdered Dao Spear knew danger, that's why it fled. Boss, there's a spear spirit inside the spear. I didn't notice it and it got away. Let me catch it. Little Blue felt very embarrassed. Yemo waved his hand, no need. Yemo grabbed in the void and the missing murdered Dao spear appeared in his hand again. In his golden page world, even if the murdered Dao spear was 10 times stronger, he wouldn't be able to get away. The murdered Dao spear jumped around uneasily in Yemo's hands. Yemo's spirit sense didn't notice spear spirit, but the restlessness and murderous intent was seeping out. Really amazing. I've spirit controlled the first level of restriction, and yet I didn't know there's a spear spirit hiding in here. Hee, Yemo sneered. Clearly, the spear spirit had no good intentions hiding there. If it had good intentions, it would recognize him as master and he would know the existence of the spear spirit. No wonder he always felt uneasy about the murdered Dao spear, but then Yemo immediately noticed something was wrong. If the spear spirit was really that powerful, then it should know about him buying the light heart. It should know that if he got the light heart, Little Blue would reach divine flame and it would be melted. The murdered Dao spear shouldn't have helped him escape. Little Blue, never mind, just melt the spear first. Yemo didn't know what was inside the spear and let Little Blue try again. The blue like morning sky swept around the murdered Dao spear this time and it couldn't escape. Under 2 layers of binding from Yemo and Little Blue, there was no way it could escape. The divine flame carried piercing blue flames and the impure chi on the surface was immediately melted. There was a cracking sound and this extremely violent killing intent ravaged in the flames as though it would break free from blue like morning sky and Yemo and charge out of the golden page world. Knowing this, Yemo and blue like morning sky worked together to suppress this killing intent. Those killing intent and killing chi eventually formed Dao waves. Each one of these Dao waves were extremely strong. It was as though any one of them could easily kill a Dao essence divine emperor. Boss, I understand now. It's not a spear spirit, it's murder Dao. Little Blue's voice sounded. Yemo asked in confusion, what is murder Dao? This spear is definitely a primordial spirit artifact and an extremely powerful one amongst primordial spirit artifact. It was born to kill divine emperors. Countless divine emperors have died to this spear and the impure chi on it are the Dao waves of all the dead divine emperors. This spear would eventually slay its master. Countless masters have been slayed by it. Each time it kills a divine emperor, it would suck their essence blood in Dao waves. These essence blood in Dao waves formed murder Dao in the spear. Yemo didn't doubt at all that a lot of masters of the spear had been slayed. Which Dao vindication powerful being weren't extremely talented and confident in themselves? How could they believe that they would be slayed by a spear? Even Yemo wouldn't believe he would be killed by a spear he spirit controlled. But Yemo trusted his instincts extremely high ever since he cultivated the 3 birth chant. The murdered Dao spear gave him a bad feeling and that's why he was so adamant on destroying it. Otherwise, with how the murdered Dao spear helped him twice, there was no way Yemo would melt it. It has extremely terrifying restriction and if it is to be fused into Zisu, Zisu's power would be no weaker than murdered Dao spear. However, we must refine the murdered Dao inside the spear and destroy it. This would take many years. Little Blue said. Yemo fell silent for a while. The restrictions of the spear are primordial restrictions. Zisu restrictions can be changed with upgrades. Just refine out the murder Dao in the spear and I'll seal it. Then you help me upgrade Zisu. Yemo knew that even as a divine flame, it wouldn't be easy for Little Blue to melt the murder Dao spear completely. So when Little Blue began work, Yemo left the golden page world and released Spacetime Boat. He tried to get out of this dark void as quickly as possible. The void here was pitch black and could block spirit sense. Yemo's spirit sense could only stretch out tens of thousands of kilometers. But this was enough for Yemo. He chose a direction and charged forward with full speed. With this void marketplace marker, Yemo didn't believe he would get lost in the void. There were too many races in the void and too many realms. If he found any realm, he would be able to ask about the void marketplace. The idea sounded good, but even with his space-time boat speed, he had been flying in the void for years and still had no clue. Just when Yemo felt he should change a direction, he sensed Little Blue's calling. Yemo immediately knew that the murdered Dao spear was melted and he put away the space-time boat and came back into the golden page world. In the golden page world, a purple liquid emitting Dao waves floating in the blue like morning sky. There was also a gray layer on it. Other than that, there was also a red chi floating on the other side of the blue like morning sky. Yemo knew that red chi was the murdered Dao inside murdered Dao spear. The purple Dao wave liquid was definitely the melted primordial material. Yemo took out a jade box and sent the red chi inside before putting on restrictions. After this, Yemo threw Zissou into blue like morning sky and used his spirit sense to help blue like morning sky refine Zissou. Yemo was a powerful forgery grandmaster, and with Little Blue's help now, Zissou didn't have much trouble getting upgraded. When Yemo's spirit sense fell on the purple Dao wave liquid, all sorts of information filled over, almost twisting Yemo's sea of consciousness. There were cultivation chi, god art chi, void space chi. Little Blue, what is this? How is it still not burned out? Yemo asked. If these messy chi was fused into Zissou, it would be the worst. Little Blue quickly said, I've already refined out the chaotic chi, they're just sticking to the surface of this purple material. It's probably information left behind by divine emperors killed by the murdered Dao spear. I was afraid it would be useful to you, so I kept it. Yemo quickly said, separate them immediately. No matter how useful it is, it can't be fused into Zissou. Hearing this, Little Blue immediately swept away the gray chi on the purple liquid. Without the gray layer, the purple liquid shined even brighter. Yemo sealed the gray chi with jade box and then helped Little Blue fuse the purple liquid into Zissou. Even if a primordial spirit artifact was melted into primordial material, the restrictions on it were still primordial restrictions. Little Blue intentionally didn't break it, so the restrictions were still there. Zissou was visibly getting stronger. Chapter 2158 Powerful Result. A few days later, when those purple liquid completely fused into Zissou, Zissou became ordinary looking. It seemed like an extremely ordinary purple sword floating in a blue flame, but its aura didn't disappear. It still circulated around Zissou. At this moment, Yemo couldn't help at all, and even Little Blue was pushed away. The aura around Zissou kept changing, and even Yemo couldn't tell what was going on. Another few hours later, Zissou suddenly made a crisp sound and the aura completely disappeared. It truly became an ordinary purple sword. Yemo looked dazedly at this purple sword, completely not expecting Zissou that fused with murdered Dao spear would look this ordinary. It had no killing chi, no blade ray. Yemo grabbed this sword into his hand, and this extremely familiar yet strange feeling came up his heart. As a forgery divine, he couldn't even tell what level this sword was. This wasn't an extreme grade god artifact nor a primordial spirit artifact. Yemo suddenly had this realization. Murdered Dao spear was a primordial material that grew into the murdered Dao spear. It had all the primordial and royal chi. However, he used divine flame to melt the spear and fuse it into Zissou. This was like his cultivation method. Whether it was 3 birth chants sever Dao and then vindicate Dao, or body refinement cultivations nirvana, it was the same logic. It severed all the sharp chi and became something that truly fused the Dao waves of the world. It didn't have the sharp chi, but it contained its power inside. Yemo learned that his Dao was contained in this too. If one day he reached primordial essence, his chi would return to ordinary just like a mortal. Yemo's mind flashed across all the divine emperors or immortal emperors he had seen. Even if some of their chi was collected, no one could completely reach the level of an ordinary person. Suddenly, his heart was shook. He thought of someone. It was that fortune teller he saw in the small world, Master Tianze. He suspected he saw that old man on Luoyu continent, but he didn't think of that much at the time. Now that he learned this sliver of Dao wave, he immediately thought of that old Daoist. Tianze had such chi, that extremely ordinary chi that seemed to have fused into everything. Realizing this, Yemo was shocked. If Tianze was really as he thought, could he accidentally leave behind the 5-element stool? After a long while, Yemo shook his head. He couldn't think through this and didn't want to keep thinking about it. He subconsciously started to spirit control Zissou. This was the first time that he needed to spirit control Zissou again after upgrading it. When Yemo's spirit sense seeped into Zissou, he found that Zissou's restriction wasn't like murdered Dao spear's restrictions. It became 9 completely new restrictions. When Yemo started on the first level, he found there were 9 chained restrictions inside. From this, it was clear that the second level of restriction had 18 chained restrictions. At this rate, the 9th level had 81 chained restrictions. Yemo knew now that Zissou was probably a level higher than the murder Dao spear. Wasn't that beyond primordial spirit artifact then? Wait, beyond primordial spirit artifact is divine artifact. That is a chaos treasure. Even if Zissou is a bit stronger than murder Dao spear, it can't be divine treasure. Divine treasure is born of chaos, but he upgraded Zissou. Yemo didn't think about Zissou's level anymore. he found that Zisu didn't disappoint him. Zisu was his magic artifact and upgraded by him, so it was much easier to spirit control than the murder Dao spear. Restrictions were spirit controlled and Yemo immersed into this. 10 years later, Yemo suddenly got up. He found that he only used 10 years to completely spirit control Zisu. He had finished all 9 levels of restrictions. Until now, Yemo finally realized Zisu's power. He was certain that if he fought with Dao Essence Divine Emperor again, even if he just used Zisu, he would be no weaker than them. If he was in that auction room again, Yemo was confident he could hack open the space there. This was confident brought to him by Zisu. From now on, he finally had a good offensive magic artifact. He didn't need to use Zisu that was lesser than a low-grade god artifact to fight with other people's top-grade god artifact. Yemo waved his hand and Zisu appeared in his Dantian. Zisu no longer needed to be put in storage ring or golden page world. As long as it was nourished in his god essence, it would keep improving. Yemo was feeling great. He grabbed that red murder Dao Chi. As soon as Yemo's spirit sense touched it, he felt this terrifying violent killing intent. Although he learned a sliver of Dao wave from Zisu's upgrade, his real cultivation level was still just a Dao nourishment divine emperor. The terrifying murder Dao Chi almost twisted Yemo's sea of consciousness. Yemo had never seen such terrifying murder Dao Chi. Little Blue was right. Murder Dao Spear killed countless divine emperors and devoured their killing intent to form this red murder Dao Chi. This murder Dao was murder Dao Spear's Dao. If Yemo didn't fuse murder Dao Spear into Zisu, then perhaps one day, murder Dao Spear would vindicate Dao and became the #1 slaughter weapon of the universe. Yemo sighed and continued to seal this murder Dao Chi. He felt he couldn't control it yet. The slaughtering intent inside was too terrifying. Yemo grabbed that grey chi again, and when he scanned his spirit sense in, all sorts of impure chi came rushing at all. Yemo didn't kick them away this time. He knew that the chi inside came from the ancient powerful beings who died to murder Dao Spear. As a solo cultivator who had no sect nor master, these information were extremely important to him. If he organized them and cast away the useless information, the rest would be very useful to him. Yemo put away Little Blue and the golden page world fell silent again. Everyone had their own thing to do and Yemo was immersed in organizing the information. A few years later, that great chi disappeared and Yemo remembered the useful information, all sorts of god spirit items, Dao fruit, and chaos spirit items, primordial materials, pill recipes, forgery knowledge, formation, runes, Dao vindication pathways. It wasn't just knowledge that appeared in his mind but also learnings of Dao waves and god art that only came with time. Yemo was extremely surprised and joyful. He didn't expect that gust of great chi to be this precious. It was no lesser in value than that purple primordial material. He lacked these things the most. Otherwise, he would have heard about the light heart. From these information, Yemo soon knew where he was. He was in a place called the Dark Void. This was a region of void between the Void Marketplace, Demon Realm, and Phoenix Realm. He got another more important information from someone called Yuan. The life goal of this person was to find Meng Zhan and rob his 3 pages of primordial golden pages and go to a place in the void to collect a gust of chaos chi. Yemo didn't know where Meng Zhan died, but his 3 golden pages were in his hands now. Chaos chi was an essence chi of the world that was born when the world was first created. Yuan didn't have chaos world, so he couldn't collect the chi. That's why he wanted to kill Meng Zhan. However, he died to the murder Dao Spear somehow. Yemo didn't move. He took out a jade bead and in just a few seconds, he printed a vast void map into the bead. Inside was a golden spot and that was the ball of chaos chi in Yuan's memories. Chapter 2159 Dao Actualization. In the dark void, Yemo sped through like crazy with his spacetime boat. Chaos chi was extremely precious to other people and to him, it was like his life. This was because he not only had the chaos world but also chaos tree. According to the information left behind by Yuan, the chaos chi was sitting in the depth of the dark void. The dark void was boundless and had no god spirit chi nor any precious things, therefore rarely did people come here. Yuan was trapped in here unable to leave and thus after staying for a few 100,000 years, he found a chaos chi ball. Yuan resisted his excitement and didn't touch it. Instead, he marked it. He thought that if he couldn't find a way out in another 10,000 years, he would break the ball and get as much as he can. Yuan knew that chaos chi balls would slowly dissipate in the void if opened and not taken in time. What Yuan didn't expect was that he was extremely lucky and only used a few 100 years to find a way out and came to the border demon realm. Despite this, Yuan didn't go out immediately. He continued to map the dark void, fearing he would never be able to find the chaos chi once he left. After another few millennia of searching, he completely mastered how to judge direction in the dark voice. Only then did he leave the dark void. He had decided to use all means necessary to rob a chaos item. Even if he couldn't get the 3 golden pages, he would find another chaos item to take away the chaos chi ball. However, he never came back ever since he went out. He died to the murdered Dao spear. If EMO didn't melt the murdered Dao spear, no one would ever know this secret again. A few years later, EMO stopped at a place no different to everywhere else. However, EMO knew that Yuan said the ball of chaos chi was here. The darkness here was different to other places. There was a sliver of spirit in this darkness. It was extremely subtle, and if one didn't watch carefully, one wouldn't notice at all. EMO was certain that if he didn't get news from Yuan, even if he went past here tens of times, he wouldn't notice it. He didn't know how many times Yuan went past here, but EMO knew that Yuan was definitely much stronger than him. EMO carefully went towards the region with spirit. 3 days later, EMO suddenly saw a milky white aura appear before him. EMO caught this indescribable chi. EMO rejoiced like crazy. He was certain the information was true. The milky white aura was where the chaos chi ball was. The next moment, EMO put away the spacetime boat and came next to a huge white cocoon. Chaos chi was sealed by the white cocoon. EMO could still feel the intense chaos chi. The next moment, EMO put away the spacetime boat and came up to the huge white cocoon. Chaos chi was bound by the cocoon, but EMO could still feel the chaos chi there. This dense chaos chi was ever more pure than the Golden Page World's chaos chi. When he first got it, EMO didn't hesitate at all and tore open this cocoon and went inside. At the same time, he opened the Golden Page World, wanting to send all the chi inside. As soon as EMO went in the white cocoon, that world creation grand force struck into his will. EMO instantly lost consciousness. That white cocoon exploded and countless soft chaos chi wrapped EMO. A 3-meter-tall green tree suddenly rose above EMO's head and swept in the white chaos chi like crazy. All EMO's senses had been barricaded at this moment. The milky white chaos chi wasn't swept into the Golden Page World like EMO imagined. It was devoured by the rose that rose from his head. The chaos tree devoured the chaos chi like crazy and grew like crazy. Waves of Dao chi circulated around EMO. EMO's consciousness gradually fused into the endless world creation Dao. Great Dao had no mark, no need for sharp edges. Time flew by as the chaos tree grew and EMO was in enlightenment. Meanwhile, the chaos chi ball kept reducing. This ball of chaos chi was too big. Even after a few decades, the white chi was still circulating around EMO. The chaos tree had grown to 100 meters tall. Its branches covered this region of space. Feeling that EMO was learning Dao in the chaos chi, the chaos tree also seeped out some Dao waves to help EMO learn Dao. EMO was completely immersed in his enlightenment of his Dao. The little enlightenment coming from upgrading Zisu was now infinitely expanded, and it became clearer and clearer before forming his Dao. Barriers were being torn. EMO didn't even realize he reached Dao actualization. His enlightenment kept increasing. However, he didn't have any God Spirit Chi to help him. The first to notice this was Small Ginseng. Small Ginseng was very sensitive to natural spirit items. When EMO opened the Golden Page World, although he couldn't send in the Chaos Chi, a part of it was taken into the Golden Page World. Small Ginseng woke up and immediately left the Golden Page World, coming outside. When he saw the endless milky white Chaos Chi, he was dumbfounded. How could Small Ginseng not know the preciousness of the Chaos Chi? He was immediately going to draw it into the Golden Page World, but then he saw that vast Chaos Tree and the extremely dense life Chi emitting from it. He didn't need to do anything and his broken arm visibly grew back. Such powerful life force, Small Ginseng amazed. He could see the trouble his boss had. If he didn't provide his boss with God crystals or God spirit range, boss's enlightenment might stop due to a lack of God spirit source. If this enlightenment ended, it would be a huge pity. Small Ginseng gave up drawing the Chaos Chi into the Golden Page World and quickly threw out EMO's God crystals and set up spirit gathering formation. Small Ginseng's formation skills weren't bad, but even if he didn't know anything, he just needed to throw the God crystals next to EMO and it would be enough for EMO. 1 billion God crystals stacked around EMO, but Small Ginseng was still worried. He dragged that extreme grade God spirit range next to EMO. After doing all these, small ginseng breathed easy and started to think about gathering the dispersed chaos chi into the golden page world. Small ginseng's power was too weak and could only gather some. More was dispersing. This ball of chaos chi was just too big. The chaos tree had grown taller than 300 meters. Yemo and the chaos tree devoured the chaos chi faster and faster. Small ginseng saw the god crystals rapidly deplete, and even the god spirit range started to deplete. He became very worried. Just when he wanted to bring the rest of the god spirit ranges all out, he heard Yemo say, "No need, small ginseng, my enlightenment has reached its extreme. Even if I have god spirit range, I wouldn't be able to reach Tao Essence Divine Emperor." Yemo then opened his eyes. His Tao wave chi stealthed and dissipated inside his body. With the help of the chaos tree and chaos chi, he reached Tao actualization peak stage. He's just one step from Tao essence, but Yemo knew that this little step can be an impassable ravine. If he didn't learn the Tao of being ordinary from upgrading Zisu, then even if he reached Tao actualization, he would never be able to reach Tao actualization peak stage. Boss, is Tao actualization peak stage? Small ginseng couldn't see Yemo's cultivation level, but Yemo said it. The chaos tree became ethereal and soon immersed into Yemo's dantian. Yemo sent the rest of the chaos chi into the golden page world and said, "Yes, I'm Tao actualization peak stage. Good thing your arm is repaired now. We can go out." Although he was Tao actualization peak stage, Yemo's powerful strength made him believe he had the power to kill Tao essence masters. Chapter 2160 Return to the Void Marketplace. If he didn't reach Tao actualization peak stage, Yemo would think to enter the demon realm and ask about the abyssal realm. He wouldn't dare to go to the Void Marketplace, but now, the first place Yemo wanted to go was the Void Marketplace. With his current cultivation level and power, there was no doubt he could kill Tao essence. Through his enlightenment, he learned the difference between Tao vindication's second step and third step. The third step was primordial essence. Primordial essence masters can easily tear open void. Their will was powerful to the extreme. Therefore, Yemo was certain that the two powerful beings he saw at the auction weren't primordial essence divine emperors. Their spirit sense was strong but couldn't compare with primordial essence divine emperor. They were at most two halfway primordial essence. The difference between halfway primordial essence and primordial essence divine emperor was heavens apart. Yemo wasn't scared. With his current power level in Zisu, even if he didn't use golden arrow of divine extermination, he wouldn't be killed by half primordial essence. At most, he would run away. Now, Yemo found a place in the dark void. He felt that space was weak and released Zisu, hacking out. An extremely vibrant purple color sliced across the dark void. The beam was so bright that it illuminated the entire dark void purple. Under this purple color, a crack opened in the void. The crack wasn't big, but it was much bigger than the small crevice Yemo worked so hard to open before. A few void wind blades flew over, meaning that this void realm was opened up by Yemo. Yemo ignored the wind blades and went into the crack he opened up. The next moment, the crack disappeared gradually. Yemo stood in the familiar void and felt very excited. Just one strike and he knew how much he had improved. Before, he used the Tao restriction pill, formation, golden arrow of divine extermination and murder Tao spear. Even after using all that, he only barely opened a crevice for the golden page world to slip in. But today, he casually swung and he opened a crack enough to fit his entire body easily. This was the difference. Yemo stood in the void and desperately wanted a Tao essence divine emperor to fight him. After a long while, Yemo released spacetime boat. The location disc on it showed a bright spot, which was the Void Marketplace. Yemo exclaimed. This was the benefit of being powerful. Otherwise, he might need a few hundred or thousand years to come back here. If one day he reached primordial essence, perhaps his spirit sense could cross the void in realms. Spacetime boat sliced through the void and headed to the Void Marketplace at its fastest speed. In just 2 months, the spacetime boat stopped outside the Void Marketplace. In order for people to not care, Yemo showed his cultivation level to be Tao actualization primary stage. He was Tao nourishment peak stage before. It was no wonder that he reached Tao actualization primary stage. When Yemo went in, he found that the Void Marketplace was much more busy than before. He saw many more human races before. A familiar person flashed across his eyes. Yemo immediately recognized that person. He was Great Sun God Mountain Dongan. Yemo didn't expect Dongan to have really come to the Void Marketplace. He was halfway Dao essence now. Yemo guessed it was the help of the Dao fruit he gave Dongan. Just when Yemo wanted to greet Dongan, Yemo saw the Dao essence divine emperor next to Dongan and gave up the thought. He was close to Dongan, but he had conflict with the great sun god mountain. The Dao essence divine emperor next to him was quite possibly from great sun god mountain. 3 more people appeared in Yemo's vision. Yemo knew 2 of them. The 3 were probably from the immortal goddess sacred sect. The strongest was Dao actualization divine emperor Wang Nanchuan. Yemo had a good impression of her as Xiaoyun's master said Wang Nanchuan detested evil and hated being pretentious. The other 2 was Dao nourishment divine emperors. One was Jishi, but Yemo didn't know the third. If it was other people from the immortal goddess sacred sect, Yemo wouldn't be bothered to go up, but since Jishi appeared here, Yemo immediately walked up and stopped them. The immortal goddess sacred sect was a top sect that no one dared to mess with in the divine Dao realm other than the great sun god mountain. But in the void marketplace, the immortal goddess sacred sect was nothing. The 3 were very careful. Now that a person suddenly came before them, they subconsciously retreated a few steps. Then, they saw it was Yemo. It's you? The 3 recognized Yemo at the same time. Yemo said expressionlessly, that's right, it's me. Then he looked at Ji. When are you planning to give me what you owe me? Hearing Yemo reply rudely, Wang Nanchuan's face sunk, but she didn't do anything. She knew Yemo's power. The 3 of them combined was no match for Yemo's power. She was even more shocked at Yemo's cultivation speed. He only seemed to be Dao molding divine emperor before, but now, he was a Dao actualization divine emperor. Martial uncle Nanchuan and martial sister Yue, go to the immortal rest tower first. I have some business with MBE. She said. She knew Yemo was after the 3 treasure primordial essence gourd. No, well, go together. Wang Nanchuan said without hesitation. How could she let Jishi leave with Yemo alone? The void marketplace was dangerous and Yemo was an enemy of the immortal goddess sacred sect. Their words immediately caught the attention of Dongan and them. The Dao essence divine emperor turned around and saw Yemo. He immediately walked over. Dongan and the other 3 people came too. Brother Yi, long time no see. Dongan looked at Yemo in shock and came up to greet. He was shocked at Yemo's cultivation level. He was already Dao actualization. I didn't expect to meet Castle Master Dong at the void marketplace. Yemo smiled and returned the gesture. Elder Dong, you know him? That great sun god mountain Dao essence divine emperor looked at Dongan in confusion. Dongan quickly told him about how he met Yemo. The Dao essence divine emperor looked at Yemo and then Wang Nanchuan and suddenly asked, you're the person who took away Saint Mu Xiaoyun from the immortal goddess sacred sect? Did you know that Mu Xiaoyun was a saint that the great sun god mountain ordered? Yemo looked at this Dao essence and said coldly, piss off, I'm not in the mood to look for your trouble. If it was outside he would have killed this Dao essence divine emperor already, but now, he didn't want to fight in the void marketplace. He needed to get back the gourd first. He would definitely kill this Dao essence divine emperor. Not only that, he would annihilate great sun god mountain. Hearing a Dao actualization divine emperor dare to tell him to piss off, this Dao essence divine emperor's killing intent immediately spread out. Sensing this, the nearby ordinary divine emperors all left. Chapter 2161 Ask for 3 treasure gourd. Pill divine Yi. A voice of surprise and joy sounded and a gray man appeared before him. His skin and hair as well as robes were completely gray. As soon as this man landed, the killing intent of the great sun god mountain Dao essence divine emperor was instantly dispersed. People could tell that this gray man dispersed the killing intent. Yemo saluted with his fists, so it's Brother Xing. I haven't seen you for a while indeed. This person was Xing Hong. Congratulations on reaching Dao actualization divine emperor Pill divine Yi. If you don't mind, we're willing to hold an immortal fruit party for you. Xing Hong said happily. Compared to how calmly he was with Yemo last time, his expression was much more vivid. He thought Yemo would agree to him before, so he didn't watch Yemo. He thought this Pill divine Yi would soon come to find him. However, Pill divine Yi disappeared for 100 years. Although there were legends that Pill divine Yi was killed by Wan Tongtong, but as a Dao essence divine emperor, he didn't believe a Pill divine would die that easily. Others, there was no way Yemo would reach Pill divine. Then, Xing Hong went to investigate the situation. Things were indeed different to rumors. When Yemo left the void marketplace, he intentionally left marks along the way. That's how Bailey Hong caught up to Wan Tongtong. There was no way Wan Tongtong would leave these marks as she was hunting Yemo, so it was definitely Yemo who left behind these marks. Knowing that Yemo might have not died, Xinghong kept Yemo's stall. However, he was disappointed as Yemo truly never came back again. Now, 100 years had passed and Yemo came back to the void marketplace. How could he not be excited? A Tao actualization pill divine, how could the void marketplace merchant tower let him go? Hearing this, the people nearby looked at Yemo with different light. Was there a need to celebrate Yemo reaching Tao actualization divine emperor when there were this many Tao actualization divine emperors in the void marketplace? It was just to suck up to Yemo. No need for the celebration party. I still have a private business to deal with. After I deal with that, I will go to Void Marketplace Merchant Tower to visit Brother Xing. Yemo said calmly. He knew that Xinghong did all this so he could concoct pills for the Void Marketplace Merchant Tower long term, but there was no way he would do that. Xinghong quickly said, "I'm not busy, I'll help you." Then his smile faded and he stared coldly at the great sun god mountain Tao Essence Divine Emperor. "You dare to be so rude to Pill Divine Yi? Do you think you're a Tao Essence Divine Emperor so you can be cocky in the void marketplace?" This great sun god mountain Tao Essence Divine Emperor was already completely shocked when he saw Xinghong be so polite to Yemo. He didn't even dare to bullshit to an ordinary immortal friends from the Void Marketplace Merchant Tower, much less a Void Marketplace Merchant Tower Tao Essence Divine Emperor. "I don't dare to. I just saw that Pill Divine Yi came from the Divine Tao realm, that's why I wanted to greet him." The Tao Essence Divine Emperor quickly said. Xinghong ignored him and asked Yemo, "Pill Divine Yi, do you need me to help kill this bastard?" His tone sounded like it was as simple as killing an insect. The great sun god mountain Tao Essence Divine Emperor heard this and shook. Killing him like that, this was too cruel. But he knew that the Void Marketplace Merchant Tower had the right to say such words. Yemo smiled. "Thank you, Brother Xing, but no need for now." Then he looked at this Tao Essence Divine Emperor. "You've greeted me already, you can piss off. In time, I will go visit Great Sun God Mountain with Xiao Yun. By the way, Great Sun God Mountain has a Great Sun God Peak. I plan to use that as a urine kettle." Hearing this, the Tao Essence Divine Emperor's face went green, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only forbear his fury and walk away. He swore that if he saw Yemo alone, he would turn them to dust. Humph. Xinghong sneered. Yemo smiled to Xinghong. "Brother Xing, there seems to be a sudden increase in people in the void marketplace. There's more humans than before too. What's going on?" Seeing this, Xinghong smiled and said, "You should know this. The Tao Fruit Tower is about to open. Many people came to enter it. Of course, if Pill Divine Yi needs a spot, then I have it covered." Yemo's cultivation level was no weaker than Tao Essence Divine Emperor. He really didn't care if there was top Tao fruit in the tower, so he quickly waved his hand. "I don't need it for now. If I really do, then I'll ask Brother Xing for help." Yemo didn't care about this spot, but Wang Nanshuang and them on the side were dazed. She almost wanted to charge up and grab Yemo's shirt and ask him if he was crazy. They all came for the Tao Fruit Tower spot. Even if they couldn't go in, they would want to exchange for a Tao fruit from inside. Due to this, they brought the most precious things in their sect. Xinghong looked at Jishi and the two other women next to her and smiled. "Okay, Pill Divine Yi, do your things first. After you're done, I'll come invite Pill Divine Yi." Then Xinghong left and disappeared into the crowd. Seeing this, Wang Nanshuang suddenly saluted with his fists. "Pill Divine Yi, you go discuss with Ruoshi. I will go back the rest tower first with martial sister Yueha." Wang Nanshuang dragged the other Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor away. Jishi knew what her martial uncle meant, but she sighed. It's not her first day knowing Yemo. No matter what she say, Yemo wasn't going to give the immortal goddess sacred sect a Tao Fruit Tower spot. Even if she sacrificed her body, Yemo wouldn't agree. Plus, she wouldn't do that. 5 minutes later, Yemo and Jishi appeared in an immortal rest tower room. At this time, it was impossible to find a room in the immortal rest tower, but when Yemo walked in with her, the attendant asked if Yemo wanted a room. Jishi thought, as long as she was with Yemo, there didn't seem to be anything hard. That was how she survived in the life-crippling bridge. After closing the door, Yemo waved up a restriction and looked calmly at her. "I don't have time to waste, give me what you owe." Jishi quickly said apologetically, "Mbe, if the other half of the gourd is won me right now, I will definitely give it to you." "What do you mean?" Yimo's tone went cold. Before she schemed against Xiaoyun, Yimo had some good impression towards Jishi, but now, she was no different to Ji Sinning and Yimo_SIs. Chapter 2162. I'm not free. Martial brother Yi, listen to me first. I was planning to give that gourd to Martial's sister Xiaoyun, but something happened in between. Before I could give it to her, you took Martial's sister Xiaoyun away. Jishi's tone was extremely genuine. Yimo knew this. Xiaoyun said Jishi was going to give her something, but Xiaoyun missed him too much and didn't care. Even so, Yimo interrupted Jishi, just tell me where the gourd is now? I've left the gourd with my master. I don't know how long it will take for me to go back from the void marketplace. I don't even know if I can go back. I was afraid you would go to the immortal goddess sacred sect to ask for the gourd, so I left it there. If I knew you came to the void marketplace, I would bring it. Jishi sighed. She was telling the truth. That half gourd had no use to her. She didn't need to offend Yimo for it. Yimo's heart surged with disappointment. He got up. He didn't have the mood to talk with Jishi anymore. Seeing Yimo get up, Jishi got up too. Martial brother Yi, thank you. Yimo knew that she was thanking him for saving her life on the life-crippling bridge. But Jishi knew Xiaoyun was his wife and still didn't try to help her. Yimo's impression of her was extremely bad. Seeing Yimo couldn't be bothered to talk to her, Jishi said dejectedly, Martial brother Yi, how is Martial's sister Xiaoyun? Yimo stopped and turned around, saying coldly, Jishi, that's not something you need to care about. Just give me that gourd. If I go back to the Divine Tao realm and find out you're lying one single bit, then I will annihilate immortal goddess sacred sect before the great sun god mountain does. Then, Yimo walked out and disappeared from this immortal rest tower. Yimo just walked out of the tower and an extremely pretty goddess bowed. May I ask if you're Pill Divine Yi Master? Yimo looked at her in confusion. He didn't know her at all. Then, Yimo thought of Xinghan and immediately said, I am. The goddess quickly said, Xinghan, invite Pill Divine Master to chat at the Void Marketplace Merchant Tower. I was ordered to wait here for you. Okay, lead the way. Yimo was planning to go vice Xinghong. He wasn't scared of them, but it was good to connect with them. Seeing Yimo so compliant, the goddess said in surprise and joy, thank you Pill Divine Yi, this way please. Wait. They were suddenly stopped in a motionless voice. At the same time, a man with blue lethal light on his face appeared before the two. His hair was messy and he was Tao Essence Divine Emperor peak stage. He seemed very messy, but his icy cold killing intent could be felt by all those around him. Yimo didn't move. He knew this person. When he acted as a Tao Essence Divine Emperor coming back to the Void Marketplace, this guy was looking for him. He didn't. You're Pill Divine Yi? The Tao Essence Divine Emperor stared at Yimo for a while before asking. Yimo answered plainly, yes I am. I'm Xiaohe. I've been waiting for you in the Void Marketplace for 100 years. Please come with me. As he spoke, his powerful killing intent receded, but his tone was still icy cold. It was as though that because he told Yimo to go, Yimo should go with him, no questions asked. I'm Pill Divine Yi indeed, but why should I go with you? Yimo asked back. Hearing this, Xiaohe's killing intent soared. As his killing intent soared, a burst of blue circulated around his body. Even he didn't expect that Yimo dared to argue back. Yimo was already annoyed that he didn't get the gourd, and now Xiaohe dared to act so cocky in front of him. Facing Xiaohe's powerful lethal force, Yimo went in instead and smashed out his domain. Yimo's domain was about to become a realm, and with his spirit sense domain on top, Xiaohe was pushed back tens of steps even though he was Tao Essence peak stage. Xiaohe's lethal force domain crumbled under Yimo's domain. Xiaohe looked at Yimo in disbelief. He completely didn't expect this Tao Actualization Divine Emperor could so easily break his Tao Essence domain. This wasn't him attacking at full power, but he could tell that even if he attacked with full power, he wouldn't be able to get an advantage with Yimo. Was this Tao Actualization Pill Divine only a Tao Actualization? Yimo ignored Xiaohe and walked up to that scared pretty goddess and said, ignore this cocky bastard, lead the way. Okay. The goddess suppressed her shock and quickly led in front. Pill Divine Yi, wait. Xiaohe came up. Yimo no longer had his patience and looked coldly at Xiaohe. What, do you want to fight? Then go. No, Pill Divine Yi, our palace lord is inviting you to be a guest. please? His tone was much calmer this time. Emo said without hesitation, tell your pie I have no time. Then, Emo sped up and the goddess sped up. Seeing Emo ignore him, Xiaoyi's face went blue for a while, but he controlled himself. Instead, he followed Emo to the Void Marketplace Merchant Tower. Pill Divine Yi, please come in. Xinghong greeted up before Emo even walked in. Xinghong invited Emo into the Merchant Tower's luxurious guest hall and told the goddesses to bring the best immortal fruit and immortal tea. Emo drank the tea and aroma circulated non-stop. The aroma could clear up one's sea of consciousness. Pill Divine Yi, this is the best Snow Ripple tea from Snow Ripple Lake. If Pill Divine Yi likes it, I'll give you some. Seeing Emo seemingly like this tea, Xinghong immediately smiled and said, then thank you, brother Xing. Did you find me to give me some immortal tea, or is it for something else? Emo didn't have the mood to waste time here. He wanted to find a place to rest and then ask about the abyssal realm. Xinghong smiled awkwardly. Pill Divine Yi probably knows what I want. Our merchant tower is quite powerful in the Void Marketplace, but unfortunately, our top pill divines are growing less. There's not a single pill divine like Pill Divine Yi. Seeing Emo not talk, Xinghong could only continue. Everyone knows Pill Divine Yi's power in the Void Marketplace. If you're willing, our merchant tower wants to invite Pill Divine Yi to join our merchant tower. Emo immediately said, thank you, brother Xing, but God Crystals and God Spirit Range are not very attractive to me anymore and I can't join the Void Marketplace merchant tower. Of course, if the Void Marketplace merchant tower needs me to concoct pills, then on brother Xing's account I can do a few batches. As for fees, there's no need, but my pill concoction success rate is only 50%. Xinghong knew that inviting someone like Emo to join them wasn't realistic unless he used forced. But as a pill divine, if Emo went in and never came back out, it would clearly have a huge effect on the Void Marketplace merchant tower's reputation. Plus, he also knew that Xiaoyu wanted to invite Emo to concoct pills. It was already great that Emo offered to concoct pills. Hearing that Emo actually had 50% success rate, Xinghong quickly said, thank you very much, Pill Divine Yi. I really want to ask you to concoct some pills. You only need to give us 30%, the rest will be yours. Emo smiled, no, I can't trouble brother Xing. I said 50%, so 50% it is. Perhaps I will be needing brother Xing's help in the Void Marketplace. Xinghong was very happy. God pills had a very low success rate, and now that Emo said he was giving 50% to them, it was a huge favor. He said with some pity, we wanted to buy that light heart for Pill Divine Yi, but pity it was taken by an extremely powerful half-primordial essence master. Emo didn't listen to that at all. He didn't believe they would give the light heart to him. Chapter 2163 Spot Distribution Gathering. Although Emo looked down on what Xinghong said, he still asked in shock, there's actually halfway primordial essence masters who came to the auction? Xinghong sighed, yeah, and there wasn't just one. Luckily, the auction site had a halfway primordial essence master too, or things would have been dangerous. The one who bought the light heart is probably a demon race divine emperor. He hid his power to Tao essence, but when he tore open the space in the room, he exposed his power. Emo nodded. It was hard for even halfway primordial essence to tear open the Void Marketplace space. But since the buyer ran away, he was at most a halfway primordial essence. If it was a primordial essence divine emperor, he wouldn't need to run away. Xinghong clearly didn't have the mood to keep talking about the light heart. He took out a jade card for Emo and said, Pill Divine Yi, this is the jade card for the biggest immortal rest tower of our Void Marketplace merchant tower. If you use this to enter Void Star Immortal Rest Tower, you can choose any room to go in. Emo quickly took the jade card and said, thank you, brother Xing. I do have a few things to ask brother Xing. Xinghong was in a good mood and quickly said, just ask me whatever you need, Pill Divine Yi, I'll tell you whatever I know. I heard brother Xing say before that the Dao Fruit Tower was about to open. How much time is there left? Emo didn't want to go in the Dao Fruit Tower, but he wanted to buy some Dao fruits outside. With his pill concoction capabilities, it wasn't very hard. Hearing Emo ask about the Dao Fruit Tower again, Xinghong immediately said, there's 3 months till the Dao Fruit Tower opens. There's a lot of things before it opens. Emo nodded, I know, you told me last time. There will be a God rank and Dao rank challenge. That's right. On the Void Marketplace God rank square, there will be 2 battle stages for the challenges. The challenge for them hasn't begun, but the distribution for the different races is about to begin. At that time, the powerful beings of all the races will gather together and discuss the distribution of the Dao Fruit Tower spots. Xinghong said, "How many spots does each race have? Does it need to be redistributed each time the Dao Fruit Tower opens?" Yi Mo asked in shock. He thought the spots were distributed already. Xinghong said, "Of course, but you might have understood wrong. This distribution isn't to take out all the spots of the races and redistribute them. It's redistribution of the extra ones. For example, the human race was once very strong and had 30 spots to enter the Dao Fruit Tower. Later, the divine Dao realm was broken, and after a while, no human race powerful beings came to this distribution. Thus, there are extra spots. The divine emperors of the god ranks won't all come to the Dao Fruit Tower, so there will be extra spots from there. Are there no powerful beings to represent the human race ever since the divine Dao realm was broken?" Yi Mo asked in shock. To him, although the divine Dao realm was broken, but there were still quite some Dao essence masters. There shouldn't be no one to lead the way. Xinghong knew Yi Mo was human, so he could only speak for Yi Mo inside. Of course there is, but every time a powerful being came to represent the human race, he would be killed at the distribution, so in time, no divine emperor came to represent the human race. Why would they be killed? Is the human race representative going to be killed for just asking for a few spots? Yi Mo asked in confusion. Xinghong sighed. "I remember the last time a representative for the human race came, he was a Dao Essence Divine Emperor. He just asked for 2 spots, but he was still challenged by a demon race Dao Essence Divine Emperor. He was killed, and then the 2 spots were taken by the demon race." Yi Mo's face sunk. He was a human too. They only asked for 2 out of the 30 spots of human race, and the demon race divine emperor would kill them. Just how cocky were they? "Ya Pill Divine Yi, you're from the human race. If you become a Dao Essence Pill Divine, then it's not impossible to help the human race get a few spots." Xinghong could tell Yi Mo wasn't happy and added, "Is the strongest representative Primordial Essence Divine Emperor?" Yi Mo asked. Xinghong smiled. "How can there be that many Primordial Essence Divine Emperor? Each race only has 1 or 2 Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. They're all perfecting their own world. Who would have the time to come to this distribution? So, it's only Dao Essence peak stages. Even halfway Primordial Essences are very rare to see. But of course, the number of Primordial Essence Divine Emperors a race has is their confidence." Realizing this, Yi Mo nodded. "Thank you for letting me know. I still want to ask you for help. Just say it, Pill Divine Yi." Xinghong said. Yi Mo said without hesitation, "I want to represent the human race for this Dao Fruit Tower spot distribution gathering. If the human race didn't even have the opportunity to enter the Dao Fruit Tower and just cowered in a broken realm, how can they ever get strong? They would only get weaker and weaker. Even if some sects use resources to buy Dao fruits, it was a bad decision. A sect's resources is used to cultivate Wan Bice. If these resources flowed into the void marketplace, it would create a negative cycle. Plus, without the protection of powerful divine emperors, can people protect their Dao fruits?" Xinghong looked at Yi Mo in shock and asked after a long while, "Pill Divine Yi, you want to participate in the Dao Fruit Tower spot distribution gathering?" "Yes, I do. How do I go?" Yi Mo asked. Xinghong finally realized that Yi Mo meant in. His face became serious and he saluted with his fists. "Pill Divine Yi, there are some things I need to be clear with you. I hope you don't mind." "Please say it, I won't mind." Yi Mo could guess what Xinghong was going to say. Xinghong said, "Although in the void marketplace and amongst other races, pill divines and forgery divines are the most respected, they have no special right in this gathering. The representative of any race could challenge you for a spot and you have to accept. If you lose and die, you will lose the spot. I need to tell you that although there are no Primordial Essence Divine Emperors, the people who go are Dao Essence and even Dao Essence peak stage. Pill Divine Yi, you're only Dao actualization and you just reached it." Yi Mo got up and saluted with his fists. "Thank you, Brother Xing, for thinking for me, but I've made up my mind to join. Please help me." "Of course, I don't mean to help me during the gathering, but just to help me participate. I believe there's still a few days before the gathering. If Brother Xing is worried, I can concoct pills before I go." Xinghong suddenly thought of Wan Tong Tong and them.
They were from the god rank, but they couldn't do anything to Emo. Even if Emo was no match, he wouldn't be instantly killed. Then, the Void Marketplace Merchant Tower would save him. That way, how can Emo not be grateful towards them? Thinking about this, Xinghong said it's very simple to join. Since Pill Divine Yi is set on joining, then leave it to me. I will sign up for you. 9 days later, the gathering will be held at the God Rank Square. Emo was quite happy when he left the Void Marketplace Merchant Tower. He didn't believe he would lose to Dao Essence Divine Emperors. Pill Divine Yi, Xiao He has been waiting for a long time. That messy-haired Dao Essence Divine Emperor stopped Emo again, but his face was much more respectful this time. Chapter 2164 The most expensive payment, Emo said impatiently. What do you want? I just said I don't have time to go with you for pill concoction, move aside. Xiao He was very patient and said, Pill Divine Yi, I was rude before. I apologize for that. I've been searching in the Void Marketplace for more than 100 years. I think only Pill Divine Yi can concoct such pill, that's why I waited here for so long. I want to invite Pill Divine Yi to come with me to the Guang Yuan Palace. I can agree to any conditions Pill Divine Yi has. Xiao He clearly wasn't a good talker. Emo wasn't going to go with him just because he said that. Emo stared at Xiao He and said, I'm very busy now and you can ask me to help concoct pills. Bring the materials over and I can do one for you. The cost is 100 million God crystals and I'll give you 30% of the pills. I'm not going to go with you. 1 million God crystals for one cauldron of pills seemed like an absurd price, but Emo knew this price wasn't much. Xiao He pleaded him like this, so it definitely was no simple pill. Perhaps it was even Dao Essence God pill. For a cauldron of Dao Essence God pill, people would be willing to pay a few 100 million. Plus, 30% wasn't little. Xiao He frowned bitterly and said, Pill Divine Yi, if that would work I would definitely bring the materials over for you to concoct. It's just that the materials can't be brought here. That's why I want to ask Pill Divine Yi to come to Guan Yuan Palace? Emo stopped and looked at Xiao He asking, what pill is it? It can't be brought over to be made? Emo asked because he was really curious. Even if it was some god spirit herb that must be used immediately upon digging it, Xiao He would be able to bring it to him. Shaking Light Soul Refining Pill. Xiao He said and looked at Emo, what? Emo looked at Xiao He in shock. If it was before, he wouldn't even have heard of such pill, but after getting all the information from the murder Dao Spear, he knew very clearly what the Shaking Light Soul Refining Pill was. When he first knew about this pill, he even used the 3 birth chant to derive it. He knew that it was impossible for such pill to be made. He didn't know why someone left such pill recipe. The reason he cared about the pill was because of its effects. This pill could condense soul and return life force. He wanted to see if this pill could save CWQ. In the vast universe, there was a condition called soul loosening. This was prenatal. There was no way to cure this. As it grew worse, the soul would eventually be annihilated. People with such condition cannot cultivate at all and are very weak. They only live till their soul is completely annihilated. This process usually isn't very long, at most 100 years. Even if the process is very long, a person who can't cultivate can only survive for 100 years. The most important thing is that this pill required 999 different types of immortal spirit herbs and god spirit herb. The main spirit herb is called Shaking Light Herb. It's not Chaos Herb nor Top God Spirit Herb, but its value is no lower than Chaos Herb. This herb must not be moved away. It can't see light. If it was moved or put in light, it would wither within 15 minutes. This means that even if the pill could be made, it must be made within 15 minutes. The Shaking Light Herb took 10,000 years to mature. More important, it would only mature if it was watered with 100 million year old god marrow. How much would that be for 10,000 years? Other people thought that if these conditions are met, the pill could be made, but GMO knew this wasn't the case. Even if these spirit herb and god spirit herbs were mixed together, it still lacked something. It wasn't a god spirit herb, it was life force. It wasn't ordinary life force but chaos life force. Only he had such life force. Only the chaos tree's chaos life force could ensure that the pill was concocted. How could GMO take such business? Even if there was the Shaking Light Herb, GMO would reject without hesitation. These thoughts spun rapidly in his head. Then, GMO sneered at Xiao He. Sorry, ask for someone else powerful.
You've been in the void marketplace for more than 100 years and you want me to concoct the shaking light soul refining pill to save someone with a loosened soul. Even if your palace lord has heaven's shocking power to preserve that person from dying, that person can't be saved. Do as you please. Hearing this, Xiaohi was instead very surprised and joyful. He knelt down in front of Yemo and said, "Please help Pill Divine Yi. My palace lord has 3 shaking light herb." He invited 2 of the top pill divines, but they had to rely on the palace lord to provide the recipe. You can imagine the result. There's only 1 shaking light herb left. If Pill Divine Yi don't help, then no one can concoct such pill. Yemo didn't expect a Tao Essence Divine Emperor peak stage would kneel down in front of all these people on the streets. Yemo frowned. "Get up and talk." "Yes." Xiaohi was very obedient this time and got up immediately. Yemo didn't have a good feeling. Xiaohi was a Tao Essence Divine Emperor peak stage and was willing to kneel to him. Didn't that mean the Palace Lord Wasa? Primordial Essence Divine Emperor? If a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor thought he could concoct the pill, how can he get away? Although he had the means to kill Tao Essence Divine Emperor, it wasn't enough to protect himself in the universe. Xiaohi said, "Our Palace Lord said if someone can concoct the shaking light pill, he's willing to give 10 extreme grade God spirit range, 10 billion God crystals and 100 drops of 100 million year God marrow, 10 Tao fruits and your selection of 3 extreme grade God artifacts. You can even ask for primordial spirit artifacts." Hearing this payment, Yemo took in a cold breath. He had always thought he was wealthy, but compared to this offer, he was a beggar. There was this many things, how could he reject it? This was a test of heart. If he wanted to concoct pills, he would have to use the Chaos Tree life force. If he didn't use the life force, it would be a waste too. Yemo hesitated for half a day and said, "I'm busy now, so I can't go with you." Xiaohi said without hesitation, "It's fine, I'm not busy, I can follow you. When you have time, you can come with me. Pill Divine Yi can consider me an errand boy. If you need me to do anything, just tell me." Yemo thought about the upcoming Tao fruit distribution gathering and nodded. "Then stay with me. It might take 100 years. If you can't wait that long, then there's nothing I can do." The reason Yemo said 100 years was because he felt his power was a bit too low to go to a Primordial Essence's place to concoct pills. The reward was good, but he needed to be able to protect him. That meant that before he reached Tao Essence Divine Emperor, it was best that he didn't go. No matter how good the things were, he would need to have the life to use it. Xiaohi quickly said, "No need. When our young mistress was BOM, her soul was loose." The palace lord immediately planted 3 shaking light herb and used death Tao fruit to preserve her life for 1 million years. Now, it has been 10,000 years. It's a bit hard to preserve her soul from loosening, but it should last a few hundred years. Yemo sighed. This Guan Yuan palace lord was really wealthy. He could easily take out something like death Tao fruit. Yemo nodded. "Okay, I am staying at Void Star Immortal Rest Tower for now. 9 days later I will be going to the God Rank Square for the Tao Fruit Tower spot distribution gathering. Wait for me there." Yemo didn't intend to get Xiaohi to help, but he was Tao Essence peak stage. He would be useful around him. "Yes, I understand." Xiaohi saw Yemo said nothing more and quickly left. Chapter 2165 Person who don't mind his own business. When Yemo entered the Void Star Immortal Rest Tower, the attendants came to greet him before he even took out his jade card. During these 9 days, Yemo didn't go out. He just stayed inside thinking about the things he would face. He wasn't worried at all about the spot distribution gathering. He was thinking about if he should help that Primordial Essence Palace Lord concoct pills. If he did, he would get resources he had dreamed of, but there was equally as much danger. If he didn't go, all these good things would disappear and he might have to face the hunt of a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Yemo hadn't seen a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor before, but he knew they definitely weren't simple. Time flew by and 9 days were gone. Xinghong was worried about Yemo, but he didn't ask Yemo to concoct pills these few days. If he did, that would mean he was scared that Yemo would be killed at the gathering. The God Rank Square was enormous. There were restrictions and formations everywhere. At the top, there were 2 stone tablets that soared high into the clouds. The tablet was golden and the words on it were white. The other tablet was white color, but the words were golden. Yemo looked at these 2 tablets and knew they were the God and divine rank of the Void Marketplace. The golden tablet was probably the god rank and the white one was the divine rank. Each tablet had a huge stage before it. There were restrictions all around the stage. Yemo's spirit sense scanned and immediately knew these two stages were for the challengers. The restrictions around them were so powerful that Yemo guessed even Tao Essence Masters might not be able to break it. There were a lot of people on the square, but because this square was simply too big, there actually didn't seem to be that many people. Pill Divine Yi. When Yemo was still studying the stages, Xiaoyi already came to Yemo and greeted him. Just when Yemo wanted to speak, he heard a cold voice. Luo Qinghe, since you came, then accept my challenge. From today onwards, the 383rd place on the god rank belongs to me, Wukong. Then, a man wearing black robes landed on the stage. This person was Tao Actualization Peak Stage. His face was already white, but with the black clothes he was wearing, it seemed even more pale. He had waves of demonic chi circulating around him. Anyone could tell he was a demon race Tao Actualization Divine Emperor. Cocky words. The next moment, a blue immortal robed man landed on the stage. Yemo was surprised. This Luo Qinghe was a Tao Actualization Divine Emperor Peak Stage 2, but this person was also human. Ever since coming to the Void Marketplace, Yemo had the feeling that the human race was very weak and timid. He didn't expect there was human race Divine Emperor on the god rank. It seemed that Xing Hong didn't lie to him. There were 2 human Divine Emperors on the god rank. Where was the other one? The demon race Tao Actualization Divine Emperor saw Luo Qinghe get up and he couldn't even be bothered talking as he released a golden demonic whip. In that instant, the stage was covered by dark light, but there was golden color amidst this dark light. Luo Qinghe didn't retreat at all. He released a blue long sword at the same time. It also turned into a blue veil of swords. There was spirit sense barrier on the stage, so everyone could only watch with their eyes. People could only see clashes of blue and black rays. They couldn't tell who had the upper hand. Yemo's spirit sense couldn't scan in too. He had spirit sense cultivation method, but he couldn't publicly break the rules. When he was thinking about who would win, he noticed something. That blue sword shadow gave him an extremely familiar feeling. He had seen such cultivation method before. Soon, Yemo remembered. The blue sword shadow was the same origin as the cultivation method Su Changji used. Su Changji was his martial brother, a disciple he took for his master. He changed up Su Changji's cultivation method, and that cultivation method was called Qing He God Cultivation Chant. Thinking about how this person was called Luo Qinghe, Yemo realized. He was certain that Su Changji's cultivation method was left behind by this Luo Qinghe. This meant that Luo Qinghe had been to Luo Yu continent, Yemo side. The universe was vast, but once your cultivation level reached a certain stage, this endless universe would become small. Luo Qinghe came to the Void Marketplace and made a name for himself. He even became a divine emperor on the god rank. The 2 were invisible to the crowd. There was just clashes of black whip shadows and blue sword shadows with intense sounds. In a violent beast-like roar, the audience saw a black beast shadow. Yemo immediately recognized this was a mist demon beast. This one was countless times stronger than the one he had seen before. Everyone could tell that Wukong released this mist demon beast. It was extremely real and could even devour sword shadow. As the beast came out, Luo Qinghe's sword shadow loosened up. Darkness started to enclose the stage. Everyone knew that Luo Qinghe had half lost already. Even Yemo thought Luo Qinghe was going to lose and become food to the mist demon beast. Yemo side, he knew that on such stage, unless you surrendered and your opponent was willing to let you leave, there was no way out. Yemo really wanted to save Luo Qinghe, but he knew he didn't have the right to. Just when the blue sword shadow was about to disappear, there was suddenly a terrifying howl. Then, everyone saw that a dark red puppet appeared on the stage. It was extremely agile and easily tore the mist demon beast to pieces. Yemo nodded. This puppet was very high level and had its own consciousness. Luo Qinghe seemed to have good fortune. Luo Qinghe was angered by the mist demon beast. His blue sword shadow became condensed and pierced into Wukong's forehead. Wukong seemed to be possessed and just stood still there. The blue sword shadow instantly blew Wukong's head apart. As soon as Wukong's essence spirit escaped, it was annihilated by the puppet. Seeing this, Yemo knew that Luo Qinghe definitely knew a spirit sense cultivation method. No wonder he could ambush. Luo Qinghe took Wukong's things and jumped off the stage. Kid, how dare you ask people for help on a god rank challenge? You can leave your life here today.
As soon as Luo Qinghe got off the stage, a bleak murderous voice sounded.
At the same time, a powerful red light hacked down. Luo Qinghe barely released his blue sword that blocked the red beam a bit. However, that red beam was much stronger. Luo Qinghe was struck by the red beam and spat mouthfuls of blood in the air. ATM, the red figure landed on the square. His powerful blood-colored killing intent in Tao Essence Divine Emperor Qi circulated around him. On the God rank square, you, a Tao Essence Divine Emperor, attack me, a Tao actualization, disregarding the rules? Luo Qinghe spoke while spitting blood. You hit a puppet on the stage. That's like 2 against 1 fighting Wukong. You broke the rules first, why can't I attack you? That Tao Essence Divine Emperor said coldly and was about to attack again. There were many human race divine emperors, but none of them dared to speak. They knew that if they said anything, they would be killed. Luo Qinghe felt despaired. He wanted to use this opportunity to enter the Tao Fruit Tower and reach Tao Essence. However, this caused Tao Essence Master to kill him. Despite this, there was no way he was going to give up. Is your mouth on your butt or are your eyes on your asshole? Why are your words so full of shit? How come I saw one of them using a mist demon beast and one used a puppet? Just when this Tao Essence Divine Emperor wanted to attack again. A contemptuous voice interrupted him. Chapter 2166 Human Race Still Exists. This demon divine immediately stared at Yemo. When he saw that Yemo was a human Tao actualization divine emperor, his murderous force materialized, cracking up the nearby restrictions. Not only him but all the other divine emperors in the square looked at Yemo in shock. They didn't get it. Yemo was a Tao actualization divine emperor and dared to speak like this to a Tao essence divine emperor? This was suicide. Even if Yemo was a human too, such actions weren't appreciated by them. Luo Qinghe also looked at Yemo in confusion. He didn't expect there to be such hot-blooded divine emperor. He knew it was suicide and still dared to curse a Tao essence divine emperor. Pill divine Yi, it's a mere Tao essence, leave it to me. Xiao He saw the opportunity to help Yemo and immediately said, with this, the demon divine immediately calmed down. Xiao He was Tao Essence Divine Emperor peak stage and seemed much stronger than him. Xiao He's blue color also materialized around him. That would only form through constant slaughter. Plus, he knew Xiao He. Xiao He had been in the Void Marketplace for more than 100 years. He killed God rank 127 Bailey Hong as a Tao Essence Divine Emperor, but no one looked for his trouble. Xiao He, I'm Demon Race Gong Xiang. You're a Tao Essence Divine Emperor. Are you going to help such rude human Tao actualization? Gong Xiang slightly collected his red qi. The nearby people realized. No wonder this Tao actualization Divine Emperor dared to speak to Gong Xiang like this. He had a Tao Essence Divine Emperor to back him up. Yemo signaled Xiao He to not talk. He walked up and said this has nothing to do with the rest of the people. Gong Xiang, you're a Tao Essence Divine Emperor and you're oppressing a Tao Actualization Divine Emperor. Do you have no shame? Yemo didn't want to owe Xiao He yet. If Xiao He helped him and he didn't help concoct pills, he would owe Xiao He a huge favor. Yemo hated owing people favors. Plus, he really didn't consider this demon Tao Essence a threat. Hearing this, Gong Xiang rejoiced and spoke before Xiao He could. I'm the representative for the demon race at this spot distribution gathering. Wukong and Luo Qinghe were fighting for the god rank, but that's also for a spot entering the Tao Fruit Tower. Of course I have the right to manage this. Who are you? Are you planning to intervene too? Because Xiao He was watching on the side, Gong Xiang didn't dare to be too harsh. He started to speak with reason. If he gained a foothold there and Xiao He still dared to attack, he would immediately ask the Tao Essence Masters of the Square to attack. Meanwhile, he could kill Yemo and Luo Qinghe. Some people have recognized Pill Divine Yi and started discussing on the side. Yemo smiled. You're right. I'm the person representing the human race for this gathering. How come you have the right to intervene but I don't? Do you think your demon race is going to oppress all the races? Do you think you're the strongest? What? You're the one representing the human race? Gong Xiang didn't dare to believe this. Did Yemo desperately want to die? Although there was Xiao He on the side, he couldn't help in this. Only people of their own races could help them. Xiao He clearly wasn't human race. He wouldn't even be able to enter.
What, there's someone to represent the human race for this gathering?
Human race re-entering the Tao Fruit Tower distribution gathering, human Tao actualization pill divine participating the Tao Fruit Tower distribution. In a short while, this news spread out. In the void marketplace, all those humans who heard this headed to the God rank square. This was the first time they had heard in countless years that there was someone representing the human race. This was definitely a shocking news. Even if they only got one spot, this would mean that human race was speaking up amongst the races. They would no longer be abused and just tolerate it. Luo Qinghe was shaking in excitement. He wanted to reach Tao Essence quickly just so he could represent the human race and participate in this gathering. Although he knew that even if he reached Tao Essence, he wouldn't be able to get a spot at the gathering, he was long sick of humans being oppressed in the void marketplace. He might not be able to change the status of the human race, but he would let all the other races know that human race still existed. Gong Xiang immediately realized that Yimo wasn't joking. He was overjoyed upon realization. Okay, since you're representing the human race, then I formally challenge you now. We'll talk on the stage. Gong Xiang breathed out his annoyance. He finally had a proper reason to kill Yimo. Even Xiao He didn't dare to stop him. Yimo was waiting for Gong Xiang to say this. Even if Gong Xiang didn't say this, he would kill this demon Tao Essence Divine Emperor in front of everyone. He killed a demon race Divine Emperor when he was only Tao Nourishment. Now that he was Tao Actualization peak stage, how could there be a problem? Just when Yimo was about to fight with Gong Xiang, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. All the Divine Emperors representing their races for this gathering, please enter the square now. The gathering shall begin. A sliver of disappointment flashed across Gong Xiang's eyes, but then he smiled to Yimo. Very well, you can live a little longer. I will still come after you on this gathering. Leave behind your last wishes unless you cower on the side and not even take one spot. Then Gong Xiang flew towards the largest building on the left of the square. Xiao He saluted with his fists to Yimo. Pill Divine Yi, I will wait for you at the door. Yimo glanced at Xiao He strangely. You're not worried that I can't come out? Xiao He immediately said no. Pill Divine Yi's power is probably on par with mine. He had fought with Yimo before. He already had an estimate for Yimo's power. He was certain that if Yimo fought with Gong Xiang wouldn't be able to take out Yimo for sure. Okay, then wait for me. Yimo said and waddled towards that door. He would come find Luo Qinghe later. Luo Qinghe sped up to Yimo and said, thank you for helping Pill Divine Yi, or I might have died already. Hearing people call Yimo Pill Divine Yi at the square, he called Yimo Pill Divine Yi too. Yimo smiled. Wait for me on the square. After the gathering I'll come talk to you, I have some things to ask you. Luo Qinghe quickly said. Pill Divine Yi, each race can bring 2 members of their race to the gathering. If Pill Divine Yi is alone, I'm willing to go with Pill Divine Yi. Yimo was very happy with Luo Qinghe's words. Clearly, he wasn't scared of dying. Okay, then come with me. Yimo immediately agreed. Brother Yi, I'm willing to come too. Another female voice sounded. Wang Nanchuan had come up to them. There was Jishi and 2 other women behind her. Wang Nanchuan was from the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect, but in Yimo's impression, she was a good person. However, there was no need for her to join the gathering. Even though she was Tao Actualization Divine Emperor, her power was far weaker than Luo Qinghe. No need. Yimo was blunt. Wang Nanchuan was desperate and quickly said, Brother Yi, now's not the time for personal conflicts. I know Brother Yi has bad views of the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect, but if there's the chance to contribute to the human race, the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect will not fall behind. Since I said that I will be joining this gathering, then I won't retreat no matter how hard it is. At most, it's just death. Plus, other races have 3 people going. If we only have 2, it won't seem good. Yimo thought for a moment and said, you're right, then let's go together. Brother Yi, I'll go with you too. Dongnan came over too. Yimo smiled. Each race is only allowed to have 3 in total going. We already have 3 now. Just wait outside for our good news. Chapter 2167. That's because I haven't come. Yi. When Yimo brought Luo Qinghe and Wang Nanchuan into the palace, there were already nearly 100 people sitting inside. The seats were clearly divided into groups of 3, clearly representing a power or race. The seats were also placed that one was slightly in front and two slightly behind. Yemo studied this palace. This place was very spacious. One couldn't even see the top of the palace. Yemo knew this was due to formation. There was also a nearly 60 m in diameter stand at the center of the palace. The restrictions around it was no weaker than the restrictions on the God-rank square stage. Yemo knew this was also another battle stage. This stage was probably for battle when two parties disagreed between distribution. There was a dark red aura around the border of the stage. Countless divine emperors have died here. Come sit here, Pil Divine Yi. Xinghong saw Yemo and quickly greeted, Brother Xing, you're here too? Yemo said. Xinghong came back. He wasn't sitting on the main seat. The divine emperor sitting on the main seat had much stronger qi than Xinghong. Xinghong smiled. Of course, I'm representing the Void Marketplace Merchant Tower. We have the right to compete for spots, Human race is participating too this time? People were immediately shocked upon seeing Yemo and them come in. 3 Dao actualization divine emperors coming to this Dao fruit distribution gathering? What is this? Are they here to prove they have courage? Discussions went on non-stop, but no one came looking for their trouble, probably because seeing Yemo greet Xinghong. Luo Qinghe didn't know that Yemo knew Xinghong. He admired Yemo even more. Who haven't heard of Xinghong's name in the Void Marketplace? The three didn't sit for long and tens more people came into the palace. In total, there was about 130 people in the palace. This meant that there was nearly 50 powers or races here. The last to enter was a grey-robed divine emperor. He looked ordinary and his chi was much weaker than the rest of the divine emperors here, but Yemo could tell this person was a halfway primordial essence, a very powerful halfway primordial essence. He walked to the top seat of the palace and saluted with his fists, saying, Welcome, immortal friends of all the realms and races, to the Void Marketplace spot distribution gathering. Many divine emperors here know me, and of course there are some new divine emperors who haven't heard of me. I'll introduce myself. I'm from the Void Marketplace. My divine name is Konghan. This time, Tian Rue Divine Emperor and I will be impartially conducting this distribution. When Konghan finished, an ordinary-looking old man suddenly appeared next to him. He looked even weaker than Konghan Divine Emperor, but some divine emperors realized that this ordinary old man was even stronger than Konghan. Yemo knew this was another halfway primordial essence. This old man said, I'm Tian Rue. Now let the gathering begin. Tian Rue then shut his eyes as though everything else had nothing to do with him. Konghan Divine Emperor smiled. What's worth mentioning is that this time, there is the human race and shadow race. Konghan continued, because many of the God-rank divine emperors couldn't come back to the Void Marketplace in time and some races not coming. There's an extra 193 spots on the Dao Fruit Tower. Yemo heard this and was shocked. He didn't expect there would be this many Dao Fruit Tower spots. There's 46 seats to be distributed. According to the old rules, these spots will be shared evenly. Does anyone object? Konghan said and looked at the people. Konghan meant seats that were at the front. This meant that there was 46 races of powers to be represented. We're fine. The representatives of different races said. Yemo was dazed. Was the gathering this simple? All the spots were shared evenly and no one objected? Plus, there were 46 powers. The 193 spots can't be divided evenly. Why did no one say anything? After waiting for a while and no one said anything, Yemo said something. Konghan Divine Emperor Master, I object. Yemo got up and saluted with his fists. Almost everyone looked at Yemo. Object to what now? Why would you object to Konghan Divine Emperor, fool? That demon Dao essence sneered at Yemo. Konghan Divine Emperor was very shocked that a Dao actualization Divine Emperor dared to object in this. He looked at Yemo with interest. You're the representative for the human race, right? What objections do you have? Yemo said loudly, this is my first time coming to the gathering, so I want to ask, does the 193 spots include the 30 spots the human race deserves? Konghan said yes. The human race didn't come to this gathering multiple times, so these 30 spots were considered extra ones. Konghan Divine Emperor Master, would the spots of other races be considered extra? If other races don't share their spots evenly but just the human race has to, then how is this fair? Yemo said. Konghan Divine Emperor dazed. There were human representatives before, but they didn't make the same request as GMO and didn't dare to bring up the human race at 30. Yet, this Tao actualization divine emperor dared to make such request. Ha ha ha. Yimo's words made the palace erupt into laughter. Even Xinghong looked down, Luo Qinghe and Wang Nanshuang were dazed. They came here with Yimo so the human race wouldn't keep declining. They were ready to die, but they weren't ready for Yimo making such terrifying claims. They just wanted to get 1 or 2 spots and then leave. Yet, Yimo asked for the 30 spots the human race had before. Kong Han Divine Emperor didn't laugh and pressed with his hand for the laughter to stop. Then he looked at Yimo and said, but there were past representatives who didn't make this claim. After all, it's been too long since the human race quit the gathering. Kong Han Divine Emperor sighed. He liked Yimo's courage, so he wanted to tell Yimo inadvertently that even if he took all 193 spots now and people agreed, it was useless. As this was only the first step to the distribution. The second and third was the most important. No one cared how many spots people got at the first step. That's because I didn't come. If I came, I would have long made such request. Yimo said, human representative wants to take back the 30 spots that belong to them. Does anyone object? Kong Han heard this and just asked everyone. Chapter 2168 Spot Distribution. Gong Xiang immediately got up and said, we have no objections, of course. The 30 spots of the human race belongs to them. Of course. Since the human race hasn't been to the gathering for so long, their 30 spots can only be treated as extra spots to be given to them. The next time, it can be considered their permanent spots. Gong Xiang's words were completely reasonable, and it seemed he was even thinking for the human race. Yimo completely understood what was going on. Giving the spots to him as extra spots meant that it could be robbed through challenges. Permanent spots were permanent. People didn't have a right to challenge and take it. The more extra spots he took here, the more challenges he would have to accept. That meant the more chances he would get killed. Kong Han Divine Emperor looked at everyone. What does everyone think of Immortal Friends Gong's suggestion? All the races approved immediately. Kong Han Divine Emperor looked at Yimo with a strange glance. Now that everyone agreed to let you take back the 30 spots, do you have any other requests? Hearing this, Yimo could tell this Kong Han was completely neutral and saluted with his fists. Thank you, Kong Han Divine Emperor, I'll only take back what's mine. Okay, then in that case, there's 163 spots remaining for even distribution. Everyone will get 3 spots, but the 4th round isn't enough for everyone. Wherever the distribution stops, that's it. This meant that those sitting at the front could get 4 spots and those sitting at the back could only get 3. People already knew this rule here. Those who didn't want too many spots sat at the back. Pil Divine, I don't think it's good that we asked for 30 spots. Luo Qinghe said quietly, Yimo didn't mind. We need to take back what belongs to us. What doesn't belong to us, we don't need to fight for it. Kong Han Divine Emperor acted like Tian Rui Divine Emperor and said nothing after the first round finished. It was as though the two just came to watch the show. Yimo was sitting at the front, so the human race got 34 spots altogether. Then he saw the numbers floating above each race represented that the spots for the Tao Fruit Tower they got. The God race is willing to give 2 spots to the Abyssal race and 1 to the Aquarius race. A blue-faced Divine Emperor immediately got up. Abyssal race accepts. A bleak Divine Emperor got up and said. Yimo noticed this guy before, as he was the representative for the Abyssal race. Yimo planned to talk to him after the gathering. Then, the number above them changed to 6 from 4. Aquarius race agrees. An Aquarius race Divine Emperor got up and the number from the God race disappeared. So this is transfer of spots. Wang Nanshuang said. This way, weak races could give spots to powerful races. Earth Elf race is willing to give spot to Dragon race accepts. Blood race is willing to transfer spot to Demon race. Some were transferring spots. Some were accepting spots. Yimo and them stayed silent. If they weren't afraid that their permanent spots would be taken, many races definitely wouldn't come here. Dragon race, Phoenix race, they were so powerful that they left the monster race and became their own race. Even here, they had their own spots. Yimo didn't get up. He didn't plan to give his spots away nor ask for spots. This round soon ended. Yemo noticed that it was powerful races accepting spots, for example, the Beast race, Demon race, Abyssal race, Dragon race, Aquarius race. The ones giving spots were weaker ones such as Bug race, Earth DF race, Shadow race. There are small portions of races who didn't give nor accept races. Powerful races like the Demon race had accepted more than 20 spots. Even Abyssal race and Aquarius race got more than 10, then, everyone set their gazes on Yemo. The 34 spots was a huge piece of meat. To everyone, it was just temporarily placed with Yemo. Now, it was time to split it. Demon race Dao Essence Divine Emperor Gong Xiang immediately stood out and landed on the round stage. He saluted with his fists to Kong Han and Tian Rui before staying at Yemo. The demon race will take 5 of the human race spots. If the human race don't agree, then Gong Xiang will represent the demon race to challenge human race Divine Emperor. Pill Divine Yi, I'll go. Luo Qinghan knew it was suicide, but it was worse than death for him to be timid. Plus, Yemo offended Gong Xiang due to him, and that's why Gong Xiang challenged first. Yemo patted Luo Qinghan's shoulder, signaling him not to do. Then, Xing Hong's voice sounded by his ear. Pill Divine Yi, give the spot to him and he has no reason to challenge. Yemo nodded to Xing Hong in gratitude and walked up to the stage and saluted with his fists to the 2 half-primordial essence Divine Emperors. The human race shall take 5 of the demon race's spots. If the demon race don't agree, then I, Yemo, shall represent the human race to challenge demon race Divine Emperor. The gathering had been very serious ever since the 2 half-primordial essences came out, but now due to Yemo's words, it became noisy. Just what balls did this human Dao actualization Divine Emperor eat? Was he worried that he wouldn't die a pitiful enough death? Why did he try to infuriate the demon Dao essence like this? Even Tian Rui suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yemo. He didn't understand. Courage was necessary, but it wasn't worth to die for it like this. This was being stupid. Kong Han Divine Emperor's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he said calmly, okay, now, the demon race Divine Emperor Gong Xiang will battle human race Divine Emperor Yemo. The losing side will give out 5 spots. As soon as he said this, the restrictions of the stage had been opened. Gong Xiang's blood qi filled the entire stage, mixing with his Dao essence Divine Emperor. It was as though this stage would become his own realm. He was certain that Yemo would barely be able to move, much less fight him. Chapter 2169 Power of Zisu. Even so, he didn't want Yemo to die easily. He released his magic artifact Demon Blood Blade. A blood mark that crossed space came above Yemo's head. He was going to destroy Yemo's body as quickly as possible and then capture his essence spirit and torture him slowly. How dare a Dao actualization Divine Emperor be this cocky to him? Yemo felt this blood realm and knew that Gong Xiang was weaker than the demon Dao essence Divine Emperor he killed before. He didn't need Zisu to kill him, but Yemo didn't plan to not use Zisu. Hiding his strength here wasn't good. He was going to kill Gong Xiang with lightning speed and shock everyone. Otherwise, he might face endless challenges today. He didn't fear these challenges, but every time he killed someone, he would offend that power. Yemo didn't want to offend too many. Yemo's domain suddenly burst out. His domain was beginning to form a realm too. It made Gong Xiang's realm crumble rapidly. Yemo even stacked on top his powerful spirit sense realm. Gong Xiang's blood realm was instantly pulverized. The blood qi circulated around him, blew out like feathers. The next moment, Gong Xiang felt the space between him and Yemo freeze. The instant he felt this, he knew that he had underestimated Yemo. This was ice space god art. It can only be used with certain level of space law and ice law knowledge. Gong Xiang's knowledge of space law was inadequate and his space law god art couldn't even materialize. The demon blood blade immediately stopped. Yemo wasn't affected at all by his blood realm, and the moment space froze, a purple sword ray was hacked out. Gong Xiang broke free from ice space instantly, and just when he wanted to seal this purple sword ray, he found that this sword ray carried a vast and extreme lethal force pressure that drew away all the surrounding lethal force. This wasn't just sword domain lethal force but also world lethal force. Yemo didn't even use a god art on this strike. It was just an ordinary swing with the broken ice space god art. Ice space was broken, but it still affected Gong Xiang. However, what killed Gong Xiang wasn't ice space but this sword, primordial spirit artifact. Gong Xiang looked at the purple sword ray slice over his body in despair and called out. Such dominating primordial lethal force, what else could it be other than the best primordial spirit artifact? the insect in his eyes instantly killed him in a duel with him. As soon as Gong Xiang's essence spirit came out, it was grinded by Yimo's purple sword ray and disappeared. The blood chi disappeared and a demon bloodblade fell on the ground. Zissou returned to its ordinary look and was put into storage ring by Yimo. Yimo waved up the demon bloodblade and a storage ring and walked off the stage. He was quite shocked and happy. He knew his powers had increased a few levels, but only now did he realize to what extent Zissou was an important factor. But Yimo was certain that without Zissou, he could still kill Gong Xiang. When Yimo killed Gong Xiang and walked out of the stage, the entire palace was silent. Then, the palace erupted in noises. Everyone looked at Yimo with different eyes. Even the two halfway primordial essence looked at Yimo strangely. It was simple for them to kill a Tao Essence Divine Emperor, but a Tao Actualization Divine Emperor killing a Tao Essence Divine Emperor this easily was too astounding. There were Tao Actualization Divine Emperors who killed Tao Essence Divine Emperor in the Void Marketplace, but it was too rare. They were absurdly talented, and even that they would need to have an intense battle to kill a Tao Essence Divine Emperor. But what was Yimo? He was a Tao Actualization primary stage, and he could kill a Tao Essence Divine Emperor this easily. This was too scary. This battle is won by human race. Yimo demon race give 5 spots to the human race. When Yimo went back to his seat, Konghan finally announced the results. Luo Qinghe and Wang Nanshuang also waited till Yimo came back to his seat before getting up in surprise and joy. Pill Divine Yi, you actually won. And this easily too? Luo Qinghe still didn't believe this was real. Wang Nanshuang knew how absurd Yimo was. He could kill Tao Actualization Divine Emperor when he was only Tao Molding Divine Emperor. Now that he was Tao Actualization Divine Emperor, it wasn't impossible for him to kill Tao Essence Divine Emperor. The only thing she didn't expect was it to be this easy, but to them, the stronger Yimo was the better. The other two Demon Tao Essence Divine Emperors still didn't believe their Tao Essence Demon Divine would be killed by a human Tao Actualization, especially instant killed. Gong Xiang represented the demon race, but he wasn't the leader. The Tao Essence Demon Divine sitting next to him got up and stared at Yimo with killing intent. Just when he wanted to speak, he was pushed down by the Demon Divine sitting in front. You're no match for him. His ordinary purple sword is probably a primordial spirit artifact. I'll see the attitude of other races. If no one attacks, I will. The Demon Divine calmed down. He knew he was no match for Yimo, but he couldn't just take it that a Demon Tao Essence was killed by a human Tao Actualization. When Yimo sat down, the number above his head went from 34 to 39. Many people recognized that Yimo's Zissou was a primordial spirit artifact. There was limited numbers of primordial spirit artifact in the universe. People knew almost 99% of them, but they had never seen Yimo's purple sword. When many people were watching Yimo, a powerful spirit sense scanned at Yimo too. This spirit sense seemed to want to ambush Yimo's sea of consciousness. Yimo immediately used Spirit Sense 9 transformations and released a Spirit Sense net, grinding the Spirit Sense to nothing. However, Yimo couldn't find the owner of the Spirit Sense. The serious silence didn't last for long when a Tao Essence drenched in water came up and screeched, Aquarius race Sentai will take 1 spot of the winged race. If you don't agree, then come up. Yimo looked at the 3 from the winged race. They were all Tao Essence Divine Emperor, but Yimo could tell none of them could beat Sentai. It also seemed that they were more adept at fighting in spacious areas. Not small confinements. The winged race got up and said, winged race don't want to fight, take the spot. Winged race now already gave out 3 spots, but now, their last spot was taken. Aquarius race was probably annoyed that they didn't get one of the 3 spots. There were other divine emperors challenging each other, but no one challenged Yimo. Yimo didn't plan to challenge anyone else. Abyssal race want 5 human race spots. If the human race don't agree, come up and challenge me. Zhongli Huayin. Chapter 2170. I admit defeat. People immediately looked over when someone challenged human race Yimo again. Although they knew people would eventually challenge human race, they didn't expect it was abyssal race. Yimo frowned. He had things to discuss with them, but they wanted his spots. This wasn't the Tao Essence Divine Emperor he was watching, but they would be sure to have conflict. Yimo didn't want conflict with the abyssal race, but he had no choice. He got up without hesitation. Don't even dream about taking the human race spots. As for your challenge, I accept. Seeing Yimo not ask for abyssal race spots and just accepted the challenge, people on the side were confused. When Demon Race challenged Yimo, Yimo chose to challenge them too and took 5 spots from them. now that Yemo didn't challenge them back, it was really strange.
Was it that this Tao actualization divine emperor knew abyssal race was the strongest and didn't dare to anger them too much? Zhongli Huayin was Tao essence peak stage power. He was from the abyssal race, but he didn't look like one at all. He carried cold chi, but his body was very material. His face was ruddy. He seemed more like a human. When the stage restrictions were activated, he didn't attack immediately and instead looked at Yemo and asked, "Is the purple sword you took out before a primordial spirit artifact?" Yemo's face sunk. He wanted to connect with the abyssal race, but this didn't mean they could sit on his head. Zhongli, who clearly wanted his Zisu and thus came to challenge him. This guy was probably scared of Zisu being taken away, but also didn't want to rob something that wasn't a primordial spirit artifact and cause misunderstanding. "I can answer the question, but you need to answer my question too," Yemo said emotionlessly. Zhongli, who frowned and said in contempt, "What thing do you think you are? You dare to ask me a question? Hurry up and answer. Just because you have a spirit sense cultivation method for sneak attacks, doesn't mean you're strong." This arrogant guy that he used spirit sense cultivation method to kill Gong Xiang. Realizing this, Yemo knew Zhongli, who was the one who ambushed him with spirit sense. No wonder he was so bald to come challenge him. Yemo couldn't even be bothered talking. He released Zisu and extended his primary form of realm, when Yemo didn't ask for abyssal race spots. Zhongli, who knew that Yemo was concerned with him or the abyssal race, he didn't expect the Tao actualization divine emperor who was scared of his race dare to attack first. Zhongli, who extended his powerful realm domain. Most of the people at Tao Essence already had somewhat of a realm domain. Meanwhile, Primordial Essence Divine Emperor's realm domain was pretty much formed and almost about to become a realm. Zhongli, who attacked with full power, not holding back. He was going to crush Yemo with his domain and let him know that Spirit Sense cultivation method couldn't ambush everyone. Their realm domains clashed together. Powerful space ripples spread. Yemo's realm domain was completely fine, but Zhongli, whose realm domain had cracks. In just that clash, Zhongli, who was shook. He felt he was too impulsive. Yemo's power definitely wasn't just spirit sense ambush. Yemo's domain had the primary form of a realm domain. Although Yemo's realm domain looked weaker than his, it was much more durable. Purple sword ray fell. A huge white drum suddenly appeared above Zhongli, whose head. Zisu's powerful and vast lethal force was opened a little crack by the drum. Zhongli, who instantly fled from the crack. The purple sword ray struck the drum and the drum made an ear-piercing cracking sound before turning into hundreds of white beams and disappearing from the stage. On the other side, Zhongli, who looked dazedly at his magic artifact that crumbled in one clash and was speechless. This person definitely wasn't Tao actualization divine emperor. That was Zhongli, whose conclusion. Since they were already fighting, Yemo didn't intend to stop. His released Zisu again, and this time it was Sword God Art Falling Mark Sword Rune. Yemo had never felt as satisfied as today fighting people with Zisu. Zisu's powerful primordial lethal force completely suppressed the magic artifact of the opponent. It was no longer the situation where his magic artifact was always weaker. A purple sword ray that almost twisted the entire stage smashed down. The Divine Emperors outside couldn't scan this sword rune with their spirit sense, but the powerful lethal force and tearing chi was visible to the eye. This was no sword rune, this was destructive lethal force. Even Yemo was shocked. He even felt that he couldn't control this sword rune. This sword rune was about to hack open the restriction on the stage and tear open this world. A shock lightning appeared in Yemo's sea of consciousness. Yemo immediately became vigilant. His spirit sense immediately swept the falling mark sword rune, making it pause for a bit. Zisu had been spirit controlled by him, but Yemo still felt that the sword rune was spreading. This made his body go soft. One moment later, his sea of consciousness was shook and injured. His god essence was greatly depleted. Despite this, he felt that Zisu come back under his control. Yemo subconsciously breathed easy. He was shocked at just what the material that upgraded Zisu was. This material formed Murder Dao Spear, and Murder Dao Spear killed countless owners. Now that he upgraded Zisu with it, it still had this terrifying destructive force. If it was some ordinary Divine Emperor and Zisu went out of control, no one could be sure if Zisu would become a second Murder Dao Spear. Yemo wasn't worried Zisu would become a second Murder Dao Spear, as he upgraded Zisu very early on and had only used it The reason that situation occurred was that Zisu was too strong and he was too weak. He should be more careful when he used Zisu and not fully activate it. When he reached Dao Essence, he could fully activate it with completely control. Zhongli, whose realm domain was instantly broken under that powerful twisting rune. The rune covered the entire void inside the stage. Even the restrictions in space were cracking. When this twisted purple sword rune appeared before Zhongli Hu couldn't even break free from its void lethal force. He could only watch as Zisu hacked towards his forehead. At this moment, Zhongli Hu finally felt Gong Xian's feeling. This wasn't spirit sense ambush, this was powerful suppression. Primordial spirit artifact plus sword Dao God art. This twisted sword rune reminded him of the ancient and ferocious great primordial god rune. If he could regret, he would never challenge EMO, but now, he felt that twisted rune pause. This pause was less than 1/10 of a second, but it was enough for him. Zhongli Hu shook and he disappeared. That twisted sword rune struck where Zhongli Hu was, but Zhongli Hu broke free using space transition god art. This falling mark sword rune didn't kill Zhongli Hu, but it scared the soul out of him. The sword rune was stopped by EMO midway but still shook the restrictions heavily. It was as though if EMO attacked like that again, the restriction would crumble. On one corner Zhongli Hu looked dazedly at EMO. When EMO turned around, he then remembered he was still in a battle. He released a green spear but he didn't attack again. When he saw EMO was going to attack again, he finally couldn't hold it. Immortal frenzy, wait, I surrender. Chapter 2171-3, EMO didn't stop there. He looked at Zhongli Huiyin and said, when you want to fight me you fight, when you want to surrender you surrender. There's no such good thing. Do you think you're dreaming or what? I'm willing to give 5 spots to the human race. Zhongli Huiyin quickly said. 5 spots before the tower was a huge wealth, but it was nothing here. He could easily rob it from another race. EMO didn't put away Zisu, but he didn't keep attacking. He eased up his tone. Other than this, you need to answer a question. If I'm happy, then I can choose to not attack. The people in the palace didn't know the specific situation, but they saw the battle. Zhongli Huiyin's magic artifact was broken in one clash and almost killed at the second clash. He wasn't killed because EMO showed mercy. Everyone was a divine emperor here and they all saw EMO's falling mark sword rune pause. What else could it be other than showing mercy? EMO didn't keep attacking and instead spoke with Zhongli Huiyin clearly to discuss conditions. Kong Han and Tian Rui never even blinked during EMO's battle. Now that they paused, the two glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. EMO's power was definitely no weaker than them. EMO was only a Dao actualization divine emperor, but they were touching the border of primordial essence. He's probably a Dao essence divine emperor. Kong Han said slowly. He didn't believe a Dao actualization divine emperor would really be this powerful. Tian Rui didn't answer directly. Instead, he said, did you see his sword rune? It's a bit strange. You're saying it's great primordial god rune? Kong Han reacted quickly. Even if Tian Rui didn't say it, he suspected that Yemo's sword rune was similar to great primordial god rune. However, even though they were managing the gathering, their spirit sense couldn't scan and Tian Rui nodded. It does look like great primordial god rune. Plus, that great primordial god rune paused, allowing Zhongli Huiyin to escape. It might not be EMO showing mercy. What? Kong Han looked at Tian Rui in shock. That was clearly EMO showing mercy. Tian Rui shook his head. I'm just guessing. I'm not sure. I didn't see it from the move, but EMO is a person. He's very decisive in killing Gong Xiang. Thus, he would not dare to kill Zhongli Huiyin. Tian Rui Shadowless suddenly asked, I heard 100 years ago, in an auction at the Void Marketplace, there was not only a great primordial god rune but also 2 great primordial god rune Dao fruits? Kong Han immediately understood, but then he stared at EMO in confusion. That person was a demon race divine emperor and tore open space. Tian Rui smiled but didn't talk. Even an idiot would know that with EMO's primordial spirit artifact, it wasn't hard to tear open space. What question? This time Zhongli Huiyin didn't dare to say EMO had no right to ask him. This question had been in EMO's mind for countless years, and now that he could ask, he asked immediately. If a cultivator died, would his soul appear in the abyssal realm? Zhongli Huiyin didn't expect EMO to ask such a simple question. He immediately answered, not necessarily. Most cultivators die with their soul annihilated. Only a small portion of cultivators' soul appear in the abyssal realm. Then, through cultivation, they would be converted to the abyssal race, or they would go through the reincarnation bridge for their next life. Is this reincarnation controlled by the abyssal realm? No, the reincarnation bridge is in the abyssal realm, but no one controls it. The abyssal realm can't control the reincarnation of cultivator souls. Then who's in control? Something we don't know. It's just like divine damnation, there's heaven Tao controlling it. Zhongli Huayin was scared Yemo wasn't happy with his answer and added, but because the reincarnation bridge is in the abyssal realm, souls that survive would be swept into the abyssal realm. The cultivators of the abyssal realm would grab these souls for cultivation or keeping or forgery. Hearing this, Yemo frowned. Wan Qing was only golden core state. If her soul fell into the abyssal realm, it was more likely her soul was annihilated. Plus, her soul might have not gone to the abyssal realm. How do cultivators' souls go to the abyssal realm after death? Any realm has a portal to the abyssal realm. This portal only allows souls to pass through. After ordinary cultivators die, if they don't convert to ghost cultivators, then they would find other places in the immortal realm and then enter reincarnation. Zhongli Huayin said souls travel very fast and can ignore ordinary barrier. Even if the tunnel to the abyssal realm is far, they can find it in a very short time. Yemo thought of Swamp Shadow Valley. That was probably Shinxiong Continent's portal to the abyssal realm. The abyssal realm was colossal, even bigger than the divine Tao realm. How do you enter the abyssal realm? Yemo asked. Yemo pointed at the people outside. It's not easy for other races to enter the abyssal realm, but now everyone are waiting for us to go out. If immortal friends ye have other questions, you can come to me after the Tao Fruit Tower gathering. Yemo knew he had more than just a few questions, and they were still indeed inside the battle stage. Seeing Zhongli Huayin walk out, the other two Tao Essence Divine Emperors of the abyssal realm breathed easy. Regardless, it was good that Yemo didn't kill Zhongli Huayin. When they heard that they needed to give 5 spots to the human race, they did so without hesitation. No one expected that at this stage, the human race had 44 spots. Luo Qinghe and Wang Nanchuang were extremely excited seeing Yemo win back 5 more spots. They didn't expect this gathering to be this safe and simple. Yemo knew that after the 2 battles, people were scared, but despite this, he saw Aquarius race and Beast race Divine Emperors staring at him eager to try. Even a Blood race Tao Essence Divine Emperor stared over. Yemo got up and said, the human race won't rob the spots of other races, but I'll make it clear, if any race thinks we're easy to abuse and wants to rob our spots, then I will take away all of his spots. Yemo's words were pretty much threats and immediately made some people unhappy. No Tao Essence Divine Emperor here was weak. They were powerful beings that crossed many realms. Many of them were on the divine rank. They were many times stronger than ordinary divine emperors. Hearing this, the leading Tao Essence Demon Divine rejoiced. Yemo was asking to die. This was starting public outrage. He said in contempt so dominant. This is a gathering for the distribution for extra spots. Do you think all the spots of other races can be taken like yours? Even if you win, you would at most get their extra spots. Yemo knew that his words would cause public annoyance, but since he was going to assert dominance, he couldn't care about this. The Blood race thought of the demon race as their leader. When Yemo killed a demon Tao Essence, they were already planning to challenge Yemo. With demon race speaking up, a Blood race Tao Essence Divine Emperor got up and walked forward. Yemo saw this and really just didn't get it. What confidence did this Tao Essence Divine Emperor have to challenge him? Was it just because he let Zhongli Huayin go? Yemo just saluted with his fists to the 2 half-primordial essences and said, may I ask, if the 3 representing divine emperors of a race are all killed, what would happen to their permanent spots? Chapter 2172. Dust settles. Kong Han knew what Yemo was thinking of course, and said plainly, if all 3 representatives of a race die, then their permanent spots will be dealt with as extra spots. Hearing this, Yemo realized that the human race's permanent spots were made extra like this, but Kong Han Divine Emperor said if the race has no extra spots and only has permanent spots, then they're not allowed to be challenged. Unless they challenge you first, there's no way you can challenge them. Thank you for enlightening me, Kong Han Divine Emperor Master. I understand. Yemo saluted with his fists, cursed the idiot who represented the human race.
He definitely challenged someone and thus lost all the spots. At this moment, Xing Hong's voice sounded, "Pill Divine, ye be careful. That blood race Dao Essence Divine Emperor is on the divine rank. Be careful." Yemo stared at the Dao Essence blood race and finally realized why he was confident to challenge him. The blood race Dao Essence was ready to challenge Yemo, but hearing what Yemo said, he stopped. He was on the divine rank indeed, but he was ranked at the back. Seeing Yemo's two previous battles, he had no confidence in beating Yemo. He challenged Yemo to suck up to the demon race. Even if he was defeated, he could give something good to ask Yemo to let him live like Zhongli Huayin. He felt that even if he was weaker than Yemo, his forbidden arts would make Yemo concerned. That's why he planned to come up. Now that Yemo said he would annihilate all three divine emperors of the blood race and kick them out of the Dao Fruit Tower, he was concerned. Even if he felt he was stronger than Yemo, he couldn't afford to gamble. If the blood race lost their Dao Fruit Tower rights, then they would decline and maybe even become extinct. Many divine emperors of his race existed due to the Dao Fruit from the Dao Fruit Tower. He didn't dare to make such risk. That's how the human race fell into decline. The human race was huge and had many talents. Even after being in decline for countless years, an insane prodigy like Yemo arose. The blood race didn't have that confidence. If they declined, then they would truly decline and maybe disappear from the universe. Seeing this blood race Dao Essence sit down, the demon Dao Essence's eyes were filled with disappointment. He wanted to see Yemo kill the blood race Dao Essence and then draw more hate to the human race. Even if human race got more spots, he would still join up with other races to kill Yemo after the tower opened. At Yemo's level, ordinary Dao Essence Divine Emperor had no threats to him. Those who could threaten him were only half Primordial Essence or Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Even Demon Race couldn't casually call over a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor to the Void Marketplace to kill Yemo. No one scorned the Blood Race Dao Essence for backing out. He did seem weaker than Yemo. If they dared to challenge Yemo would really kill all three representatives. With a dominant Divine Emperor like Yemo here, the challenges afterwards became much more tame. The Abyssal race wasn't going to challenge Yemo, of course. The Beast and Dragon race had enough spots and didn't need to offend Yemo for a few more spots. The only Dao Essence Divine Emperor who still wanted to challenge Yemo was the Aquarius race one, but for some reason he resisted the urge in the end. The one who wanted to challenge Yemo the most was the Demon race, but they didn't have the power and thus didn't dare to. This Dao Fruit distribution gathering ended like this. Yemo just fought twice and got 44 spots, everyone who was involved exclaimed. Everyone thought Yemo was suicidal when he came in, but now, he got 44 spots instead. This wasn't just a matter of 44 spots. In the future gatherings, as long as human race came, then they would be able to keep at least 30 spots even if Yemo didn't come. Now, it only seemed a matter of time before the fallen human race will rise back up again. Kong Han Divine Emperor got up and said the gathering has now concluded. All the races are very happy. 3 months later, I hope everyone has a bountiful harvest in the Dao Fruit Tower. People knew that at least the demon race wasn't happy. The two Dao Essence demons walked out of the palace first. Then the other divine emperors followed. Because of Yemo's dominance and some people knowing that Yemo was a Dao actualization pill divine, many divine emperors came to greet Yemo. When they saw a powerful Dao Essence divine emperor waiting for Yemo at the door, they knew that Yemo's power was far from what he showed. They became even more polite. Xing Hong greeted Yemo at the door and then left with the two other Dao Essence from Void Marketplace Merchant Tower. He rejoiced even more of his decisions. He didn't use force on Yemo. When Yemo and them came out, the humans at the square all came up. They rejoiced seeing that Yemo and them were fine. "Brother Yi, I knew it was you, huh?" Xian Yushui's voice sounded. Gu Being and Xin Zhuo also squeezed over. When Tang Xiaoyu said Brother Yi was in danger, I didn't believe it. "See, I'm right." Xian Yushua said, "Those who knew Luo Qing has surrounded him and people from the divine Dao realm surrounded Wang Nanshuang. The great Sun God Mountain Dao Essence Divine Emperor didn't dare to come up." A powerful Dao Essence Divine Emperor followed Yemo and Yemo was close to that Xing Hong. He didn't dare to talk in front of Yemo. Luo Qing, his tone was very excited. He rambled non-stop about how Yemo killed Demon Dao Essence Divine Emperor and defeated Abyssal Race Dao Essence Divine Emperor, forcing the Blood Race to back down and rob 10 spots. It was already extremely shocking that Yemo defeated Dao Essence Divine Emperor, but compared to 10 Dao Fruit Tower spots, it wasn't important. Almost all the divine emperors who could go in the Dao Fruit Tower looked at Yimo and Luo Qinghe wanting to know how the spots would be distributed. Would they need to buy it or what? When the great sun god Mountain Dao Essence heard Yimo kill Gongxiang, his heart beat extremely fast. Yimo was this absurd, he even killed Dao Essence Divine Emperor. The Dao Essence Divine Emperors entering the gathering was definitely no ordinary Dao Essence Divine Emperor. They were definitely much stronger than him. Didn't this mean that Yimo could kill him like a chicken? The great sun god Mountain Dao Essence Divine Emperor immediately began to worry, but then he thought of Dongan. Dongan was close to Yimo, perhaps Dongan could beg for mercy. He saw Dongan talk to Yimo now, but he could only stay there nervously. Yimo spoke with Dongan for a bit and said, "Human race immortal friends, this time our human race went to the Dao Fruit Tower spot distribution gathering and we got a total of 44 spots." Hearing this, the crowd erupted. Almost everyone didn't dare to believe this. They thought 10 spots was shocking enough, but Yimo actually got 44 spots. This was similar to those few top races. Yimo waited till everyone was quiet before saying, "Immortal friends, I will be distributing the 44 spots like this. I will be selling 14 of them privately. As for the remaining 30, Wan Nanchuang and Luo Qinghe came to the gathering so they can have one each." Chapter 2173. Zhu Wuhang, Wang Nanchuang, and Luo Qinghe thought that they just went to sit for a while and didn't do anything, but they didn't say it out. Wang Nanchuang knew she did nothing, but she didn't want to give it out. The spot was too important for the immortal goddess sacred sect. Luo Qinghe said, "Pill Divine Yi, I'm on the god rank. I have the right to go in. I'll give this spot to Martial Sister Nanchuang." Yimo just realized that Luo Qinghe didn't need the spot. Luo Qinghe saw that he seemingly knew Yimo, so he gave it to her. Hearing this, Wang Nanchuang quickly bowed to Luo Qinghe and said, "Thank you, Martial Brother Luo, I'll take it." Wang Nanchuang felt her face was burning. Luo Qinghe gave it to her, but she didn't even have the courtesy to reject it once. She didn't even ask for Yimo's opinion and just took it, but she knew that for the immortal goddess sacred sect to get back again, her face had to be thick. Yimo looked at the hopeful Dongan and said, "Dongan, you're halfway Dao Essence, you have a spot too." Dongan came up and thanked, "Thank you, Brother Yi, Dongan won't disappoint you." His relations wasn't that close with Yimo, but he was experienced in dealing with people. He didn't abuse Yimo arrogantly and helped Yimo wherever he could. Yet, such little help gave him such huge reward. When he said he wouldn't disappoint Yimo, it meant that he would give Yimo a few Dao fruits if he found good ones. Yimo knew what Dongan meant and didn't reject it. Looking at other people's hopeful looks, Yimo said again, "There are still spots and everyone has a chance to get it. However, I suggest those below Dao actualization to not fight for it. After all, the Dao Fruit Tower isn't safe." "May I ask, Pill Divine Yi, how you're going to distribute the remaining 27 spots?" Someone asked desperately. "There's nearly 3 months before the Dao Fruit Tower opens. During this 3 months, I hope immortal friends Qinghe will take lead and choose 27 people. But there are some things I need to say now. Even the 27 chosen ones won't be getting the spots without conditions. I will discuss the conditions before the Dao Fruit Tower opens." Yimo's words got everyone's approval. Although there were 27 spots, but it wasn't enough for this many people. Luo Qinghe rarely came to the Void Marketplace, but everyone knew him from the god rank. He was trustworthy, so it was best that he managed this. Yimo came to the Immortal Rest Tower. He didn't know if Zhongli Huayin would come find him. If he didn't, then Yimo would go find him. Yimo immediately took out Gongxiang's storage ring. A Dao Essence Divine Emperor's storage ring should be wealthier than his. It didn't disappoint Yimo inside. Yimo found an extreme grade God Spirit range and nearly 1 billion God crystals, as well as a large pile of God Spirit urban materials. As for Gongxiang's magic artifact, it was the most worthless to Yimo. As soon as Yimo organized the things, Xinghong came over. "Pill Divine Yi, I heard you're selling 14 spots to the Dao Fruit Tower?" Xinghong was close to Yimo and immediately asked. "That's right, I was planning to ask Brother Xing for help and yet you came." Yimo smiled. Xinghong immediately said, "Pill Divine Yi, I have an idea. I'll invite over some wealthy merchant associations and sections. Then you can publicly sell these 14 spots. That way, you would gain the most benefit." Yimo knew this was a good idea. Clearly, it would make him wealthy quickly. Of course, there was high risks for this.
That was everyone would know there was a human called Yemo who reaped in huge profits. But Yemo didn't care about this.
How can there be reward with no risk? Okay, I'll leave that to Brother Xing. Yemo agreed without hesitation. Xing Hong hesitated and said, Pill Divine Yi. This is definitely a good method, but then only drawback is that it would put Pill Divine Yi on the spotlight and bring you great risk. Yemo laughed, wanting rewards and being scared isn't my style. Brother Xing, just go do it, leave life and death to me. Xing Hong nodded. With Pill Divine Yi's power, no one in the void marketplace dares to seek your trouble.
If it was before, Yemo definitely wouldn't dare to do this.
If he did that, he would have to wait and die. He wouldn't even be able to leave the void marketplace, but with his current power, he could afford to do it. Xing Hong could remind him this meant that he was a rather good friend. After Yemo exchanged communication beads with Xing Hong, he said, I'm free these few days, whatever pills Brother Xing needs, just send me the materials. Xing Hong didn't act polite this time and took out a storage ring to Yemo. I have a few cauldrons of pills for you, Pill Divine Yi. Feeling that Xing Hong was being genuine, Yemo sent Xing Hong to the door personally this time.
This was a signal.
Yemo was famous in the void marketplace now, and by sending Xing Hong out, it meant that the human race was forming an alliance with the void marketplace merchant tower. Yemo was such a huge potential and powerful Pill Divine. Of course Xing Hong wouldn't reject this, Pill Divine Yi.
As soon as Yemo was planning to go back, he heard an uncertain voice. Yemo turned around and saw an ordinary-looking young man.
He was down nourishment peak stage. His skin was white and eyes a bit sunken. The chi of void in different realms stayed on him.
Clearly, he roamed around a lot. You're looking for me?
This person was also a human. Yes, Pill Divine Yi.
Wan Bei is Zhu Wuheng.
I came a bit late to the void marketplace and didn't get to see Pill Divine Yi's dominant look representing the human race.
I came to visit this time.
Zhu Wuheng's tone was genuine. Yemo smiled. It's not easy for you to reach down nourishment peak stage.
When the Dao Fruit Tower opens, you can go have a look too.
Zhu Wuheng quickly said. Pill Divine Yi, Wan Bei came for the Dao Fruit Tower, but I haven't reached Dao actualization yet.
Qinghai QB said Wan Bei can't go in yet, but Wan Bei believes I'm no weaker than any Dao actualization Divine Emperor.
It's not that I can't reach Dao actualization, but I don't want to yet.
Yemo didn't doubt the first half, but he was shocked at the second half. Even he can't reach Dao actualization whenever he wanted. Follow me. Yemo said and turned into the Immortal Rest Tower. Zhu Wuheng clearly knew that Yemo was going to give the opportunity to him and thus followed Yemo without hesitation. You're saying you can reach Dao actualization whenever you want?
Yemo set up restrictions and asked. Zhu Wuheng said affirmatively yes, but in order to reach the grand state of primordial essence.
I've kept perfecting my Dao instead of breaking through to Dao actualization.
When my Dao Mark God art is perfect, I wouldn't need to do anything and I would reach Dao actualization Divine Emperor.
If other people heard this, they would think Zhu Wuheng is bluffing, but Yemo didn't think that way. What gives you such confidence? Yemo's tone went cold.
Even he didn't dare to say that, because my father is a primordial essence Divine Emperor and the cultivation method he left behind is the top primordial essence Divine Dao cultivation method.
Not only that, I'm a natural Dao body.
I know extremely clear if I can and how I can reach my next cultivation level.
Zhu Wuheng looked at Yemo calmly. Chapter 2174 Cell Spots. Zhu Wuheng's words shocked Yemo. Yemo was surprised but not shocked at the primordial essence Divine Dao cultivation method. However, he was shocked at the Dao body. Such body was born for cultivation.
In the process of cultivation, they knew very clear what their weaknesses were and could accurately predict if they could break through to the next level. When to break through, what was needed, they were also many times greater at learning Dao. They could easily learn any god art or magic. It's not that their cultivation speed was fast, but with that precise control, their cultivation foundation was more solid than anyone. Of course, this was if they had the necessary cultivation resources.
Yemo also knew that the greatest secret of the Dao body was that it could be possessed.
Yet, Zhu Wuheng dared to tell him this the first time they met.
How much confidence and balls did he have? You're quite bold to tell me about the Dao body. Yemo said. Zhu Wuheng bowed. If it wasn't for Qian Bei's charisma, Wan Bei wouldn't dare to say it too.
Qian Bei can represent the human race to go to the Dao Fruit Tower distribution and give 30 spots back to the human race. one could see that Qianbei is an honest and righteous person.
Plus, Qianbei's talent is probably more absurd than mine. Qianbei don't seem to be older than Wanbei, but your cultivation level is far superior.
Yemo knew that his age probably was less than 1% that of Zhu Wuheng's, and Wanbei knows that if I don't enter the Dao Fruit Tower, there's no hope of me reaching the Dao Essence Divine Emperor I want to reach. Most importantly, Wanbei has no time to wait. Zhu Wuheng's tone was very genuine. Your father is a primordial essence divine emperor, I believe he's famous.
What's he called? Yemo already decided to give a spot to Zhu Wuheng.
It would be too unfair to not give such a talented divine emperor a spot. My father is called Zhuya.
Zhu Wuheng answered calmly, Zhuya? Yemo repeated. He had never heard of this name before. Qianbei hasn't heard of my father? Zhu Wuheng looked at Yemo with more shock.
He thought that someone as strong as Yemo would have definitely heard of his father. Yemo smiled. Perhaps I forgot, but I don't have a deep impression.
Do you want to reach Dao Essence Divine Emperor quickly due to your father?
Zhu Wuheng nodded yes. I don't want to ruin my foundation, but I also want to speed up to save my father.
What happened to your father?
Yemo asked. Zhu Wuheng hesitated for a while and said, my father is sealed.
No one else can save him other than me. Yemo didn't keep asking.
Yemo said, Zhu Wuheng, I can give you a spot, but you need to help me do something. That is, if you save your father, then you must go back to the divine Dao realm and protect us for 300 years.
Yemo felt uneasy ever since the distribution gathering.
He didn't know exactly what it was. Zhu Wuheng fell silent for a while and said, Pill Divine Yi, if I save my father, I can assure that my father and I will stay at the divine Dao realm for 100 years and help it.
I can't promise beyond that time.
I know what Pill Divine Yi is worried about, but my father isn't a human race divine emperor from the divine Dao realm.
He even has conflicts with the primordial essence divine emperor from the divine Dao realm.
If it wasn't that the divine Dao realm is broken, I can't even promise 100 years.
Okay. Yemo agreed without hesitation.
Zhu Wuheng was someone like him.
If they promised,
they would never regret. After Zhu Wuheng left, Yemo set up his room restrictions and then took out the storage ring Xinghong gave him.
He wanted to see what god pill Xinghong wanted him to concoct. Cosmic Lotus? Yemo immediately grabbed out a lotus from the storage ring.
It had 9 petals. At the same time, Yemo realized that it was Void Marketplace Merchant Tower at the auction who used Du Yuan I to buy the Cosmic Lotus. Yemo applauded Xinghong's temperament.
Xinghong gave him this clearly to ask him to concoct Cosmic Dao Pill. Thinking about how 50% was his, Yemo was very excited.
He also felt happy with Xinghong's trust, other than the Cosmic Lotus. The other materials were nothing compared to it. In the Void Marketplace, the most luxurious and big exchange palace was the Void Marketplace Merchant Tower's exchange palace. Today, Yemo came here with Xinghong and Xiaohe. This time, the palace is open for exchanges, but unlike before, this was only for Yemo. Xinghong was from the Void Marketplace Merchant Tower, however, he didn't represent them. Instead, he stood next to Yemo. Everyone here knew that Yemo was going to sell 14 spots into the Dao Fruit Tower. Although there was just 14 and Xinghong didn't advertise, quite a lot of people got the news.
This time, 60 people came. Each one represented a powerful sect or a powerful faction. When everyone sat down, Xinghong signaled Yemo to get up and speak. Yemo got up and saluted with his fists. Thank you, immortal friends, for coming here to deal with me. I've already given out one of the 14 spots, so I only have 13 spots left on me. There's no limitations. As long as you can take out something that I like, be it God crystals, God spirit herb, or God spirit items. Everyone knows I'm a pill divine, so don't take out God pills. God crystals and God spirit ranges were necessities, but at the divine emperor level, they were the least valuable to them. The most valuable were God pill and Dao fruits. Okay, Pill Divine Yi is straightforward. I like it. I'll use 1 billion God crystals to buy a Dao Fruit Tower spot. A coarse-looking Dao Essence Divine Emperor got up and said. Yemo sneered. In terms of business, he wasn't as good as Su Jingwen and Su Yuehua, but he was no weaker than the Divine Emperors here. If it was an ordinary Dao fruit, 1 billion God crystals was worth it. But if you were lucky, you could get maybe even 10 Dao fruits with a Dao Fruit Tower spot, Yemo had already asked. Each level of the tower only has one Dao fruit tree, but this tree is enormous. It's almost like a realm. If two divine emperors picked Dao fruits on the two sides of the tree, their spirit sense wouldn't even be able to see each other. Of course, how many Dao fruit you could pick depended on your cultivation level. Under any Dao fruit tree, the pressure doubles each time you pick a Dao fruit. That's why there are many divine emperors who die in the Dao fruit too. The danger didn't just come from the hunt of other divine emperors. Yimo also knew from Xinghong that the Dao fruit tower has this great Dao wave. It's very helpful for Dao actualization divine emperors breaking through. Many Dao actualization divine emperor peak stages who leave the tower break through to Dao essence divine emperor immediately. Everyone looked at Yimo hoping he would agree. If he did, there would be a reference price point. Yimo smiled. This is how I feel about selling the spots. In order to speed things up and keep things secret, I'll use jade cards for bids. I have tens of jade cards here. I'll give everyone one and you write down the number of spots and your price on it. After comparison each round, I will choose a jade card to complete the deal. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. This was a cruel move. This was making everyone compete against each other and unable to see each other's price. Only Yimo would know the bids, so in order to win, people would have to make their greatest offer. Seeing this, Xinghong breathed easy. He was scared that Yimo would accept the 1 billion God crystals offer. With this, everyone gave up trying to get a small advantage. They could only mark down their greatest offer on the jade card. Chapter 2175 Escaped Poverty. The first round of bids soon came in. Most bids just wanted one spot and the value was about 1 billion God crystals and some other things. Yimo didn't want these things at all, so he wouldn't agree. Yimo saw that one jade card wanted 5 spots and the bid was 1 extreme grade God spirit range and 1 top grade God spirit range as well as 10 billion God crystals. Yimo immediately knew this price was fine. Yimo returned all the jade cards back and said the first round has concluded. Immortal Friends 37 has bought 5 spots. As soon as Yimo said this, Yimo sent 5 spot jade cards to a short-haired man. These are jade cards made by me. When the Dao fruit tower opens, anyone can take these and go to the human race. The short-haired man quickly gave Yimo a storage ring and left the palace rapidly. Yimo said that anyone could use the jade cards, meaning that he only recognized jade cards, not the people who bought it. With 5 spots gone in the first round, no one dared to bid 1 billion God crystals at the second round. They bid much higher prices. The second round, Yimo sold 2 spots. The less spots there were, the higher the bid Yimo got. When all 13 spots were gone, Yimo got 30 billion God crystals. 2 extreme grade God spirit range in total and 3 more top grade God spirit range as well as some God spirit herb and high level forgery materials. Finally, Yimo felt he was a little wealthier. At least, he wouldn't be so shocked to see just 10 billion God crystals. Yimo was planning to sell some of his pills after selling these spots, but since the spots alone earned him so much, he gave up on the idea. He could sell these things anywhere. Congratulations, Pill Divine Yi. Xinghong walked up to Yimo and said. He didn't know how much Yimo earned, but he knew it wasn't little. I'm finally not poor anymore. Yimo felt great. Xinghong didn't ask about Yimo's pill concoction and just said, I'm going back to the merchant tower. If you need me, Pill Divine Yi, just call the attendants at the Immortal Rest Tower. Yimo gave the storage ring Xinghong gave him before back to him the pills are made. See if they're okay, brother Xing? Xinghong had long wanted to ask Yimo about the pills, but he was too embarrassed to. Now that Yimo said they were ready, he almost called out. He grabbed the storage ring and took out a few jade bottles from inside. 6 God Cloud Pill, extreme grade. 6 North Soul Pills, extreme grade. When Xinghong saw it was all extreme grade pills, his hands were shaky. He had never seen God pills of this quality. This wasn't ordinary God pill, these were God pill for Dao Essence Divine Emperor, 6 extreme grade Cosmic Doa pill. When Xinghong saw these, he finally couldn't hold in his excitement. PM Divine Yi, you really successfully made the Cosmic Dao pill? They're extreme grade too. How did you do it? Yimo looked at Xinghong and asked, Brother Xing, did you not give me the Cosmic Lotus for me to concoct the Cosmic Dao pill? Of course, but I wasn't very confident and there were no better pill divines than you in the Void Marketplace. I promised to the Void Marketplace Merchant Tower that you could definitely do it and they barely let me have the Cosmic Lotus. Ha, I didn't expect you really succeeded and they're extreme grade too. I want to see who dares to say anything now.
Xing Hong laughed. Yemo coughed. Brother Xing, you've come and gone in a hurry recently.
Is it due to the cosmic lotus?
Xing Hong said awkwardly. That's right, I had to go explain it carefully each time I went back.
Now, I finally don't need to.
I'm going back to slap their faces, ha. At the same time, Xing Hong realized that GMO definitely concocted more than 6 pills. Otherwise, if he only concocted 6 pills, there was no way they would all be extreme grade. GMO quite possibly concocted 12 cosmic Dao pills. Thinking about this, Xing Hong dazed.
What pill concoction skill level was this? This was definitely not Dao Actualization Pill Divine, but definitely Dao Essence Pill Divine.
GMO was a peak Dao Essence Pill Divine. Pill Divine your Dao Essence Pill Divine. Thinking about this, Xing Hong asked in extreme shock. GMO knew that his true pill concoction skills would be exposed when he gave the pills to Xing Hong, but he didn't care. Even if a halfway primordial essence tried to kill him, he could easily get away. Plus, a powerful primordial essence pill divine was someone that halfway primordial essence wanted to suck up to. Who would be dumb enough to kill him? That's right. I'm a primordial essence pill divine, a decent one. Yemo said. Xing Hong took in a cold breath, and before he could say anything, Xiaoyi said in surprise, enjoy pill divine Yi, you're actually a Dao essence pill divine. The better Yemo was at pill concoction, the better it was for him. Xiaoyi had been following him for this long, but Yemo still couldn't go with him to Guangyuan Palace yet.
Yemo could only say apologetically, immortal friends Xiao.
I'm indeed a Dao essence pill divine, but I'm still quite busy, so I can't go with you yet.
That's fine, that's fine.
Xiaoyi was desperate, but he said without hesitation, don't worry pill divine Yi, I have time to wait. Xiaoyi was very desperate, but he didn't dare to leave the void marketplace and ask the palace lord to come. He was scared that as soon as he left, Yemo would leave for another few hundred years. Yemo could see Xiaoyi's desperation and could tell that he was genuinely inviting him to Guangyuan Palace. But no matter how much he pitied that young mistress, he wasn't going to the Guangyuan Palace before he reached Dao Essence Divine Emperor. Saving people was important, but so was his life.
He didn't dare to be Carol's Fasinga. Primordial Essence Divine Emperor.
If he didn't have the Chaos World nor the Chaos Tree, he didn't mind, but he had too many good things. Even Primordial Essence Divine Emperor would be jealous of every single one of them. Brother Yi, I'll be going back to the Void Marketplace Merchant Tower immediately.
If there's anything you need, just let me know, I can definitely do it for you. Xing Hong even changed Yemo's title.
Clearly a peak Dao Essence Pill Divine had the same value as a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Yemo knew the Void Marketplace Merchant Tower was wealthy, so he didn't act too polite. I need large amounts of God Spirit Herb and immortal materials.
The more the better. Okay, don't worry Brother Yi. I promise to get these things done for you.
Xing Hong said. After Xing Hong left, Yemo said to Xiaoyi, let's go visit the Abyssal Race Dao Essence Divine Emperors. Chapter 2176 Abyssal Race's Ambush. Abyssal Race was one of the few powerful races. The hotel they stayed at was the most luxurious in the Void Marketplace. Yemo and Xiaoyi just came to the door of their hotel and Zhengli Huiyin came out to greet Yemo. Immortal friends, Zhengli seems very busy.
I don't know if I've disturbed you, Yemo said while saluting with his fists. Yemo was quite annoyed at this guy. He let this guy live.
This guy should have come to visit him, but he had to come over instead. Zhengli Huiyin knew that Yemo was scorning him for not going over, but he wasn't angry at all. He forced a sliver of smile and said, I was planning to vice Pill Divine Yi, but suddenly a few friends came, so it took a few days. I hope Pill Divine Yi won't mind. Pill Divine Yi and immortal friends Chow, please come with me. Since Pill Divine Yi is here, then please drink a cup of tea.
An ethereal voice sounded. Yemo immediately knew who this voice belonged to.
It was that Abyssal Race Dao Essence Divine Emperor he took notice of. He was the leader for the Abyssal Race this time. When Yemo walked in the place, he noticed that there really was another guest. She was a woman. The first time Yemo saw this woman, he just felt she looked clean, but after Yemo's eyes stayed on her for a few seconds, he found that she emitted this seduction all over her body, such familiar feeling.
Yemo immediately thought of someone.
When he first came to the immortal realm, he met a woman called Zhang Jin.
She's a member of the MOU Immortal sect now.
Yemo saw certain that they were both natural seductive body, however, her cultivation level was countless times higher than Jiang Jin. Her cultivation method was suited to her body. I've long heard of your name, it's an honor to see you here today, Pill Divine Yi.
This woman smiled at Yemo.
As for Xiao He, she just completely ignored him. Xiao He sat next to Yemo and didn't care if he was ignored. That bleak Qi Dao Essence Divine Emperor introduced Pill Divine Yi. This is a Phoenix Dao Essence Master Tang Qi.
She wanted to come here and see you after hearing you were coming.
I'm Xiao Zhe. I'm also very grateful that Pill Divine Yi could show mercy.
If there wasn't too many things to do, I would have long visited Pill Divine Yi.
Just when Yemo was thinking if this Tang Qi was related to Tang Xiaoyu, Tang Qi said, "Immortal friends Chao, don't mind me, I'll just drink some tea here." The two seemed to be close and Xiao Zhe just nodded to Tang Qi before turning to Yemo and saluted with his fists. Pill Divine Yi probably wants to ask about the Abyssal Realm, right?
Yemo didn't have a good impression of this Xiao Zhe and didn't want to waste time.
Yes, I want to ask Immortal friends Chao if it's very hard for me to go to the Abyssal Realm?
Xiao Zhe clearly heard about this from Zhengli Huayin and said that's right.
Out of all the races and realms, the Abyssal Realm is the hardest to enter. Not only do you need an abyssal body to enter the Abyssal Realm, but also if you're not an abyssal race and you forcefully enter, your cultivation level will be suppressed to the lowest.
Of course, if Pill Divine Yi wants to enter our Abyssal Realm, we're more than happy.
Then, Xiao Zhe even took out a dark jade tablet and dark jade slip to Yemo. Pill Divine Yi just need to wear this jade card to enter the Abyssal Realm. This jade slip is a map of the Abyssal Realm including all the entrances.
It's yours, Pill Divine Yi.
He knew that if Yemo was set on entering this place, even if he described it as hell, it wouldn't stop Yemo. Yemo didn't expect Xiao Zhe would be this easy to talk to. Yemo didn't know why this was so, but he didn't want to connect with Xiao Zhe.
Yemo got up to leave.
He let Zhengli Huayin live. This wasn't something that 5 spots could make up for. Even if Zhengli Huayin didn't give the 5 spots, he could kill Zhengli Huayin and keep challenging the abyssal race. Thus, Yemo didn't feel he owed Xiao Zhe anything for the map and jade slip. Pill Divine Yi, I feel there's something wrong with that Xiao Zhe.
You can't trust his jade slip.
After walking out, Xiao He said worriedly. Yemo smiled. I know this, don't worry. No need to follow me for now, I'm going to the Immortal Rest Tower for solitary cultivation for a while. When the Dao Fruit Tower opens, just wait for me there. Knowing this, Xiao He didn't insist on following Yemo. After returning to his room, Yemo set up layers of restriction before entering the Golden Page world. Inside, Yemo immediately took out that dark jade card.
Yemo's spirit sense scanned in.
His spirit sense has reached 5th transformation peak. His spirit sense broke restriction after restriction inside the jade card. In just 15 minutes, Yemo's spirit sense left this jade card.
He didn't break it.
He knew that there was something done to this jade card. As soon as he used it to enter the Abyssal Realm, he would be tracked. Xiao Zhe was already scheming against him. This jade card was made for him.
Yemo sneered.
Xiao Zhe and that Zhengli Huayin already wanted to kill him.
These days, you really couldn't be too kind.
He sealed the jade card and then picked up the map jade slip. It didn't seem newly made, but Yemo easily found another spirit sense mark. Yemo took out a new jade slip and copied the map onto it before sealing this jade slip too in the Golden Page world. Yemo was never going to go easy on those who wanted to kill him. Yemo left the Golden Page world. A few days later, Xinghong came over to give Yemo a storage ring. It was filled with all sorts of materials and god spirit herbs. They weren't very expensive, but they were ample in amount. From Xinghong, Yemo heard about the Kamsik Dao pill.
It's been brought to a heaven price in the void marketplace.
They were extreme grade Dao fruit god pills. The first one was sold for nearly double the price of the cosmic lotus. This is where the value of a pill divine showed.
12 pills came out of one cauldron.
The value of the materials flipped more than tens of times. But not all pill divines had this success rate and quality. There was still 2 months before the Dao Fruit Tower opened, so Yemo stayed at his place concocting pills and forging materials. 2 months passed quickly.
Yemo was planning to leave and ask Luo Qinghe about the selection.
He also wanted to ask Luo Qinghe if he had been to Luoyu continent. Before Yemo left his Immortal Rest Tower, Gu Being rushed to Yemo's place. Seeing her worried and anxious look, Yemo knew something probably happened. Chapter 2177 Blood spilling on the God Rank Square. What happened?
Yemo asked. He was thinking if something happened with Luo Qinghe's selection. Did someone not agree to his selection? Brother Yi, our people are fighting with the Aquarius race at the God Rank Square. We've lost more than 10 divine emperors and even Marshal Brother Qinghe is heavily injured. If it wasn't, before she finished, Yemo already disappeared from the room. Gu Beiying knew Yemo went over and quickly followed, when Yemo saw the scene at the God Rank Square. He was furious. More than 1,000 people were fighting at the square, but it was pretty much all human divine emperors who died. There was 60 people who died now. It was all Aquarius race who fought the human race. They had the definite upper hand. The battle was extremely intense. The reason the Aquarius race could win was because they had 6 Tao Essence Divine Emperors. Human race only had 2 Tao Essence Divine Emperor. 2 of the 6 Aquarius Tao Essences were stopped by 2 human Tao Essence. 1 more was stopped by a red-robed human female. She was only Tao Actualization peak stage. Other than this, the other 3 Aquarius Tao Essences were slaughtering human divine emperors below Tao Actualization. There were tens of thousands of people watching the battle and they were all watching but no one intervened. Yemo didn't call them to stop. He charged onto the battlefield with Zisu. Amidst all the battle rays, one purple color instantly swept across the entire battlefield. Whether it was Aquarius Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor or Tao Actualization Divine Emperor, no one could live for a second under Yemo's purple ray. The 3 Tao Essences saw Yemo slay Aquarius Divine Emperors like chickens and immediately charged at Yemo crazily. Yemo was completely furious now. His powerful realm domain and spirit sense domain extended out and instantly swept in these 3 Tao Essences. The next moment, Crevice God Art and Falling Mark Sword Rune sprayed out non-stop, forming purple ripples in his domain. Almost all the Aquarius Divine Emperors who were sliced were killed. The 2 Tao Essences just released a magic artifact to stop Yemo's Crevice God Art and they felt 2 twisted runes appear in their sea of consciousness. Yemo used Spirit Sense Great Primordial God Rune to attack their sea of. Before they could call out the words Great Primordial God Rune, Falling Mark Sword Rune swept over and the 2 Tao Essences instantly died. The 3rd Tao Essence worriedly stopped but Yemo didn't give him any chance. Yemo threw out an Ice Space God Art and another Falling Mark Sword Rune. It had only been a few seconds since coming to the square but Yemo killed more than 10 First Step Divine Emperors and 3 Tao Essence Divine Emperors. At this moment, the 2 sides finally saw Yemo come. The suppressed human side immediately became excited. The remaining 3 Aquarius Tao Essence Divine Emperors were very worried. The Tao Essence fighting the red-robed woman quickly said, "Pill Divine Yi, stop, there's a misunderstanding." The red-robed woman who was almost about to be killed quickly ate a god pill to recover and looked at Yemo in shock. She just came to God Rank Square. She really didn't understand how this Pill Divine Yi was this powerful. Misunderstanding? Yemo didn't seem to hear it. Zisu didn't stop but more and more purple sword ripples appeared in the square. Aquarius Divine Emperors were slaughtered non-stop. Instantly, 10 more Divine Emperors died. Not only so, he extended out his powerful realm domain and threw out countless lightning swords. Ever since he reached Divine Emperor, Yemo rarely used this massive area attack lightning swords but today he was completely furious. Aquarius Tao Essence Divine Emperors slaughtered human Divine Emperors relentlessly. If he didn't do the same back, he wouldn't be Yemo. Yemo was Tao Actualization peak stage and his God Essence and Spirit Sense were more powerful than Tao Essence Divine Emperor. When these lightning swords fell, the number of Aquarius race Divine Emperors dying multiplied. Those Aquarius Tao Molding Divine Emperor couldn't even take one. Even Tao Nourishment and Tao Actualization Divine Emperor died with just a few hits. Those people watching just realized that Pill Divine Yi was also a Lightning Element Divine Emperor. Misunderstanding? He didn't believe that bullshit. If it was a misunderstanding, why didn't the Aquarius Tao Essence Divine Emperors stop earlier? They were clearly killing human Divine Emperors non-stop. Seeing Yemo didn't intend to stop at all, this Tao Essence smashed out a vibrant color and signaled the 2 other Tao Essences to attack Yemo. When their opponents left, the 2 human Tao Essences immediately joined the slaughter of Aquarius Divine Emperors. There was no way things would resolve now. Everyone's eyes were red from slaughter. Seeing the Tao Essence shoot out the vibrant color, Yemo knew it was asking for help but he didn't stop it. Before this Tao Essence seeking help came up to Yemo, Yemo went up to him. He collected his Falling Mark Sword Rune and Realm Domain to only suppress him. This Tao Essence Divine Emperor was clearly no less angry than Yemo.
The same time EMO charged at him, water chi emitted around him and spread out, forming a water chi realm domain. The two realm domains clashed together and the two nearby Tao Nourishment Divine Emperors were smashed away. Powerful water chi domain actually stopped the Twisted Sword rune. Although this was because the Falling Mark Sword rune had already weakened, EMO was still a bit shocked. However, EMO's killing intent was intense. When the Falling Mark Sword rune fell, he smashed out 5 lightning spear destruction. One spear towards the Tao essence he was fighting and 4 to the other 2 Tao essences. There was a shocking God essence explosion that spread across the God rank square. The Tao essence fighting EMO stopped a lightning spear and released his heaven smashing hammer at EMO. EMO went in instead. This time, he didn't use any magic artifact and just punched. The Aquarius Tao essence rejoiced seeing that EMO was using his fists to clash with his magic artifact. The hammer sped up and instantly clashed with EMO's fist. The fist became huge with the surrounding of God essence. The clash created space ripples, another explosion sounded, but the hammer was actually stopped by EMO's fists. EMO's fist force was unstoppable. This Aquarius Tao essence's face went into extreme shock. He didn't expect EMO's punch would smash away his God artifact. At the same time, a water domain rose up again before EMO's fist. This was his final defense God art. Ordinary God artifacts wouldn't be able to break it open quickly. This was his life-saving God art, Rumble. EMO's fist force smashed onto the water domain and the water domain instantly exploded. Each drop of water splashed out like a boundless huge mountain. Before the Tao essence could understand how EMO broke his God art, the void fist force struck on his body, smashing half of his body away. Divine body. The Tao essence called out in extreme shock. He retreated like crazy. Although the water domain God art was broken, but he still survived. He finally realized why EMO's fist was this powerful. This Pill Divine Yi was a body refinement cultivator of the extreme peak. He reached the legendary divine body level. Chapter 2178 Void Marketplace Intervention. EMO's punch didn't take this Tao essence's life, but EMO didn't chase. Zisu smashed out again and 2 Falling Mark Sword runes rolled back. The 2 Aquarius Tao essences just broke free from EMO's 4 lightning spear and had to face EMO's Falling Mark Sword rune again. Luckily, even though EMO was only strong, he could only heavily bind 1 Tao essence. Blood light flashed again and essence spirit crumbled. This bound Tao essence Divine Emperor instantly died. The other Tao essence Divine Emperor barely stopped EMO's Falling Mark Sword rune and protected his sea of consciousness. He retreated rapidly but didn't dare to come up. EMO didn't chase as well. Zisu flashed with purple rays again. In a short while, a few more Divine Emperors below Tao actualization were killed. The battle on the God rank square had become one-sided. Pill Divine Yi, please stop. A powerful spirit sense scanned over. Feeling this, EMO knew it was half primordial essence Kong Han Divine Emperor. He was half primordial essence and rather polite. EMO had killed more than 100 Aquarius Divine Emperors now and got some revenge, so he gave face to Kong Han Divine Emperor and stopped the slaughter. Although he stopped attacking, EMO didn't take a break. He started collecting all the storage rings of the dead Divine Emperors. Seeing EMO stop, the human Divine Emperors stopped too and held those Divine Emperors with essence spirit left repair their body. Kong Han finally breathed easy seeing EMO stop the slaughter. Before he could speak, 5 more Aquarius Tao essences with more Divine Emperors. When they saw the terrifying scene at the square, their eyes were bursting out. Those Tao essence Divine Emperors didn't even think. Killing intent bursted all over their body. Even those outside the square could feel it. They released magic artifact and charged at EMO. They were going to get revenge. As for the dead human Divine Emperors, how could they even compare with the Aquarius race? Stop, I'm already investigating the cause. Kong Han Divine Emperor said with annoyance when he saw the Aquarius Divine Emperors were still going to attack. When he said stop, the Tao Essence Divine Emperor who lost half his body still had some reason and he was recovering his body. He quickly went up to the Tao Essence Divine Emperors and said don't fight now. He knew EMO's terror very clearly. He had a primordial spirit artifact that could kill Divine Emperors like chickens and he was a Divine body refinement cultivator. Even if all these 5 Tao Essence Divine Emperors charged up together, they had very low chances of winning. Plus, the human race had 2 Tao Essence Divine Emperors and a red-robed woman on par with Tao Essence. Hearing this, the 5 Aquarius race Divine Emperors calmed down a bit. They ordered the Aquarius race to collect the divine emperors who were killed on the square, but GMO already took their storage rings. The people watching knew that the conflict had stopped for now, but this human race pill divine Yi was too terrifying. He killed more than 100 divine emperors in less than 15 minutes. It was because of him that the human disadvantage turned to a dominating sweep. Avoid Marketplace Tao Essence Divine Emperor had investigated things clear already and quickly came up Kong Han Divine Emperor Master. During the battle just then, human race lost 65 divine emperors and the Aquarius race lost 143 divine emperors. 4 of them are Tao Essence Divine Emperors.
Kong Han heard this and frowned. He glanced at the scene and said, although Void Marketplace don't forbid fighting, but such large-scale fights are definitely forbidden. Tian Rui Divine Emperor and I will be waiting at the Void Marketplace Guest Palace. I hope the human and Aquarius race representatives can sit with us and sort this thing out. Since this happened, it must be dealt with fairly and swiftly. Kong Han Divine Emperor's tone went cold and he even glanced at GMO with cold eyes. When he came, he saw how terrifyingly GMO slaughtered. GMO didn't care at all. He could tell that Kong Han's tone and expression seemed very furious, but he was actually very calm. He just wanted to go through the process for the sake of it. Luo Qinghe with heavy injuries and Wang Nanshuang came over. There was that red-robed Dao actualization woman behind them. GMO had a deep impression of her as she stopped an Aquarius race Tao Essence Divine Emperor all alone. GMO fought that Aquarius race Tao Essence Divine Emperor. He definitely wasn't simple. He wanted to kill him by attacking with full power, but he only destroyed half his body. Such injuries to Tao Essence Divine Emperors were nothing. Seeing Wang Nanshuang with red eyes, GMO immediately knew that someone from the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect was probably killed. Qinghe, what happened? Control your injuries and tell me. GMO took out a pill and gave it to Luo Qinghe. GMO also took out a few bottles of pills to Wang Nanshuang and said, Martial Sister Nanshuang, go help the injured people first. Pill Divine Yi, this started because of me. The red-robed woman bowed to GMO and said nervously. She had been very prideful. She didn't even take the halfway primordial essences of other races seriously, much less ordinary human divine emperors. She didn't know Yemo's identity very well yet, but from how Yemo came so dominantly and instantly turned the tides for the human race, she respected Yemo a lot. After Luo Qinghe used Yemo's pills, his injuries recovered rapidly. He quickly said, Martial Sister Qin Xuanji is the other human divine emperor on the god rank. She's much higher than me, she's ranked 46th, god rank 46th? Yemo studied Qin Xuanji in surprise. She didn't look old and was Dao Actualization peak stage. Even though Dao Actualization was the peak of the first step of Dao Vindication, it was still the first step. Dao Essence Divine Emperor was the second step. The difference was heavens apart. Even if she was ranked 46th, it was hard to stop that Dao Essence Divine Emperor for a while. Not everyone had his cultivation method and fortunes. Qin Xuanji knew Yemo's confusion and said, I've been adventuring in the cosmos and had some fortune. My cultivation level is higher than before, so I'm guessing now that I can be ranked in God rank top 10. Hearing this, Yemo nodded. God rank top 10. They can't defeat Dao Essence Divine Emperor, but they would be able to stop the Aquarius race Dao Essence Divine Emperor for a while. Top 10? Luo Qinghe took in a cold breath. He knew better than Yemo what top 10 God rank meant. Every one of them were a shocking existence. Let's not talk about this yet, tell me what happened. Yemo was going to reason at the Void Marketplace Guest Palace. He needed to know the exact situation. He knew that the human race Divine Emperor wouldn't be stupid enough to offend the Aquarius race, but he still didn't know how they started fighting. Qin Xuanji immediately said, Martial Brother Yi, after I came to the Void Marketplace a year ago to find out about the Dao Fruit Tower news, I left. I didn't know about Martial Brother Yi representing human race in Dao Fruit Tower spot distribution. As soon as I came back, I was challenged by an Aquarius race Divine Emperor on the God rank. He was higher ranked than me, but I was stronger than him. He wanted to kill me non-stop, so I didn't hold back and killed him. Luo Qinghe said Aquarius race Dao Actualization Divine Emperor challenged Martial Sister Xuanji probably because they were unhappy with the human race. I think it might be related to the demon race. Yemo felt this conflict was very strange. Even if there was a conflict, it should be between the human and demon race. Chapter 2179 Resolution, Yemo realized.
At the spot distribution gathering, there was an Aquarius Tao Essence Divine Emperor who wanted to challenge him, but because of his threats, they backed out for some reason. Now that an Aquarius God rank Divine Emperor wanted to challenge Qin Xuanji, it was clearly to give him a warning. Being killed on the God rank challenge stage was something that no one could get revenge. The reason that Gong Xiang dared to attack Luo Qinghe was Bo's human race was too weak and they had no leader. Now that human race had a leader Emo, they needed a proper reason. Then, did the Aquarius race Tao Essence Divine Emperor attack? Emo asked. Qin Xuanji said they didn't attack directly, but a Tao Essence Divine Emperor was extremely furious. He said that I shamelessly ambushed during the battle and threatened me that the Aquarius race wouldn't let this go. I knew the Aquarius race was powerful and resisted the urge to argue with him. Another human race Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor on the side said that the Aquarius race started the challenge and lost. Then, their Tao Essence Divine Emperor comes out. They're really shameless. Luo Qinghe saw Emo looked at him and he added that Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor is Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect Yuehe Divine Emperor. She said that, and the Aquarius race Tao Essence Divine Emperor was furious and just killed her. Qin Xuanji said dejectedly, seeing someone speak for me and get killed, I immediately attacked the Tao Essence Divine Emperor. However, this was all calculated. That Tao Essence Divine Emperor seemingly killed Yuehe Divine Emperor in anger, but he was waiting for me to attack. In fact, even if Martial's sister Xuanji didn't attack, Martial's sister Nanchuan charged up already. Luo Qinghe sighed, then Emo thought and asked, did more and more people from both sides join the battle, eventually getting to that situation? Yes. The two nodded. Seeing Wang Nanchuan come over here, Emo immediately said, Qinghe, Xuanji, and Nanchuan, come with me to the Void Marketplace guest hall. Pill Divine Yi, I'll go with you too. It was a human Tao Essence Divine Emperor speaking. At the battle, one was him and the other was the Great Sun God Mountain Tao Essence Divine Emperor. The Great Sun God Mountain Tao Essence Divine Emperor seemed to know Emo detested him and didn't come over. Luo Qinghe said, Martial Brother Yi, this is Su Feng Qianbei, who has always been staying in the Void Marketplace. We've all been taken care by him many times. Okay, then you four come with me. Emo then called Dong'an and Sen Yushui over for them to gather the humans at the square to distribute the spots after he was done. Because of this, more and more human races cultivators came to the square. Pill Divine Yi, I'm late, count me in. Xiao He landed in here with a dashing light. He was very annoyed that he didn't go to the battle. If he could help the human race kill a bunch of Aquarius race Divine Emperors, Emo would be very grateful to him. He didn't think about the terrifying consequences of doing this. Emo didn't want to bring Xiao He originally, but seeing him come, Emo changed his mind. The Void Marketplace guest hall was the most important place for meeting guests in the Void Marketplace. Usually, when the powerful beings of different races came, the guest hall would be open to greet them. Now, it became the grounds to resolve conflicts. Everyone knew the conflict couldn't be resolved like this, but since they were all at the Void Marketplace, those mass battles wouldn't be allowed. The God rank square was filled with formation and restrictions, and that's why the place was still intact. If it was somewhere else, maybe the entire Void Marketplace would be destroyed. When Emo and them came, there were already more than 10 Divine Emperors sitting in the hall. Other than Konghan Divine Emperor and 5 Aquarius race Tao Essence Divine Emperors, there were 6 people from other races. Emo saw that the Aquarius race Tao Essence who lost half his body had recovered his body. His chi was still unstable, but he was clearly recovering. Emo thought to himself, it seemed the Aquarius race had quite a lot of good things. After Emo and them sat down, Konghan Divine Emperor said, such thing happening in the Void Marketplace affects us greatly. I invited 6 immortal friends who watched to come over. I hope people can talk things out and not let such thing happen again. Luo Qinghe saw Emo glance at him, so he immediately got up and saluted with his fists. Konghan Divine Emperor Master. Immortal friends, although everyone knows the cause of this incident, I'll still say it again. Luo Qinghe just told the truth and sat back down. No one objected to Luo Qinghe's words, not even the Aquarius race Tao Essence Divine Emperors. There were this many people who saw what happened. Even if nobody saw it, there was still the huge surveillance formation. Despite this, Konghan Divine Emperor still asked, does the Aquarius race have any objections to this? The Tao Essence who lost half his body got up and said, that's what happened indeed, but when Pill Divine Yi came I already called stop. However, Pill Divine Yi still killed like crazy. I hope Pill Divine Yi can make an explanation to this. The Aquarius race has been around for hundreds of millions of years. If we don't get a resolution to this, we won't let this go. Clearly the Aquarius race had no reason, and just because they were strong, they dared to say such things. Kong Han Divine Emperor sneered. He wasn't going to care about the conflict between human and Aquarius race. At the same time, he was unhappy with EMO.
Before EMO appeared, the human race divine emperors were very timid.
Even if they were abused, no one would dare to have massive race fights like this. The reason the human race dared to do this time was definitely due to EMO. Kong Han Divine Emperor still looked at EMO and said, "Pil Divine Yi, you represent the human race. Do you have any words to what immortal friends Yaopu said?" EMO answered plainly, "Oh, I really didn't notice Yaopu saying stop.
But I'm very curious."
Yaopu was on the battlefield himself. If he's telling me to stop, then why is he fighting with a human race Tao actualization divine emperor? Is he not strong enough that he got suppressed by my human race Tao actualization divine emperor, or is he just asking the human race to stop, not the Aquarius race? If that's the case, I understand. So he's asking the human race to raise our hands and get slaughtered by the Aquarius race.
If that happens again and I hear it, I will do as Yaopu said.
I will ask my fellow humans to stand still and let the Aquarius race kill them all. Xin Xuanji almost laughed at this. Yaopu's face was extremely bleak and he didn't talk about TEMO. Kong Han acted as though he didn't hear the sarcasm in Emo's words and nodded, since both sides became like this due to a misunderstanding. Then make a decision. Yaopu got up and said again, "The Aquarius race is a big race and we don't want to cause bloodshed all over a realm. If Pil Divine Yi destroys his own power, then this thing will end." The leader of the human race now was EMO. If he lost his power, then the human race would be abused however they liked.
Yemo's predicament would also become extremely pitiful.
Yaopu's words meant that he wanted to kill all the humans in the void marketplace.
Kong Han Divine Emperor then asked, "What does Pil Divine Yi think of immortal friends Yaopu's request?" Yemo got up slowly. "Yaopu's request is very reasonable. Maybe one day when I'm in a bad mood, I'll remember this." Kong Han Divine Emperor nodded again too and continued to ask, "What requests does Pil Divine Yi have?" Yemo smiled. "I'm very easy to talk to. I don't dare to make requests now. When I'm in a bad mood and I think about this, I will go to the Aquarius race and stomp my foot a few times." Kong Han Divine Emperor then looked at Yaopu and asked, "What does Yaopu Divine Emperor think of Pil Divine Yi's request?" "Very well." Yaopu forced down his anger and said. This was his first time seeing such a cocky human Tao actualization. Hearing this, Kong Han Divine Emperor got up and smiled. "Very well, everyone is very calm on this matter and agreed to each other's requests. This is a perfect resolution. I hope both sides won't cause trouble again in the void marketplace. At the same time, both sides need to pay 1 billion God crystals for compensation of damages." Chapter 2180 The conditions for repairing the broken realm. Yemo walked out of the guest palace speechless. This Kong Han Divine Emperor really knew how to do nothing. But it was natural. As long as the human and Aquarius race didn't keep fighting in the void marketplace, he didn't care if the two sides could resolve the conflict. "Yemo, you better hope the Divine Tao realm can protect you. Otherwise, even if you run back to the Divine Tao realm, the Aquarius race will go over. Don't make that broken realm even more broken." Yaopu was waiting for Yemo at the doors with a few other Tao Essence Divine Emperors. This time before Yemo said, "Xiao," he said in contempt, "Very well, I welcome you to go. If one goes I'll kill one, if two goes I'll kill two." Hearing this, Yaopu frowned. What does this have to do with the Guang Yuan Palace? "Xiao He, do you know the consequences of saying this? Is the Guang Yuan Palace going against the Aquarius race?" Xiao He said in contempt. "Go against the Aquarius race? You can represent the Aquarius race? Keep dreaming. I can represent the Palace Lord and kill you, but do you dare to start war with the Guang Yuan Palace representing the Aquarius race?" Yaopu's face was green and he turned to leave. Yemo said slowly, "Aquarius race coming to the Divine Tao realm? You must not disappoint me then. If too little go, then don't blame me for going to the Aquarius race for a spin." Yemo didn't care much about the threat of the Aquarius race. He heard that they only had one primordial essence Divine Emperor and one who hadn't been out for countless ages. Even if Zhu Wuhuang's father can't go back to the Divine Tao realm,
then he would ask Guang Yuan Palace Lord to stop the Aquarius Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. As for those below Primordial Essence, EMO really wasn't scared. If he reached Tao Essence, then he didn't fear no matter how many Aquarius race came attacking Divine Tao Realm. Yaopu was very annoyed. He knew humans had no primordial essence, but Guang Yuan Palace Lord was a primordial essence. He was famous amongst primordial essence. If he infuriated Guang Yuan Palace, his threats would be useless. Even the Aquarius race had to consider things if Guang Yuan Palace Lord became involved. The reason Aquarius race could become a huge race was because they had a sea-setting God Needle and Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. If something happened to their Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, the Aquarius race was nothing, EMO, and then went back to the God rank square. There were nearly 10,000 humans waiting for them. When they saw EMO come over, they immediately stopped discussions. In the Void Marketplace, EMO was the core of the human race. Their confidence to stay in the Void Marketplace, EMO set up a few restrictions and formations enclosing this area before saying in the battle just then, our human race lost tens of divine emperors but were united in the Void Marketplace and didn't lose face. In this battle, we've gotten more than 100 storage rings and some small worlds. There are many cultivation resources inside. I'll let Qinghe Divine Emperor distribute these to you later as compensation. Pil Divine Yi, you killed most of the Aquarius race, we can't take these cultivation resources. Someone said immediately. Su Feng got out and said, Pil Divine Yi, these storage ring are pretty much your battle loot. If it wasn't for you, not many divine emperors would have even survived. Su Feng wasn't bullshitting on this. When Kong Han Divine Emperor came to stop the battle, the Aquarius race had the lower hand. If the human race had the lower hand, would Kong Han Divine Emperor come out in time to stop them? No one knew. A Tao Actualization Peak Stage Divine Emperor bowed to EMO and said, Pil Divine Yi, the reason that the human race can even speak here is completely due to Pil Divine Yi. Otherwise, we will have no right to talk. Pil Divine Yi selflessly took out 30 Tao Fruit Tower spots to share between us. I was lucky to get one. For us humans who stay in the Void Marketplace long term, not having a leader is the scariest thing. We beg that Pil Divine Yi be the leader of the human race and please tell us if there are any other requirements for entering the Tao Fruit Tower. This Tao Actualization Peak stage didn't even talk about the battle loot, but everyone could tell that the reason human race had some status was due to EMO. If they still wanted a share of the loot, it was too over the line. EMO understood what this Tao Actualization Divine Emperor meant. He thought of a while. His original plan was that all Tao Actualization Divine Emperors who entered the Tao Fruit Tower and got Tao Fruits would need to give some back to everyone. The way of giving back was for him to concoct pills. At the same time, those HWO wanted to go and had to pay some God crystals, but after that battle, EMO's mindset changed. The reason he wanted to take part of the Tao Fruits and God crystals was mainly for himself. But now, he felt he needed to think for the human race. The human race's status in the Void Marketplace was low to a new extreme. He needed to think of ways to change this situation. Martial Brother Yi, the Divine Tao realm is broken. Even if you helped the human race this time, what about next time? I feel that the human race need to gather and work together to defend against other races. Luo Qing has said. He knew what the weakness of the human race was. The reason they weren't gathered was because they didn't have a leader. Now that GMO appeared and got everyone's approval, EMO had to stand up. EMO knew what Luo Qinghe meant. If it wasn't that the Divine Tao realm was so broken, he was planning to have a sect in the Divine Tao realm. Why would he go back to the immortal realm? EMO sighed, pity the Divine Tao realm is broken and can't be repaired. Otherwise, I would suggest everyone to go back to the Divine Tao realm and have a home. The Divine Tao realm was broken. If these divine emperors went back, where would they get the cultivation resources? Qin Xuanji suddenly walked up to EMO and bowed. Martial Brother Yi, it's not impossible to repair the Divine Tao realm. Qin Xuanji's words shocked not only EMO but everyone else. Divine Tao realm was the highest level realm, and it said that the battle royale of primordial essence divine emperors was what broke the Divine Tao realm. Luo Qinghe said desperately. Martial Sister Xuanji, how to repair the Divine Tao realm? As long as there's something I can do, I will do everything I can. Qin Xuanji said the primordial essence divine emperors fought over the chaos tree and used the Divine Tao realm as a battlefield.
That's what broke the divine Tao realm. Later, I realized that the battle wasn't just over the chaos tree. Yemo's face went serious and said, "Be more specific." Yes. The primordial essence divine emperors of different races used the opportunity of fighting for the chaos tree to set the battleground at the divine Tao realm.
The primordial essence divine emperors of the divine Tao realm were in conflict and no one cared about this. In the wake of the chaos tree, everything else didn't matter. In the end, more and more primordial essence divine emperors came to the divine Tao realm.
When the divine Tao realm was shattered, those few human primordial essence divine emperors woke up, but it was too late. It said that there were still 5 human primordial essence divine emperors at the divine Tao realm.
Those 5 primordial essence divine emperors were killed by the joined forces of other race primordial essence divine emperors. I don't know if people got away, but even if some did, their cultivation foundation would have been destroyed. What about the primordial essence divine emperor of other races?
Luo Qingha asked. The other primordial essence divine emperors were heavily injured. That's why there are rarely any primordial essence divine emperors these days. They're all either perfecting their own world or recovering.
Qin Xuanji said. Yemo said, slowly tell us how to repair the divine Tao realm first.
Qin Xuanji nodded. The news I got was that the divine Tao realm meridian was broken.
In order to repair the divine Tao realm, one had to use the world mountain as the divine Tao realm's meridian and use the world tree to provide the divine Tao realm with life force.
Only that would repair the divine Tao realm. Isn't the world tree the chaos tree?
Luo Qinghe said, and then showed a disappointed face. The divine Tao realm was broken due to the chaos tree and he had only heard of the world mountain. They had never seen it. Everyone fell into silence. According to her words, it was impossible to repair the divine Tao realm.
Chapter 2181 Divine Tao Sisi. Yemo was extremely shocked.
The chaos tree was in his Dan Tian and he had seen the world mountain before. He even had a small piece of it in his golden page world. But if the world mountain he saw was the one Qin Xuanji was talking about, how could it appear in the Truth Fall Palace? It was just Truth Divine Emperor's magic artifact. Even if it was that world mountain, Yemo didn't believe it could be forged into the divine Tao realm's meridian.
That world mountain was enormous, but the divine Tao realm was boundless. It's said to be the biggest realm in the universe.
Plus, that world mountain had flown away to a place no one knew. Qin Xuanji said these are just 2 conditions for repairing the divine Tao realm.
The most important one is to find Eternity Divine Emperor. Eternity Divine Emperor?
Everyone looked at her in shock. In the vast universe, only primordial essence divine emperor can reach eternity.
But no one even knew for sure.
The title of Eternity Divine Emperor was too powerful. Who would dare to give himself such title? Yemo was even more shocked. If Qin Xuanji didn't say this, he would have forgotten his title was Eternity Divine Emperor.
How would you know this?
Yemo looked at Qin Xuanji and asked. Qin Xuanji hesitated and said, I got a huge fortune and that's how my cultivation level improved so greatly.
I knew about all this from that fortune. Even with the world mountain and tree. We need to find Eternity Divine Emperor to repair it. Su Feng sighed. Since Eternity Divine Emperor's title is Eternity, I believe he must have existed for an eternity.
Even if we found him, the world mountain and tree is too far of a hope. Seeing Evawion become dejected, Yemo suddenly said, Immortal friends, we're all human divine emperors. Even if you all reach primordial essence, you would be homeless if you live somewhere else. I've decided to set up a sect at the divine Tao realm called Divine Tao Sect.
It's not built for anyone nor power, it's built for the entire divine Tao realm.
Everyone fell silent and listened to Yemo. The divine Tao Sect will be built in the divine Tao realm to bring the human race of the divine Tao realm together again.
The divine Tao Sect won't allow the rule of the jungle in the divine Tao realm.
No divine Tao city nor God corner would be allowed to have strongest rules. Of course, most importantly, the mission of the divine Tao realm is to repair the divine Tao realm.
Divine emperors have countless lifespan. Eventually, the divine Tao realm will be repaired in our hands again.
When Yemo said this, he deeply felt that no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't take this on alone. The Aquarius race could publicly threaten to kill the human race, but he could only watch this.
If the human race was powerful to a new extent, how would they dare to say this? If the divine Tao realm was complete, who would even go for the immortal realm?
He was more confident than others in repairing the divine Tao realm. First, he was Eternity Divine Emperor. Second, he had Chaos Tree. Whether he was willing to use it depended on him. Third, he had seen the World Mountain. Perhaps he would be the only one who can find it. As soon as Yimo said this, Luo Qinghe yelled, "Sect leader Yi, Luo Qinghe is willing to join Divine Tao sect and return to the Divine Tao realm." Sect leader, Su Feng is willing to join Divine Tao sect. Qin Xuanji is willing to join the Divine Tao sect. Shan Mu is willing to join the Divine Tao sect. Xian Yushua, in a short while, a few hundred people joined the Divine Tao sect. Yimo said happily, "Very well. Today, the Divine Tao sect is established. I've got 100 or so storage rings from the Aquarius race. The things inside will be the resources for setting up our sect. Luo Qinghe, Su Feng, and Qin Xuanji will be the first, second, and third vice-sect leader. After this, we'll buy the materials for building a sect in the Void Marketplace and bring back the humans who are willing to return to the Divine Tao realm and build the sect." The Great Sun God Mountain's Tao Essence Divine Emperor's face went pale. If the Divine Tao sect is built, even 30 divine sects won't be able to take on Divine Tao sect, much less 3. Suddenly, Yimo stared at the Great Sun God Mountain Tao Essence Divine Emperor and said, "On the account that you didn't run away from the conflict with the Aquarius race, I'll let you go on the past conflicts. But once you go back, go tell that Great Sun God Mountain half primordial essence, if he dares to spirit control the entire Divine Tao realm, I will turn him to dust." "Yes, I understand," the Tao Essence Divine Emperor quickly said. This was a huge joy that Yimo let him go due to the Aquarius race conflict. As for whether the Great Sun God Mountain Tao Essence Divine Emperor would listen to Yimo's message, that wasn't his problem. He knew it wasn't quite likely the other Tao Essence Divine Emperor was halfway primordial essence. "Sect leader, after the Tao Fruit Tower, you're not going back to the Divine Tao realm with us?" Luo Qinghe asked. Yimo said, "I have some things to do. At the same time, I know where the World Mountain is. I'll go search for it. Before you guys go back, I will leave some God pills for you guys to take back." "Sect leader, you know where the World Mountain is?" Su Feng and them asked at the same time. If Yimo found it, then even if they didn't find Eternity Divine Emperor, they could still repair the meridian of the Divine Tao realm if one of them reached primordial essence. That way, even without the World Tree, the Divine Tao realm wouldn't be like this. "I've seen it, but I'm not certain." Yimo said, "Sect leader, I've heard them all call you Pill Divine. I wonder what Pill Divine you are?" Qin Xuanji asked while everyone was excited. Everyone looked at Yimo wanting to know what God pills the sect leader of the Divine Tao sect could concoct. Yimo smiled, "I can concoct Tao Essence God pills." "Tao Essence Pill Divine?" Hearing this, the room was dead silent. Tao Essence Pill Divine was rarer than Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. They completely didn't expect this. Didn't that mean that as long as they had God Spirit items, they would all be able to turn into God pills? Luo Qinghe and them finally realized why Void Marketplace Merchant Tower was so polite to Yimo. At the same time, they realized why Xiaohe from Guangyuan Palace followed Yimo. Suddenly, a flaming red flying sword fell into Yimo's hands. Yimo grabbed it and felt a message. It was Tianrui and Konghan Divine Emperor inviting him over. Yimo knew he couldn't reject this, so he patted Luo Qinghe, who was still in disbelief, and said, "Qinghe, I'll leave the Tao Fruit Tower spots to you." Then Yimo said to Su Feng and Qin Xuanji, "Please calculated the people joining Divine Tao sect and the resources we got before, and turn those God crystals into sect building material and bring it back to the Divine Tao realm." Chapter 2182 Invitation of Half Primordial Essence. The VIP place was much smaller than the guest palace but more exquisite. When they saw Yimo come in, Tianrui and Konghan Divine Emperor got up politely. "Pill Divine Yi is very busy now, but we invited you over. Please forgive us," Tianrui said with full spirit. He didn't seem like the fatigued him before. Yimo didn't know why these two called him over, but he wasn't worried. He checked this VIP tower, there was no special restriction. Konghan Divine Emperor poured a cup of tea for Yimo and then started to chat with Yimo about casual things. Yimo didn't want to waste time with these two, but he didn't want to bring it up. He was planning to leave if these two kept wasting time. As though realizing what Yimo thought, Tianrui Divine Emperor soon said, "Pill Divine Yi, you probably know Great Primordial God Rune God Art, right?" Yimo instantly realized that the two could tell he knew Great Primordial God Rune from his falling mark sword rune. Yimo's facial expression didn't even change.
He smiled yes a little bit. Now even in initial mastery.
Oh, I didn't expect Pill Divine Yi to have such fortune.
Despite knowing that Yemo probably knew it, they were still extremely shocked when Yemo admitted it. Yemo knew that even if he didn't say where he learned the great primordial god rune, the two would ask him, so he said 100 years ago, I've been to a void marketplace auction. I bought the great primordial god rune from there and spent 3 billion god crystals and a god spirit range. Hearing this,
the two excited half-primordial essences were a little disappointed indeed. Since Yemo was the person who bought the great primordial god rune, then there was no way he was the demon Tao essence who tore open the void.
They would rather Yemo be the demon divine. Pill Divine Yi is very strong. Are you Tao essence divine emperor already?
Konghan divine emperor asked. Hearing this and considering their disappointed face, Yemo immediately knew what was going on. They thought he was the demon Tao essence who bought the light heart 100 years ago. That's why they called him over to test him. No wonder they were suspicious. He used the great primordial god rune fruit to buy things, so it was no strange thing that he knew great primordial god rune. Then, his Zisu was extremely strong, so they suspected he used Zisu to tear open the void. Yemo rejoiced. He was really lucky. If there was no great primordial god rune sold at the auction, they would be even more suspicious of him, but he knew that if these two investigated at Shadow Void Castle, they would definitely know he bought the light heart. As the exchange social people knew he sold the great primordial god rune fruit.
However, Yemo wasn't worried about this.
By the time they investigated and knew the results, he would have definitely left the void marketplace. Yemo wasn't scared of these two, but the light heart was too precious.
If he exposed it, he wouldn't be able to stay alive. No, I'm still Tao Actualization Divine Emperor. I'm a Pill Divine, otherwise, I would want to go to the Tao Fruit Tower too.
Yemo said casually. After realizing Yemo wasn't the person they were looking for, the two divine emperors lost interest.
Yemo got up to leave.
He knew he had to leave the void marketplace quickly. At this moment, the three vice sect leaders had arranged everything and came to Yemo's place. There were a total of 673 divine emperors and immortal friends going back to the divine Tao realm with them. Sect leader
Luo Qinghe was going to report more. Yemo waved his hand. Wait, we don't need to be like this.
Just call each other martial brothers.
Plus,
I really do have some martial brother relationship with you.
Luo Qinghe looked at Yemo in confusion and asked, Martial brother Yi, what do you mean? Yemo smiled. Have you been to Luo Yu continent, Martial brother Qinghe, or did you ascend from there? Luo Qinghe got up in surprise and joy. Martial brother Yi knows of Luo Yu continent? I ascended from there, but because I'd been a solo cultivator I didn't have sect heritage. I found a piece of a god cultivation chant and I used that to ascend to the immortal realm. How did you know I came from the Luo Yu continent? Because I ascended from Luo Yu continent too.
The Qinghe god cultivation chant you left behind was found by a sword cultivator called Su Changji. The latter part was missing, so I filled it up for you.
Yemo said. Luo Qinghe already felt warm when Yemo said he was from Luo Yu continent.
Now that Yemo said he edited the cultivation method for him, Luo Qinghe felt even better. He asked desperately, how is my disciple's talent?
What's his cultivation level now? Yemo laughed. You only left a part of a sword chant and you want to be master. It's not that easy. Martial brother Yi, aren't we in the same sect now? Luo Qinghe said awkwardly. Yemo smiled. I won't fight over disciple with you. I call Su Changji martial brother Su.
We'll teach our own disciples. Luo Qinghe said in embarrassment. No wonder martial brother Yi let martial brother Qinghe be the first sect leader.
You're already related. Qin Xuanji joked. Yemo sighed.
He already told them about how he came from the immortal realm. Hearing that Yemo built an MOU immortal sect in the immortal realm, they've long wanted to go see. The group chatted for a while before Su Feng said, Martial brother, I've counted the Aquarius race storage ring. There's 17 extreme grade god artifact, the rest are half extreme grade or top grade Ta. There's also a fake primordial spirit artifact.
There's 19 small worlds. Countless materials and god spirit herbs.
There's 29.3 billion top grade god crystals, 5 extreme grade god spirit range, 27 top grade god spirit range and 29 middle grade and low grade god spirit range.
There's countless god pills. Yemo took in a cold breath. The Aquarius race is very wealthy. That battle royale earned him more than selling the 13 spots. The 4 Dao Essence Divine Emperor's storage ring are very plentiful. Su Feng added. Yemo took out a storage ring to Su Feng and said, there are some god pill and god artifacts I've made. Give the pill concoction and forgery materials to me and take the god pill and god artifact back to develop the sect. Sect leader, you're an artifact divine too? Qin Xuanji looked dazedly at Yemo. A pill divine was already extremely time consuming. If this pill divine was still an artifact divine, just how absurd would things be? Yemo didn't hide it and said, I can forge some god artifact, but the materials are very hard to get. Thus, my forgery skills are a bit weaker than my pill concoction skills. Yemo continued. The divine Dao sect is about to build. The materials we'll need is an astronomical number. Before the Dao Fruit Tower, martial brother Cheng He and martial sister Xuanji can ask for Xinghong Divine Emperor to buy the things we need. After the Dao Fruit Tower finishes, we'll leave immediately. Chapter 2183 Luoyu Dao Fruit Shop. Dao Fruit Tower was the Chaos Tower. Although people often said it was in the Void Marketplace and belonged to it, but its actual location wasn't in the Void Marketplace. It was in the Void Between Realms. There was only one way to the Dao Fruit Tower, and that was the entrance from the Void Marketplace. There was also a huge square at the entrance. It was the Dao Fruit Tower Square. Every time the Dao Fruit Tower opened, there would be all sorts of stalls. At the deepest part of the square was a teleportation formation to the Dao Fruit Tower. This teleportation formation wasn't set up by anyone. It was naturally here. Anyone who went in would be teleported to the first level of the Dao Fruit Tower. At this moment, the square was completely filled. The Dao Fruit Tower was open. Those who wanted to go in could enter now. Zhu Wuhan was nowhere to be seen during this period, but he came very early today. One didn't need any identity jade card to enter the Dao Fruit Tower. They can only enter the teleportation formation. Anyone can enter, but the teleportation will only happen once for 999 people. The 30 people of the human race were all here. However, Yemo was surprised to find that it wasn't just Zhu Wuheng who was a Dao Nourishment Divine Emperor, but also Jishi who was a Dao Nourishment Divine Emperor and got a spot. Yemo immediately realized who gave it. Wang Nanchuan got 2 spots and she gave one to Jishi. Yemo didn't want to say much about it. When Jishi saw Yemo look over, she quickly looked down. She was really scared Yemo would suddenly take her spot away. If Yemo did this, there was nothing she could do. The Great Sun God Mountain also had 3 spots. Other than Dongan, there was 1 man and woman. They were also Dao Actualization Peak Stage. The people who bought the 13 spots came to the human race area too. There were from all sorts of races and even an Aquarius race, but Yemo didn't care. Tian Roy and Kong Han came to the Dao Fruit Tower Square. Kong Han stood in the air and said loudly, the Dao Fruit Tower is open. Can the divine emperors of different races stand separately? The god rank people stand separately too. Instantly, the space before the teleportation formation was split into tens of groups. Yemo noticed that their group of 42 was huge. The biggest group was the god rank group. There were hundreds there. When Yemo saw Wan Tongtong, she saw Yemo too. She quickly looked down just like Jishi. Clearly, she had heard of what Yemo did at the Void Marketplace. If it wasn't for the Dao Fruit Tower, she would never appear here. Kong Han Divine Emperor looked at the people and said, there's 999 spots. Now that there's only 994 people here, the Void Marketplace will auction these 5 spots, Yemo realized. No wonder Kong Han and Tian Rui were so eager to come. Such method of auction was way better than what he did. If he did this, he would get much higher price with all these people here, but Yemo knew that was implausible. This was the Void Marketplace. If he did that, it would definitely offend the 2 half primordial essence. In just 10 seconds the 5 spots were gone. The price was more than 15 billion god crystals and 2 god spirit range. Yemo was speechless. The 999 people were gathered and teleported away. Many merchant towers started to release their shop at obvious places in the square. They wanted to buy the Dao fruits. Some big merchant associations also sent people over too. Yemo didn't go in the Dao Fruit Tower just so he could buy Dao Fruit Herace. He chose the most obvious place and built the largest shop, Luoyu Dao Fruit Shop. It displayed all the fine details.
What was most attractive was that they could help people who had Dao fruit concoct Dao fruit god pills.
This was something only Dao actualization pill divines could do. The Dao fruit of the first level was 5-element heaven fruit. This Dao fruit could be concocted into 5-element Dao fruit god pill. It can help people learn 5-element god art. The fee is half the price. If pill concoction fails, there would be compensation. The second level had Fu Lu fruit. It was something more precious than Du Yuan Eye. It could be made into Buddha Lu God Eye pill. It can allow people to cultivate God eyes that at the extreme can let your eyes pierce a realm. This was also something that needed a top Dao actualization pill divine to concoct. There was still promise of compensation for failure. The third level Dao fruit was dustless fruit. The shop only bought it as the Dao fruit couldn't be used in pill concoction. The fourth level Dao fruit was abstruse heaven fruit. It can be concocted into abstruse heaven pill. It was a pill to help learn God art. It was most suited for wind, ice, and lightning God art. The fifth was purple heaven Dao fruit. It helped Dao nourishment divine emperor break through to Dao actualization divine emperor. It can be made into purple heaven pill. The sixth level was flowing light fruit. It was a real Dao law fruit. Divine emperors could use this to learn laws of the universe, including space and time law. The shop only bought and didn't concoct pills with it. The seventh level was Qian essence fruit. To all the Dao actualization divine emperors in the tower, this was the most precious Dao fruit. Other than people like EMO who didn't want to use Dao fruit to reach Dao essence divine emperor, no being below Dao essence could resist its temptations. This Dao fruit couldn't be concocted to pills. The shop was willing to pay heavy price and negotiate terms. The 8th level was Heaven Martial Void Breaking Fruit. This was more precious than Shen Essence fruit but less valuable to cultivators as this was a martial Dao fruit. It couldn't be used in pill concoction too. The 9th level was Primordial Essence Dusk fruit. Just from the name, one could tell it was related to Primordial Essence. However, ever since the Dao Fruit Tower existed, no one was able to get it, so the shop didn't list this fruit. In all off Luoyu shop's lists, it was full compensation for pill concoction failure and 50% pill fee. Those competing merchants saw this advertisement and wanted to die. With such conditions, who would be able to compete with Luoyu? No pill divine dared to promise compensation for pill concoction failure. Chapter 2184 Shadow Void Young Castle Master, we're late. A handsome-looking man brought a few divine emperors to the Dao Fruit Tower Square and saw stalls everywhere. Young Castle Master, there's still a few spots at the corner. We can place our stall there. A Dao actualization divine emperor said. They were scared the stalls would be taken but more scared that the young castle master would cause trouble here. All those who could set up stall here weren't weak. They were either a powerful faction or a powerful sect. The young castle master frowned and sneered. The name of our Shadow Void Castle dominates the void. How can we choose a corner? That would be a joke. Su Yang, go negotiate with some stall owners and see if we can pay some god crystals. Luo Yudao Fruit Shop. He wanted to let his men negotiate with someone who had weaker power than the Shadow Void Castle to buy a stall, but then he saw Luo Yudao Fruit Shop. He saw that the place was the most obvious and largest. It wasn't that he wanted this place. They could take such a large place, meaning that they clearly weren't ordinary people. He asked because he had never heard of such power. Su Yang, have you heard of this Luo Yudao fruit stall? How come I've never heard of it? The young castle master asked the Dao actualization divine emperor next to him. Then he looked at two Dao essence divine emperors and asked, have two elders heard of them before? The man and woman shook their head. They were delayed on their trip to the Void Marketplace and thus didn't hear about GMO slaying demon divine emperors and dominating the Aquarius race. Su Yang was scared the young castle master would be rash and said, young castle master, how about I go ask? Perhaps we can ask them for pill concoction. Looking at their sign, it's quite scary. The young castle master nodded. Since the stall is set there, they're definitely not ordinary. Be polite when you ask. Hearing this, Su Yang rejoiced. The young castle master was usually very cocky. To be able to say this, it was a huge improvement. So it's Shadow Void Castle, young castle master, Lu Tai immortal friends. Long time no see. A warm voice sounded. Then a man who looked on par with the young castle master came over.
His extremely handsome face was surrounded with this shocking chi. Those who knew would recognized it was demonic wave. This person was the Tao Essence demon representing the demon race at the Tao Fruit Tower distribution. He was called Situ Hong. Seeing this, young castle master felt a little overwhelmed and said, "So it's Situ Qianbei. Qianbei haven't been to the Shadow Void Castle for a long time. Lu Tai miss you very much."
Situ Hong laughed. Young castle master is too polite. We're no outsiders. Just call me brother Situ from now. How has castle master been lately?
Hearing this, young castle master was overjoyed and quickly said, "My father is in solitary cultivation. Castle master is really a talented person, we're so much lesser than him."
Situ Hong sighed and asked, "By the way, why did young castle master only come now?" Lu Tai sighed, "Due to some things happening in the void we wasted some time. Now that we're here,
there's not even a space left for us.
If I go back, father will definitely reproach me."
Situ Hong also said with a pity, "Yeah, the Tao fruits are no small matter. If the Shadow Void Castle has no spots this time, the losses would be huge." Situ Hong hesitated and suddenly said, "Young castle master, how about this? You can come to our demon race and I'll give half my stall to young castle master."
"How can that work? It would be troubling brother Situ." Lu Tai's heart was very warm. He didn't expect Situ Hong to take him this seriously. Situ Hong said gloriously, "This isn't hard. The castle master helped me a lot before and you've helped me quite a lot too." Seeing Situ Hong be so polite, Lu Tai said, "Brother Situ, I do need to ask you about something. How come I've never heard of that Luo Yu Dao fruit shop? Their stall is huge and it's in the center of the square." Situ Hong glanced at it and said in contempt, "If it wasn't for Xing Hong, I would have kicked him away. That stall owner knows Xing Hong and Kong Han Divine Emperor through pill concoction. He's just a human solo cultivator and he's only Tao Actualization Divine Emperor. It's normal that you haven't heard of him." "What?" Lu Tai looked at Situ Hong in shock. A solo cultivator dared to have such a huge spot in the square. Situ Hong suddenly thought of something and said, "Young castle master, I'm busy. I'll be leaving first. If you have no spot, feel free to come to me." "Okay, thank you brother Situ." Lu Tai felt very good. "Young castle master, I feel Situ Hong's words are strange. That Tao Essence Divine Emperor set up a sound barrier restriction and said, 'Why?'" Lu Tai, who was going to walk towards Luo Yu Dao fruit shop, stopped. "The Tao Essence Divine Emperor said first, he came at such a strange time and he's too nice to young castle master. Situ Hong isn't someone that easy to talk to and yet he's giving his stall. Although he's close to Xing Hong, it's not at the level he would give such space over. Third, even if he's close to Xing Hong, what about Beast Race, Aquarius Race, and Abyssal Race? We've just come here. It's best that we investigate what the shop is in case we fall into a trap." Lu Tai thought for a moment and said, "Elder, she is right. Situ Hong is indeed a bit strange. We just came to the Void Marketplace and don't know a lot of things. He saw us come to the square and knew we needed a stall. He even overheard us before coming over. But if that stall owner is really close to Kong Han Divine Emperor, it's plausible." The Tao Essence woman suddenly said, "There's also Dragon and Phoenix Race. Even Kong Han Divine Emperor wouldn't be able to let Demon, Abyssal and Aquarius Race give over such a good spot. The Luo Yu shop isn't simple." Suddenly, the woman looked at the door of the shop with disbelief. "Elder Pu, what did you notice?" the young castle master asked quickly. The Tao Essence Divine Emperor belonged to the Tsong Su Dao Exchange Social and not the Shadow Void Castle. They were cooperating. If the owner of the shop is the person who just came out, I've seen him and I know a little about him," the Tao Essence Divine Emperor said. Lu Tai felt the Tao Essence Divine Emperor's tense tone and asked carefully, "Elder Pu, is his origin big?" The woman shook her head. "He's indeed a human Divine Emperor from the Divine Tao realm. When I first saw him, he only seemed to be Tao nourishment, but now, he's Tao actualization. He definitely hid his power." "Immortal friends Pu, where did you see him?" the Shi Dao Essence asked. "At the Tsong Su Dao Exchange Social. He had a lot of good things and then had conflict with Demon Dao Essence Mo Fu over the 9-star bamboo. He was stopped at the Immortal Rest Tower for nearly 3 years. After 3 years this person left and Mo Fu left with him." The woman said, "Then what happened? Did Elder Fu follow them?"
The young castle master asked. He knew she would definitely go check. She nodded, "Yes, I did.
I ended up seeing Mo Fu's broken magic artifact.
Ever since then, I've never seen Mo Fu again, but today I saw that human divine emperor again."
Chapter 2185 Want Mo's stall, he killed Mo Fu?
The young castle master asked in surprise. And then he said, "No wonder Sito Hong wants to stir up trouble." Young castle master, I feel that Sito Hong probably doesn't know that he killed Mo Fu. If Sito Hong knew that, then even if the stall owner knew Tian Rui divine emperor, Sito Hong wouldn't be letting him sit there. The Tao actualization divine emperor called Su Luan said. The young castle master nodded. Since we know he is, we can let him have his way. Give him a small space and pay him some god crystals compensation.
A human race Tao essence divine emperor is not much to me.
The Shi Dao essence divine emperor and Su Lan Dao actualization divine emperor didn't say anything hearing this, but the female Dao essence divine emperor said, "Young castle master, I think it's best that we don't start trouble." If the human race divine emperor only had that much power, Sito Hong wouldn't be using your hands to kill him. The reason she said this was because she had this deep concern with Mo. She hadn't seen the exact fight between Mo and Mo Fu, but she saw the void formation flags Mo left behind. This meant that Mo used formations to kill Mo Fu. The reason Mo had to use formations was because he was weaker than Mo Fu. Someone who was weaker than Mo Fu used all sorts of means to kill him. How could he not know the danger of taking such a stall on the Dao Fruit Tower Square? However, she had tried persuading the young castle master. She wasn't a part of the Shadow Void Castle. She already said what needed to be said. What the young castle master did was his choice. Lu Tai smiled. "Elder Pu, don't worry. This thing definitely won't get Song Su Dao Exchange Social involved. Plus, with such a huge shop, we'll definitely earn big this time.
Sito Hong isn't necessarily starting trouble between us. He doesn't dare not to take into account my father. Plus, how much benefits has Sito Hong taken from Xing Hong?
It's normal that he's embarrassed to offend Xing Hong.
Just watch me."
Pu Hoshi could only follow over. The reason Mo was here alone was because he asked the rest of the people to buy all sorts of sect building materials in the void marketplace, in order for them to not get abused. Mo let Xiaoyi follow them. Although Xing Hong helped him a lot, there were many things he needed to go buy himself. When Mo came out of the shop, he saw Pu Hoshi. Even though the young castle master walked at the front, Mo only knew her. "Immortal friends, you're a human race pill divine, right? How may I refer to you?" "I'm from the Shadow Void Castle, Lu Tai. I'm the young castle master." Lu Tai saluted with his fists. Mo immediately thought that Lu Tai came to ask him for pill concoction and saluted with his fists on Mo. "Is the young castle master here to ask me for pill concoction?" Lu Tai pointed at Mo's sign and laughed. "Pill divine, Yi is really bold. Not everyone dares to set up such plate. Although Elder Xing Hong is a powerful figure of the void marketplace, not everyone cares about him."
Mo frowned. He didn't really understand what Lu Tai meant.
"What's his signs got to do with Xing Hong?" Lu Tai said again. "Immortal friends, I wasted some time on the way here, so I came late.
Can you do this?
How about you give part of your stall to me and I'll pay you some god crystals or something else?
Of course, if anyone else looks for your trouble, I can help you." "You came to take my stall?"
Mo immediately realized what this young castle master meant. Lu Tai smiled and nodded. "Yes, don't worry. I will compensate you god crystals. Just divide out 10%. Hearing this, Mo wasn't too annoyed. His stall was huge. Giving him 10% for some god crystals was okay. Plus, when he was hunted by Mo Fu, it was Shadow Void Castle's Immortal Rest Tower that helped him. The Shadow Void Castle needs to buy a lot of things, so I might need some larger area. 10% of the area should be enough for you. Immortal friends, what do you think?" Lu Tai looked at Mo confidently. He didn't believe that Mo could really concoct those god pill he proclaimed. Mo's stall was purely to cheat people's Dao fruits. Since it was cheating, there will be conflicts. Now that he was going to back Mo up, Mo would definitely want this. Mo looked at Lu Tai like he was an idiot. He thought the 10% was for the young castle master, but this idiot meant it was for him. Why did this idiot feel so good about himself? If it wasn't that he spoke nicely, Emo would have kicked him away already. I don't think so. Emo didn't want to offend Shadow Void Castle, but he wasn't going to give him 10% anymore. Hearing this, Lu Tai's face went cold. He thought he was polite enough to this human divine emperor, and yet he dares to be so cocky. Elder Shi. Lu Tai called. He knew he was no match for Emo. Elder Shi went up immediately as his powerful realm domain instantly bound Emo while he grabbed at Emo. In front of outsiders, the face of the young castle master need to be preserved. The same time Emo was bound, he felt the nearby space pause. He immediately knew this was time law. Time law was thought to be the most terrifying law. It was the hardest to learn, but once you learned it, it was extremely powerful. Emo learned time law due to a lightning sound age's fruit. He studied time law by himself. Now that he saw someone ELE's time law, he didn't want to break free. He closed his eyes to feel it. Emo really didn't fear an ordinary Dao Essence Divine Emperor. When Elder Shi heard that Emo killed Mo Fu, he was concerned with Emo. Mo Fu was stronger than him, but lately he learned a time law god art. If he fought against Mo Fu now, he wouldn't be scared. In order to scare Emo, Elder Shi used his strongest god art immediately. When he saw that Emo couldn't even stay awake in his time law, he knew that he overestimated Emo. Pu Hoshi watched on the side in confusion. She didn't understand why Emo couldn't even struggle. Elder Shi's hand grabbed at Emo's neck, but when his hands were about to touch Emo, he felt Emo's neck move and he grabbed on Emo's shoulder. He didn't plan to kill Emo. Other people thought the miss was nothing, but this Elder Shi knew very clearly this was extremely powerful space law. Elder Shi's hands grabbed on Emo's shoulder and this extremely powerful force came. He felt his fingers ache and then there was a cracking sound. The Dao Essence Divine Emperor knew his fingers had all broke. Then, he saw a foot kick on his face. He was kicked flying without resistance. Chapter 2186 Shocking news: when this Dao Essence old man flew out, half his face was destroyed by Emo's kick. He was shocked but at the same time rejoiced that Emo didn't kill him. Lu Tai looked at this scene in extreme shock. He felt his surroundings completely freeze. At the same time, he was grabbed by a huge God Essence hand and thrown on the ground. Lu Tai was scared soulless. He had been careful enough, but he didn't expect this Emo could easily smash away his Dao Essence Divine Emperor. This power was no weaker than his father, young Castle Master Lu. I still don't want to give 90% of my stall to you. What do you think? Emo looked at Lu Tai, who was under his foot, and said. Lu Tai finally realized why Emo could have his stall here. Emo had the power. Even Dao Essence was no match for him. Such stall was nothing. His life was in Emo's hands now. He quickly said, Qian Bei, Wan Bei was ignorant. On the account that you stayed at my immortal rest tower for a few years, please show mercy. If it was some other divine emperor, he would be furious and embarrassed hearing this, but Emo didn't. He was indeed grateful to that immortal rest tower. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be willing to give him 10%. That's why Emo didn't kill Lu Tai and the Dao Essence next to him. Immortal friends, on that account please don't attack. Pu Hoshi was worried seeing Lu Tai was stomped on the ground. She helped Emo before at the Dao Exchange Social. Emo didn't keep stepping on Lu Tai but didn't let him go either. He looked at Pu Hoshi and said, since he's in my hands, name a price. I'm willing to pay 10 billion God crystals. Lu Tai immediately said before Pu Hoshi could speak. Pu Hoshi sighed. She could tell that Emo didn't plan to kill Lu Tai. Otherwise, he could just kill Lu Tai and all his belongings would be his. In such situation, Emo would be settled with at most 5 billion God crystals, but now, this young castle master said 10 billion. Hearing this, Emo envied the wealth of the Shadow Void Castle. 10 billion was no small number, but this Lu Tai gave it out so easily. Seeing Lu Tai take out a storage ring, Emo let go off the pressure and yelled, piss off. Yes. Lu Tai quickly charged out of the range of the shop and went with the other divine emperors of the castle to a corner at the square. Pu Hoshi heard Emo's sound transmission before she left, telling her to keep her mouth tight. How could she not know now that Emo killed Mo Fu? Even if Emo didn't tell, she wouldn't dare to spread things. That bastard, how dare he set me up? Lu Tai cursed. If he still didn't know by now that he was set up by Sito Hong, he would be an idiot. Situ Hong clearly wanted Yemo to kill him, but Yemo didn't. Lu Dao Essence had recovered his injuries and said in confusion that Situ Hong probably has some conflict with Yemo, so he set up young Castle Master to attack Yemo. He definitely thought Yemo would kill young Castle Master, but that Yemo is strange. Does he know that the young Castle Master was set up? He didn't kill young Castle Master and just took some god crystals. Some god crystals? 10 billion is some god crystals? This he bastard is no good person. Lu Tai felt the pain now. He knew that Yemo was extremely scary. Otherwise, how could Situ Hong use him to offend Yemo? Young Castle Master, you must not say that. The Dao Actualization Divine Emperor sent out to get intel came back and quickly said, "What did you find out?" The young Castle Master immediately beamed nervous. He lost face and lost 10 Bellino God crystals after being taught a lesson. There was no way he wasn't annoyed. This was enough to get his father involved. He was ready to notify the Castle Master, his father. But before he did that, he had to know what Yemo did at the Void Marketplace to dare to take such a stall. Sulwan quickly said that Yemo is said to be a Dao Actualization Pill Divine, and some people even say he's Dao Essence Pill Divine. Before we came to the Void Marketplace, the human race had a huge clash with the Aquarius race under his lead. Pill Divine Yi killed 4 Dao Essence Divine Emperor alone and more than 100 Divine Emperors below Dao Essence. What? Everyone from the Shadow Void Castle was dazed, just like when Su Luan first heard this. Yemo dared to lead the declined human race to fight with the Aquarius race and dared to kill more than 100 Aquarius race? Was he not scared of death? Why was he still alive now? Lu Tai had completely calmed down now. The reason he thought Yemo didn't kill him before was because Yemo was scared of the Shadow Void Castle. Now, it didn't seem so at all. Yemo wasn't even scared of the Aquarius race. Continue. The young Castle Master breathed and said slowly. He rejoiced that he didn't impulsively send a message to his father. Otherwise, this thing might not end well. The Shadow Void Castle was strong, but they had no Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Seeing the young Castle Master calm down, Su Luan said during that battle. Twice the amount of Aquarius race died. Not only that, the human race has become very united under Yemo. In the Void Marketplace, no one would abuse the human race for no reason. This Dao Fruit Tower opening, the human race took back the 30 spots that belonged to them and got 14 more. So amazing. Pu Hoshi and the other Lu Dao Essence Divine Emperor gasped. The Dao Essence Divine Emperors here at the Void Marketplace were the strong ones of every race. Yemo could take 44 spots at the distribution is absurdity amongst absurdity. Not only so, Yemo killed Demon Race Dao Essence Divine Emperor Gong Xiang and beat Abyssal Race Dao Essence Divine Emperor Zhenli Huayin and robbed 5 spots from each. Hearing this, all the Divine Emperors here gasped in disbelief. After a long while, Lu Tai cursed, "No wonder Situ Hong wanted to trick us. Yemo killed Demon Race Dao Essence Divine Emperor, and so they want us to fight with Yemo, and then I would call my father over. Then my father would fight Yemo while they watched." The Lu Dao Essence Divine Emperor nodded. It's probably so. If they call the half Primordial Essence, first it would take too long, second they would have no reason to fight. After all, being killed at the Dao Fruit Tower distribution was normal. The human race had killed countless human race Divine Emperors. Luckily young Castle Master was calm. Now, we just lost some god crystals. Pu Hoshi sighed. The Aquarius race is a precedent. They might have had conflict with Yemo, but it wasn't to the point of large-scale battles. They were definitely set up by the demon race. The young Castle Master did the right thing. We just lost some god crystals. Hearing 2 Dao Essence Divine Emperors compliment him, Lu Tai felt great about himself and nodded. We'll pretend we don't know this. After we buy enough Dao fruits, we'll go back to the castle and tell this to my father. A few days later, Xiaoyi, Xian Yushui, Gu Biying and a few more human race Divine Emperors came back. In a few days, they've spent most of their god crystals and the materials for sect building were pretty much prepared. Seeing more and more human Divine Emperors come to Yemo's stall, Lu Tai rejoiced even more that he did the right thing. Chapter 2187 Dao Fruit Tower closes S. There were a lot of Dao fruits in the Dao Fruit Tower, but the time allowed in was too short, only 10 days. Powerful people could charge up to the 7th level in the 10 days, but weaker ones could only stay below 7th level. Those weak and unlucky ones might still be on the 2nd level after 10 days. Emo didn't go in because the time was short and he knew his Dao vindication path. If he went in, those Dao waves would affect his own Dao. 10 days passed in an instant. On the 10th day, even the extremely spacious Dao Fruit Tower Square was full. Kong Han and Tian Rui Divine Emperor came to the Dao Fruit Tower Square. Emo thought even if there were halfway primordial essences to come, there would just be a few, but now, Emo realized he was wrong. A few powerful spirit sense scan outside his restriction. Emo knew that this was people no weaker than Kong Han Divine Emperor. Not only so, Emo saw the 2 half primordial essences at the auction. Their spirit sense was very familiar. Emo guessed that there were at least 6 halfway primordial essences at the square. One of them entered the Aquarius race and another entered the Beast race stall. Emo watched the Aquarius won the most. No matter what, he definitely knew the conflict between the human and Aquarius race. The reason they didn't attack yet was one to show respect to the Void Marketplace, but another reason was to let him buy the Dao fruits for them. Realizing this, Emo didn't worry anymore. If there was just 1 halfway primordial essence, it would be easy to deal with. If there were 2, things would be a bit troublesome. Luckily, he was prepared and made the buys needed. The black restrictions of the end of the square emitted white lights suddenly. These white lights rattled the black restrictions. The Dao Fruit Tower is about to close. People are coming out. The white light disappeared and the black restriction was open. A few hundred Dao Actualization Divine Emperors quickly dispersed. A few Dao Actualization Divine Emperor immediately dashed out of the square and disappeared. Clearly, they're from the God rank. More stayed as they knew staying here was the safest. If they didn't have confidence, charging out of the Void Marketplace now was the stupidest action. Nearly 100 people went into the tower but less than 900 came out. Emo scanned the human race Dao Actualization Divine Emperors. 32 people went in but 30 came out. Without a doubt, those 2 had died inside. Luo Qinghe, Qin Xuanji, Wang Nanshuang, Dongmen and so all came out safely. None of them left the square and all came to Emo's stall. Looking at their faces, Emo immediately knew that they harvested a lot. Martial brother, the greatest harvest for me this time is 2 Qian essence fruit. I also got 6 more Dao fruits on top of that. Luo Qinghe said excitedly. Emo immediately gathered the 30 divine emperors and said those who got 5 element heaven fruit, Fulu fruit, abstruse heaven fruit, purple heaven Dao fruit came leave the Dao fruit with me. I will concoct them into God pill. As for the other Dao fruits that can't be made into God pill, keep it yourselves. I was planning to collect enough Qian essence fruits and increase a few Dao essence divine emperors on our side, but now we can't do that. The 3 vice sect leaders lead the human race divine emperors back to the divine Dao realm and build the divine Dao sect. Su Feng asked in shock, did something happen? Emo said not yet, but I guess soon. A halfway primordial essence came to the Aquarius race. He was very subtle but I still noticed him. Halfway primordial essence? Some human divine emperors looked at each other. Halfway primordial essence was infinitely close to Dao Vindication 3rd step. If the difference between 1st step and 2nd step was a deep ravine, then the difference between 2nd and 3rd step was endless. Seeing them look worriedly, Emo said calmly, don't worry, that half primordial essence is watching me. As long as I don't go, they won't go. I've already borrowed a void ship from Xinghong. You can use it to go back to the divine Dao realm. I got 3 Qian essence fruit and a heaven martial void breaking fruit. Qin Xuanji was about to take out the Dao fruits. Emo quickly said, keep the fruits on you. You only need 1 of the Qian essence fruit. See who else in the sect needs it and then make arrangements based on their contribution. Remember, if the Aquarius race really dares to attack the divine Dao realm, don't keep fighting if you can't beat them. One day, we'll get back at them. Emo made these arrangements and said to Qiao, he immortal friends Qiao, if you trust me then please go to the divine Dao realm. At the same time, give me the location of the Guan Yuan Palace. After I'm done with things I will go there and help with pill concoction. I will then go back to the divine Dao realm after finishing. Then, you can leave the divine Dao realm. If it's fast then it should be done in a decade, but even if it's slow I wouldn't take more than 100 years. Shout he was helpless but he knew that there was no way Emo would go with him before he finished his things. He had been searching for a powerful pill divine for 2 millennia. It was impossible to find a powerful Dao essence pill divine like Emo. Now that Emo asked him to go to the divine Dao realm,
it was clearly for him to help the human race. If he didn't agree, Yemo might not concoct pills for him. He had been with Yemo for a while and understood Yemo's character a little. Yemo wasn't even scared of Aquarius race, there was no way he would be scared of the Guangyuan Palace. Thinking about this, Xiaoyi took out a jade bead and said, "This is a void location bead of the Guangyuan Palace. You can sense the palace from here in the void." The human divine emperors of the shop quickly left and soon, Yemo was alone. His spirit sense was watching the Aquarius race. He found that the Tao Essence Divine Emperor and half Primordial Essence didn't leave and felt assured. Now that he was alone, my plan to let Small Ginseng or Chio rang out to help. Small Ginseng was Ice Ginseng King, but with countless Tao fruits here, Small Ginseng wouldn't cause people to fight over him immediately. But soon, Yemo found in joy that Mu Xiaoyun was out of solitary cultivation. She was Immortal Friend's peak stage now. The next thing for her was Tao Vindication. Yemo had this many Tao fruit and Chaos Chi in the Golden Page world, there was no worries at all. Yemo immediately called out Mu Xiaoyun, and as soon as she came out, she came up and hugged Yemo tightly. "Husband, I don't want to go into solitary cultivation again." It had been a torture for Mu Xiaoyun all these years in the time formation disk. With her talent and all these resources, she definitely didn't need all these years to reach Immortal Friend's peak stage, but she missed Yemo too much and would often wake up from solitary cultivation. She forced herself back into solitary cultivation. This was not the mindest for cultivation. Yemo felt this and patted her back. "Don't worry, Xiaoyun, you won't need to anymore. Your Immortal Friend's peak stage, but your Tao heart isn't full. It's not good for Tao vindication. You can stay with me for a while before you vindicate Tao." MHM. Mu Xiaoyun was like a tame cat. Chapter 2188. Collect Tao fruit like crazy. When Yemo took Mu Xiaoyun out of the shop, there were nearly 100 people outside. Seeing this, Yemo rejoiced. He could tell they came out from the Tao fruit tower. They definitely came to sell or ask him for pill concoction. "Husband, are we at the void marketplace? What square is this? Why are there so many people?" Mu Xiaoyun asked in shock, seeing so many divine emperors squeezed here. "This is Void Marketplace Tao Fruit Tower Square. I'm going to go in for pill concoction. You stay out and help me collect Tao fruits and give out pills." Yemo said, "Pill Divine Yi, is what's on your tablet true? I have 2 abstruse heaven fruit. I want to ask you to concoct abstruse heaven pill. Pill Divine Yi, I have a purple heaven Tao fruit. I want to trade for 5 God Cloud pill." Pill Divine Yi, most people trusted him as he had a stall here before. "Immortal Friends, of course what's on Yemo sign is true. Even if you just give me 1 Tao fruit and I destroyed it in pill concoction, I'll compensate you." Then Yemo continued, "I'll put it out now, the number of pills per cauldron is 9. If it's 2 of the same Tao fruit, then you get 9 pills. If it's just 1 Tao fruit, then 4 pills. Remember to prepare the supplementary God Spirit herb yourselves. If I have to provide it, then you have to pay more God crystals or take less God pills." Yemo knew that in terms of buying with God crystals, he was probably the weakest here. Any merchant shop here had more God crystals than him. He probably only had about tens of billions, but any merchant shop here had more than 100 billion. He could only use God pill to get Tao fruits. With his current power, he can easily concoct 12 pills per cauldron. Saying 9 was still extremely amazing in the void marketplace. Usually, those who get 6 pills per cauldron were extremely powerful pill divines. "Okay, I'll come first. I have 2 abstruse heaven fruits." The Tao Actualization Divine Emperor at the front said. Even if it was just 6 pills, he would accept without hesitation. Yemo took these 2 fruits and left things outside to Mu Xiaoyun. He went in first. Many people were here, but most of them just watched. Many people knew that Yemo was pill divine, but the Tao fruit was too precious. What if this person destroyed it? Even if they killed Yemo, they wouldn't be able to get back their Tao fruits. Due to Yemo's big sign and shocking content, more and more people came. There would be at least 4,000 to 5,000 Tao fruits each time the Tao fruit tower opened. Some people didn't want to waste time going to higher levels, so they would collect more numbers of low-level Tao fruits. Yemo only used 5 minutes to finish a cauldron of abstruse heaven pill. "Husband." Mu Xiaoyun saw Yemo come out and stood by Yemo nervously. She was Immortal Friend's peak stage, but no one here was Immortal Friends. They were all divine emperors. "Pill Divine Yi, how is it? The Tao Actualization Divine Emperor asked nervously. Yemo took out a jade bottle and said, "It's done, have a look." The Tao Actualization Divine Emperor opened and poured out a pill.
Then he said in shock, 9 extreme grade abstruse heaven pills. He had never expected for extreme grade God pills to appear. He would be able to accept even middle grade. He quickly put the pills into the jade bottle and then left the crowd without even saying thank you. Everyone nearby saw this immediately. Mu Xiaoyun immediately became busy. All sorts of Dao fruit were sent over. Some Dao fruit not even from the Dao fruit tower came. Dao fruits became Yemo's and God pills stacked up in Yemo's storage ring. The divine emperors left happily with their jade bottles. Later on, more and more people came to ask for pill concoction. Half a day had passed. Yemo collected a few hundred Dao fruits. Xiaoyun, stop collecting Dao fruits.
Yemo told Mu Xiaoyun to stop. Yemo could clearly feel many looks of animosity. Clearly, he overdid it. He collected that many Dao fruits all by himself. What would all the other shops and powers do? Plus, he felt he couldn't keep staying here. Mu Xiaoyun wasn't dumb. She was planning to remind Yemo even if he didn't say it. Now that Yemo said this, she gave the Dao fruits to Yemo and stood on his side. Yemo took out the God pills he concocted and gave them out. Then, Yemo saluted with his fists. Luo Yu Dao fruit shop is done buying now. Everyone please choose other shops. How can that do? It's not my turn yet? I didn't get a chance, I've been waiting for a long time. Pill Divine Yi, what's going on? When Yemo announced this, he clearly felt the killing intent she dissipate by a lot. If Yemo didn't slaughter the Aquarius race, there would have long been people to challenge Yemo's stall. Yemo said apologetically, I've been concocting for half a day. My sea of consciousness isn't holding up. When would Pill Divine Yi begin pill concoction again? Some people immediately asked, I don't know. I'm going back for solitary cultivation. Maybe when I finish solitary cultivation. Yemo's words disappointed a lot of people, making them regret not coming here earlier. It was normal for a Tao Actualization Divine Emperor to go into solitary cultivation for a few 100,000 years. Who knew when he would come out? But no one dared to force Yemo to concoct pills. Those divine emperors could only put away their Dao fruits. Wait. Just when Yemo was about to pack up his stall, a heavy voice stopped him. It was a man wearing black robes and a hat. Yemo could tell there was something with this hat. It was a top-level stealth magic artifact. What bewildered Yemo was that this man's power fluctuated between Dao Actualization and Dao Essence. Yemo guessed that this person could reach Dao Essence at any time. You're looking for me? Yemo asked. The man said heavily, that's right, I have a business deal with you. Yemo nodded. Come in then. He looked at Mu Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, come in. She stay outside, I came to talk to you alone. The man's voice went cold. Hearing this, Yemo sneered. Then don't talk about it. I'm going. Then Yemo packed up the sign. If he didn't feel this man wasn't simple, Yemo wouldn't even let him come in. Chapter 2189 Primordial Essence Duskfrui. This black-robed man didn't expect Yemo's attitude was this. Seeing Yemo start to pack away his sign, he can only say, if you're not scared of exposing it, then she can come in. The thing I'm going to discuss will definitely benefit you, but if it's exposed, it would bring lethal disaster. Sit down and talk. Yemo pointed at a chair. He was a bit curious what would benefit him. The man sat down and took out a jade box onto the table and said, have a look at this first. Yemo opened the jade box. A powerful world-opening primordial essence chi came into his face. Yemo's spirit sense saw that it was a faint purple fruit in the jade box. Yemo closed the jade box and looked at this man in shock. This is Dao Fruit Tower Level 9 Primordial Essence Dusk Fruit? Seeing Yemo was only a little shocked, the man nodded with approval. That's right, this is Primordial Essence Dusk Fruit. This was a Primordial Essence Dao Fruit. It could allow a Dao Essence learn the third step. One of this was invaluable, and yet this man could get one. Yemo was shocked, but Yemo wasn't going to rely on Dao Fruit to vindicate Dao. I've heard the Primordial Essence Dusk Fruit never appeared. How did you get it? Yemo asked. This Dao Fruit was attractive but not something Yemo would do anything for. The man said, of course I got it in the Dao Fruit Tower. There's no wonder that the fruit hasn't appeared before. There's a secret in the Dao Fruit Tower. That is, those who picked Dao fruit in the previous 8 levels wouldn't be able to get to the ninth level no matter how strong they are. So, if you want to pick the ninth level fruit, you must not pick any Dao fruit from level 1 to 8, Yemo realized. No wonder, how did you know?
Yemo subconsciously asked. The man said slowly, how I know isn't important.
What's important is if you're interested in it or not. If you are, we can deal. What do you want? 11 Yemo asked. I heard you're a Dao Essence pill divine. Did you concoct the cosmic Dao pill that appeared in the void marketplace before?
The black-robed divine emperor asked and seemed a little nervous.
Yemo nodded indeed. I knew it. The man's face suddenly became excited and then asked, do you have more cosmic Dao pill?
Then, as though fearing Yemo would deny, he added, the void marketplace merchant tower got 6 and sold it all out.
I've been watching you for a while.
I know that each cauldron you definitely have more than 9 pills.
This means that you have more than 3 cosmic Dao pills on you. You're planning to use primordial essence dusk fruit to get my cosmic Dao pills? Yemo realized but was extremely shocked.
1 primordial essence dusk fruit was countless times more precious than cosmic Dao pill. This person was about to reach Dao essence divine emperor.
Was he dumb to do this deal?
Yemo scanned his spirit sense on this black-robed man, and moments later, Yemo realized.
This person probably had some problems breaking through to Dao essence. He wasn't Dao actualization nor Dao essence.
He was in quite an awkward predicament. If he couldn't solve this problem quickly, his foundation would collapse and he would never be able to progress. Compared to the Qian essence fruit, the cosmic Dao pill had something more precious. Because it was concocted from cosmic lotus, it had this void space Dao wave. This Dao wave would allow the user to remove unnecessary learnings before they learn Dao essence Dao. It would allow the user's Dao to be in this void state and then learn Dao essence. The Chen essence fruit allowed one to feel the Dao essence Dao at Dao actualization peak stage level. This black-robed man for some reason learned partial Dao essence Dao wave before he was ready. This Dao wave wasn't something he needed, so he needed the cosmic Dao pill to remove this unnecessary learning and learn Dao essence again. Realizing this, Yemo didn't feel strange. This person was like someone who was about to die of thirst in the desert. If he was to choose between 1 kg of water and 1 kg of gold, he would definitely choose water. The man returned to being calm and said, that's right. I do want to use the primordial essence dusk fruit to exchange for your cosmic Dao pill. Of course, you know the value primordial essence dusk fruit is countless times better than the cosmic Dao pill, so you need to make some compensations too.
Yemo didn't speak.
If this person wasn't so desperately after the cosmic Dao pill, he would be willing to make some compensations, but now he didn't. Yemo wanted to use the primordial essence dusk fruit to trade for 1 cosmic Dao pill. Seeing Yemo not talk, the black-robed man said, give me 10 billion god crystals and 50 Dao fruits as well as 2 cosmic Dao pills.
Yemo almost laughed in anger. This guy really dared to ask, don't you think your request is too absurd?
Yemo sneered. The man said, no. Why are primordial essence divine emperors so rare?
It's because they have no fortune. This Dao fruit is the fortune.
Those who want to become primordial essence divine emperor would pay many times more just to get the Dao fruit. The man's tone changed. I know you're strong, but if I spread the word pill divine you got a primordial essence dusk fruit, do you know the consequences?
Even if you don't have it, those halfway primordial essence wouldn't let you go simply. You're threatening me?
Yemo's tone went cold. The man didn't care. If you think I'm threatening you, then it is. Oh, in that case, when I go out, I'll say you have at least 2 primordial essence dusk fruit.
Wouldn't you be facing greater danger than me?
Yemo said. The black-robed man said without fear, go ahead.
No one knows who I am. Yemo laughed. No one knows who you are.
Even if you didn't care about the first 8 levels, not anyone can get into the 9th level.
Dao actualization and want to get to the 9th level.
I can't find anyone else other than top 3 of God rank.
From your looks, I'm guessing you're Taishu sure, God rank number 1.
Then, Yemo suddenly got up. Perhaps I can go say it now.
Leave, I'm going to pack up my stall and promote this news.
Seeing Yemo leave without even looking at the primordial essence dusk fruit, the black-robed man was worried. He quickly got up and gritted his teeth. I'll trade with you.
1 primordial essence dusk fruit for 1 cosmic Dao pill. Yemo looked calmly at him. When did I tell you I was going to do that? The primordial essence dusk fruit doesn't have much use for me. If you want to say I have it, then go ahead. Ha!
The black-robed man was truly worried this time.
Guillermo didn't want to take such huge advantage. The man calmed down quickly.
He realized he was no match for this pill divine in terms of business. Thinking about this, he said, genuinely, I was Tao actualization peak stage, and when I entered the 9th level, I was infected by the primordial essence dusk fruit tree's primordial essence chi. I was automatically going to learn the Tao waves.
If my foundation wasn't deep, I would _VE exploded from the Tao chi.
I _VE suppressed it, but I am now at a state where I can't reach Tao essence. I can only use the cosmic Tao pill to remove the messy Tao chi. It was just as he guessed.
Guillermo thought to himself, this 9th level was so powerful.
It seemed that even if he went, he probably couldn't escape such fate. Chapter 2190 Battle Half Primordial Essence. Guillermo really didn't care about the primordial essence dusk fruit. Hearing this, he stopped and said 5 billion god crystals, 1 primordial essence dusk fruit for 1 cosmic Tao pill. Hearing this, the black-robed man almost spat blood, but he resisted his fury and took out a storage ring and gave the fruit to Guillermo. Okay, give me the cosmic Tao pill. Guillermo checked the god crystals and fruit before giving a jade bottle to the black-robed man while saying, be me moral. The man checked the pill and sneered, I know you're very moral.
Perhaps we will meet again, and when we meet again, I hope you can be as moral as today.
The man said and left Guillermo's shop. Let's go.
Guillermo took Mu Xiaoyun out of the shop and collected his shop magic artifact, your pill divine.
As soon as Guillermo packed up the shop, a skinny old man appeared before Guillermo and Mu Xiaoyun, half primordial essence.
Guillermo's eyes glanced at this old man and saw his power level. Although this person had no Tao wave and his eyes seemed very ordinary, Guillermo knew that this person was one of the half primordial essence who appeared at the auction. You're looking for me?
Guillermo saluted with his fists and asked calmly, I'm Void Marketplace Auction Ping Yuan. I've long heard Pill Divine's great name. Before, Pill Divine was doing business, so I didn't dare to disturb, but now that you're free, would you have the time to come sit at my place? The old man's tone was rather polite. Guillermo recognized this person and knew he had long been here. If it was before the Tao Fruit Tower was open, Guillermo would go, but the most important thing for him now was to leave the Void Marketplace. He wasn't going to chat with this half primordial essence. Guillermo immediately finished, thank you for your invite, immortal friends Ping, but I have someone waiting for me.
After I'm done with that, I'll come visit immortal friends Ping.
Then he added, I'll be going first, immortal friends Ping. I believe we will be seeing again soon.
Then, Guillermo pulled Mu Xiaoyun and left the Tao Fruit Tower Square.
He didn't want to talk to Ping Yuan, as he definitely didn't have good business coming to find him. This guy seemed even stronger than Kong Han Divine Emperor.
At the same time, Guillermo knew that the people from Shadow Void Castle was here.
Him selling great primordial god rune Tao fruit there could be exposed at any time. Guillermo was ready to fight with Ping Yuan when he left. He was thinking that if Ping Yuan wanted to force him, he would fight him. Seeing Guillermo ran before he could even answer.
Ping Yuan's face sunk. He had never seen such a cocky Tao actualization Divine Emperor.
He was going to charge up to him and stop him. Immortal friends Ping, wait. A pale-faced man who looked like he drowned to death stopped Ping Yuan. Ping Yuan was going to rage, but when he saw this person, his face paused for a moment and he said, immortal friends Shin, what do you mean? This person was Aquarius half primordial essence and was no weaker than him. He had the Aquarius race behind him. The man said with a coarse voice, immortal friends Ping, listen to me.
Guillermo is a big enemy of the Aquarius race.
He killed more than 100 of our divine emperors. If I can't bring him back to the Aquarius race,
I won't be able to report back. Ping Yuan's face eased up a bit.
Clearly, he already knew this. He also knew that the reason this Aquarius half primordial essence prepared to attack now was for Guillermo to help them collect Tao fruit. As though knowing what Ping Yuan thought, the half primordial essence said, I know why immortal friends Ping is after Guillermo. Guillermo stayed here for half a day, but I think he has more than 200 Tao fruits. I, Shinweichi, promise that if immortal friends Ping don't stop me from getting revenge, I will give you 100 Tao fruits. He then looked at another half primordial essence who was leaving the square and said, of course, Brother Peng needs to help me stop that Luo Juanxia so I can go attack.
No problem. Peng Yuan instantly agreed.
He only needed to stop Luo Juanxia and could get 100 Tao fruits. This was too worth. Now, the Aquarius race would take the risk and he just needed to get rich. How could he reject this? Con Hansa Luo Juanxia, Pang Yuan, and the Aquarius Divine Emperor chase after Emo and sneered. If Emo was that easily robbed, could he survive till now? Tian Rui Divine Emperor didn't even look. He just watched the stalls for Dao fruits. If there was a Dao fruit he needed, he would immediately go up to discuss. Xiaoyun, I'll send you into the Golden Page world first,
Emo said as soon as he left the Void Marketplace.
He knew that Aquarius race half-primordial essence wouldn't let him go easily. Mu Xiaoyun didn't know the exact situation, but she knew that there was someone after them. She had to stay in the Golden Page world as she was too weak. Without Mu Xiaoyun, Emo's spacetime boat sliced across the void. It went faster and faster. He was choosing the direction to enter the abyssal race. In less than a day, Emo's spirit sense noticed defiant light. Emo knew that it was the Aquarius half-primordial essence. It was normal that a half-primordial essence could chase up.
How could a half-primordial essence not have extreme-grade flying god artifact? Emo felt it was a pity. He didn't have enough time.
If he had enough time, he would definitely set up a formation first. Although he wasn't scared of half-primordial essence, it didn't mean he could definitely beat them. A barren planet appeared in Emo's spirit sense.
This planet didn't even have an atmosphere.
It floated in the void more like a huge asteroid. Emo landed on this planet immediately and threw down a few formation flags. He would use anything he could to fight a half-primordial essence. He didn't finish half the formation and the half-primordial essence landed on this planet as well. Emo released Zisu and stared at this half-primordial essence.
His face was pale. Do you know why I didn't kill you immediately? Because I know you're a Dao Essence pill divine and you can even concoct extreme-grade cosmic Dao pill.
The Divine Emperor stared at Emo for a while and said slowly,
Give up and surrender. I won't kill you. The Aquarius race needs a pill divine.
You can stay in our race to concoct pills to make up for your sins.
Eat my sword first before you ramble on.
Zisu suddenly waved out a 300 kilometers long purple ray and hacked over. This was Sword God Art Shatter Space. An even brighter watercolor suddenly appeared before the purple sword ray and smashed together. Thud. Watercolor splashed apart and purple sword ray was broken. Powerful God Essence backlash and terrifying void power came. Emo felt his chest go heavy. It was as though he was struck by a huge hammer and sent flying. That watercolor light that splashed tore open Emo's realm domain and smashed it where Emo was.
Explosion sounded. A little less than half of this barren planet was destroyed. The formation flags Emo set up before were completely pulverized too. Emo landed in one corner of this planet. His god essence was still messy. He didn't expect a half-primordial essence to be this strong. If this person was a primordial essence divine emperor, wouldn't that mean he would just die?
He didn't even see what magic artifact this divine emperor used. No wonder you can kill our Aquarius divine emperor. You have some power indeed. You broke free from my realm domain.
In that case, take another hit.
The divine emperor released his magic artifact again.
This time, Emo saw clearly, it was an ordinary white ruler.
Chapter 2191 Terrifying Monk. When he attacked again, the Aquarius divine emperor's heart was on fire.
He was certain that Emo's sword was a primordial spirit artifact. Otherwise, Emo would be heavily injured just then.
Not only that, Emo's strike struck ripples in such solid void. If this wasn't a primordial spirit artifact, how could it do this? At the same time, he released Zisu again.
The sword ray wasn't as vibrant as before.
It was only around 300 m long, but it was twisted. This time, Emo attacked with full force. This was a sword god art even he couldn't control.
Falling Mark Sword Rune. Emo knew how terrifying his Falling Mark Sword Rune was now. If he couldn't control it,
this sword rune might backlash him.
But Emo was facing a half-primordial essence.
If he held back it was suicide. This half-primordial essence immediately felt Emo's Falling Mark Sword Rune. He could immediately tell it was related to Great Primordial God Rune. After realizing that Emo knew Great Primordial God Rune, he was instead very happy. He knew that Great Primordial God Rune could be passed down. If it really was Great Primordial God Rune, then even if EMO was a pill divine, he would still kill EMO. The Great Primordial God Rune was no small matter. Even he could resist his desires for it. The 300m long twisted sword rune swept the entire void. This sword rune seemed much smaller than the one before, but the lethal force was bigger than the 300km long purple sword ray. The void was instantly bound by the god rune, and this soul-piercing destructive killing intent pierced everything. The half-primordial essence, who didn't consider EMO to be much of a threat, was shocked and scared after seeing the twisted sword rune. At this moment, he felt the sword rune set gaze on all over his body. At this moment, the Aquarius Divine Emperor's white ruler turned into this heavenly screen that was going to block the destructive sword rune out. EMO was shaking all over his body. The half-primordial essence didn't give him this feeling. He felt that he couldn't control this sword rune. This sword rune was too scary. EMO was certain that if he could master it, he only needed to use instant second and then golden arrow of divine extermination, and he would definitely be able to kill this half-primordial essence. However, he couldn't control this god art, much less use other god art. EMO really wanted to keep using this sword rune, but he knew that if he continued, his mind would be Tom. He was only a Tao Actualization Divine Emperor, but he knew a god art far beyond that of Tao Actualization Divine Emperor. Yet, his Zisu could release such god art. When there was cracking sounds in EMO's sea of consciousness, EMO no longer dared to let this sword rune rampage. He forcefully stopped the destructive lethal force of the sword rune. He knew that if this continued, he would definitely be able to kill his half-primordial essence. He didn't even need to use golden arrow of divine extermination. At the same time, he knew that after killing this half-primordial essence, he would be backlashed by this sword rune. Even if he didn't die, his sea of consciousness would explode. He would become an idiot. Rumble. When the sword rune clashed with the white screen, cracks appeared in the surrounding void. EMO's clothes shattered and his sea of consciousness made cracking sounds. The powerful god essence backlash sent EMO flying. The broken planet could no longer handle such power and was destroyed. The half-primordial essence spat many mouthfuls of blood and his clothes were completely torn. He was covered in blood. Clearly, he was injured more. EMO forced down the pain in his sea of consciousness and was about to release the golden arrow of divine extermination when he heard a furious roar. "Who destroyed my house? I'm going to kill you, bastard." EMO saw that amidst the pieces of the planet a monk emitting golden light around his body shot out. He had no clothes, but the golden light wrapped him. The half-primordial essence was closer to him than EMO. EMO saw this monk grab at the half-primordial essence and roared, "I'm going to crush you, insect. How dare you destroy my house?" EMO wasn't shocked that this monk was hiding in this barren planet. He often did that too. However, EMO was shocked that this monk easily grabbed this half-primordial essence like an insect. The half-primordial essence couldn't resist at all. EMO didn't dare to stop at all now. He swept up some dark ray and disappeared into the void. The instant he went in, he saw the half-primordial essence getting crushed to pieces. A mere Tao actualization dares to run? Do you think my head is still clumsy? The monk's hand loosened and the half-primordial essence's storage ring and small world was taken. Everything else completely disappeared. The monk grabbed at the direction EMO went. A huge crack appeared in the void. The monk stepped in immediately, but then he murmured, "This kid is really cunning, but don't even think about running from me." He was in no rush to grab EMO. Instead, he took out some materials from the storage ring and they instantly turned into a complete set of Buddhist robes. When EMO went into the crack, he felt like his sea of consciousness was going to explode. EMO ate a few spirit sense recovery pills and hacked out Zisu. Another crevice appeared in the void and EMO charged in without hesitation. EMO kept hacking at the void with Zisu and going in. He was extremely experienced at running. He knew that for someone who could crush a half-primordial essence with one hand, even if he used all his means, he wouldn't be able to hurt this guy at all. EMO didn't like the feeling of his life being controlled by someone else. His only line of life was to run away before that person could react. He couldn't escape in the same realm. He had to keep tearing open the void, in the shortest time. He opened more than 10 voids. EMO felt his sea of consciousness was almost about to explode. He knew he couldn't keep doing this anymore. He didn't know what sort of void he was in right now.
When he saw an asteroid group fly over, EMO stuck onto one without hesitation and entered the Golden Page world. The Golden Page world seeped into the asteroid and disappeared into the endless dark void. At this moment, that monk had put on Buddhist robes. He patted his sleeves and said in contempt, "I want to see how a mere Tao actualization can escape to?
How dare you destroy my house?" However, before he finished, his face changed.
His spirit sense pierced many void realms but didn't find any signs of EMO. He got away?
This monk said in shock and then suddenly tore the space next to him and stepped in. He scanned out with his spirit sense again. The reason he wasn't scared of EMO getting away was because his spirit sense could piece more than 10 void realms. Even if EMO used magic artifact to tear open the void, EMO wouldn't be able to escape his spirit sense range in a short time.
But now, EMO really was gone. I could tell you were a slippery one. Count yourself lucky today. I can't be bothered wasting my time on a slippery eel like you.
I have business to do, but what a waste of a good sword. The monk said and disappeared. 3 days later, EMO came out of the Golden Page world, but his sea of consciousness still hadn't recovered, but with the chaos tree. He was much better than before. EMO didn't feel too much danger coming out, but he didn't dare to be careless.
He released Zisu and dashed away.
EMO guessed that monk was probably a primordial essence divine emperor. Only a primordial essence divine emperor would be this terrifying. A primordial essence divine emperor would have no trouble tearing open void. How would EMO dare to stay here? Plus EMO didn't know where he was right now. Chapter 2192. How time have passed. 3 years later, EMO stopped. He didn't know how many voids he had Tom, but he knew he was at the lowest level realm right now. EMO knew that if he went around randomly like this, then he would get nowhere even in 3,000 years. Xiaobi's Guangyuan Palace location bead was powerful, but it couldn't locate it through countless realms. For such low-level realm void, EMO believed that when his sea of consciousness completely recovered, his spirit sense would be able to easily pierce the realms. He would recover his sea of consciousness first. EMO chose another asteroid and controlled the Golden Page world to go in. What EMO didn't expect was that when he tried to use Darkweed to repair his sea of consciousness directly, it was better than using Corner Soulweed pill.
EMO rejoiced like crazy.
His sea of consciousness rarely had sustained such injuries before. Usually, it would recover with some pills. But this time, his sea of consciousness was injured so heavily not due to the half-primordial essence but because he used Zisu to use a god art beyond his capabilities. The Darkweed started to repair his sea of consciousness.
EMO felt the chaos tree emit endless life force to support the Darkweed in the reparation process.
EMO felt that as his sea of consciousness was repaired, there was significant change.
His sea of consciousness seemed to be forming a new world. EMO suddenly started to use the Spirit Will 9 transformations. His sea of consciousness was covered and a whole new world appeared in EMO's will.
The chaos tree suddenly moved to the sea of consciousness. His spirit sense multiplied like crazy. His sea of consciousness world rapidly completed.
When the last crevice was filled, EMO could sense this extremely powerful joyful feeling. His spirit sense was even easier to use. Spirit Will 9 transformations went through nirvana?
EMO murmured to himself. A year later, EMO's sea of consciousness completely recovered and his Spirit Will 9 transformations reached 6th transformation nirvana. His sea of consciousness expanded like crazy and his spirit sense became stronger. EMO then greeted Mu Xiaoyun and left the Golden Page world confidently. EMO scanned his spirit sense out in the void. He wanted to know if his powerful spirit sense could yet penetrate low-level void realms. When his spirit sense saw things his eyes couldn't see, EMO knew that his spirit sense could barely penetrate a realm here. If it was before he saw the Golden Monk, EMO would be joyful, but now EMO knew this was nothing. There were many people stronger than him in the vast universe, and he knew that his spirit sense was penetrating the weakest realm. This void was countless times weaker than even the void realm of the cultivation realm, Cosmos. When EMO saw Cosmos in his spirit sense, he immediately rejoiced. Cosmos was different to void. There were countless planets in the cosmos and this meant the existence of life. EMO immediately tore open this void realm and appeared in the cosmos. Countless planets appeared in his sea of consciousness. Most of them were lifeless planets. In this cosmos, there was no god spirit chi nor immortal spirit chi, even spirit chi was extremely scarce. EMO scanned his spirit sense out slowly and when he saw the moon, he became very excited. The next moment, he saw Earth. Emo didn't expect that after tearing through countless voids, he didn't find the abyssal realm but came back to Earth. This was Earth a few hundred years later. It had undergone huge change. Emo immediately called out Xiaoyun.
Xiaoyun had never been to Earth. He was going to take her to see. Even though it had changed, it was still where he once lived, husband. We're in the cosmos? The spirit chi is so scarce here.
Mu Xiaoyun asked in surprise. Emo sighed, I'll take you to see where I lived before.
A few hundred years passed. I've really never expected I could come back here. Mu Xiaoyun reacted and asked in surprise and joy, husband, we're at Earth? Emo nodded, not yet but soon.
A few hundred years, Ninghai City still had its name, but the entire city was much prettier than before.
Emo took Mu Xiaoyun to the house he lived in before.
It had become a square, and the house he lived at before became a tourist spot. There were some tourists taking photos inside and eating at the stalls outside. Husband, you used to live here?
Mu Xiaoyun looked at this small house and asked. Emo nodded yes, this place left me with many memories. He thought of Qingshui and then Susu. Since he was here, it would be very easy to go back to Luoyu.
Then, he would take Qingshui, Luoying, and everyone to the immortal realm. But soon, his eyes dimmed down and sighed. What's wrong, husband?
Mu Xiaoyun asked. The place is still here but the people are not.
Emo exclaimed. Mu Xiaoyun held Emo's hands and said softly, husband, sister Qingshui and Luoying are all at Mou City.
Don't worry.
Perhaps they have ascended to the immortal realm already.
Emo shook his head, I'm not talking about them. Let's go. I'll take you to Luoyu City. Emo's spirit sense scanned to Luoyu City. It was still extremely pretty, but Emo saw no familiar person.
When he left Luo City, he set up large spirit gathering formation and left behind many pills and spirit stones. But today, there was no one there. They either left the city or had passed away. It was due to this that Emo felt extremely sad. No matter how powerful he was and how powerful his fortunes were, it would eventually turn to dust in the wake of time. One day, once he grasped time law in his hands, would he be truly eternal? Emo finally realized now why time law was the strongest law.
Emo said in surprise, what did you see? Mu Xiaoyun asked. Emo smiled, someone familiar, let's go see. Perhaps I really am going.
A middle-aged woman stood at the peak of a snowy mountain and murmured. She had spent a few hundred years in the Mayenei snow mountains here. Compared to other places, this place had more spirit chi, but despite this, she knew she had to leave. If Ning Siswang didn't leave her some spirit stones despite their conflict, she would definitely not be able to reach nascent soul state. But in this place, she was the only nascent soul cultivator.
She couldn't even find someone to talk to. She couldn't even go back to the Chu family. The family would think she's a monster, sigh. The woman felt she was too shameless when she did those things to Emo for cultivation. As her cultivation level progressed, her life views were changing. She had lived a few hundred years and seen many changes and ages, but so what? She was still alone here. Ning Siswang told her to go Luoyu City, but she didn't have the face to go. Shudan, I didn't expect you could reach nascent soul in such a spirit chi arid place. Emo's voice sounded behind her. The woman suddenly turned around and looked with extreme shock. She even forgot to use spirit sense. Even though she was just nascent soul primary stage, who on earth could appear behind her without her noticing? Brother Yi. This woman knelt down without hesitation. If it was before, she would definitely think she was stronger than Emo, but now she knew that even if she cultivated for a few lifetimes, she wouldn't be able to catch up to Emo. This woman was Chu Dan, the one who used Chu family's Dragon Gate disc to get cultivation resources from Emo. To be honest, Emo looked down on her. But Emo didn't want to bring this up anymore. After all, she was the only familiar person on Earth now. Chapter 2193. Past people no longer here. Emo didn't even lift his hand and Chu Dan felt a power lift her up. She quickly stood up, not daring to talk. She was guessing if this extremely beautiful woman next to Emo was Nic Shuang's sister Ning Qingshui. She felt ashamed of herself. It was quite hard of you to reach nascent soul state in such a place. Emo sighed. Shudan quickly said, that's because Siswang pitied me and helped me a lot. Even my storage ring is given by her. Where is Siswang? How come I don't see her? Yemo was planning to find Ning Siswang. Siswang told me Luoyu City didn't have enough cultivation resources. She was going to the small world and enter Luoyu continent from there. But Yemo felt curious. The Duanhong Range's teleportation formation was broken.
How did people go to the small world? Chu Dan said Siswang and them used a subtle teleportation formation to enter the small world. It's said that the formation was found by Brother Yi's friend Wu Dao.
Wu Dao told Siswang and them. Is Wu Dao monk still alive? Yemo was extremely shocked.
Wu Dao was no cultivator, he was a martial artist. Chu Dan answered Wu Dao reached real Great Heaven State and went to Luoyu City to find you, but he couldn't, so he could only go to Siswang. Thinking he was your friend, Siswang gave him a jade slip and told Wu Dao how to check it. However, Wu Dao's talent was very absurd. In just a few decades, he used the cultivation method to write a martial cultivation method. 100 years later, he used it to reach a higher level.
Hearing this, Yemo quite admired Wu Dao.
His talent was terrifying. He wrote his own cultivation method and broke through. Chu Dan continued then, he roamed the world and found that teleportation formation.
He knew it was a teleportation formation and then went to Luoyu to find Siswang. Siswang was the strongest person in Luoyu City at the time.
She was also experienced in formation.
She went with Wu Dao to that teleportation formation.
The teleportation formation was broken, but Siswang managed to repair it.
Yemo breathed easy and asked, so you're saying Siswang and them went to the small world? Chu Dan nodded. Not everyone went, only some.
Siswang said that the reason the formation was broken was due to using bad quality spirit stones to power it.
Siswang also said that it had become a single direction teleportation formation as the other side didn't have any resonance. This means that there's always people using that teleportation formation?
Yemo asked, and then before Chu Dan answered he said, I understand. He realized. It was Yunzi's Magical Continent Merchant Association that used it frequently. Her father Yin Dongxia used low-grade spirit stones to power the teleportation formation.
He didn't expect Ning Sichuan's formation talent was this powerful. Although the small world was close to Earth, it wasn't easy to repair such formation, Yemo sighed. He knew that only some people went as most people were at their age limit. Not everyone could reach golden core state. That way, their life would be limited. What do you plan to do?
Yemo looked at Chu Dan and asked. He didn't understand why she didn't leave with Ning Siswang. Chu Dan looked down and said, after I reached foundation establishment.
My mindset was completely different to before.
When I saw my kins leave me one by one, I felt very bad. I wanted to stay here with them more. Years passed like that. Eventually, I really had no spirit stones left.
If I keep staying here, I really might not be able to leave.
Then, I went to the teleportation formation.
I found that there was more problems with it. I don't understand formation, so I can only stay and study formation.
Even now, I have no confidence in leaving, but I know I have to leave. Yemo took out a storage ring to Chu Dan and said, there's some spirit stones and immortal crystals as well as pills and cultivation method. Keep it. I'll send you to the small world first.
There's a teleportation formation at Xinjia Mountain that can teleport you to Luoyu continent.
Huh, immortal crystals. Chu Dan's hands were shaking. She realized that if she still had the same mentality as before, Yemo would leave after just a few words. He would definitely not leave a storage ring like this. Yemo had immortal crystals. Without a doubt, he was an immortal. Thank you, brother Yi. Thank you, sister. Chu Dan quickly bowed to Yemo and Mu Xiaoyun. Yemo waved his hand. I'll send you to the small world, but I need to remind you there's really danger everywhere on Luoyu continent. You would be ambushed if you're not careful. If you feel cultivation is hard, you can go to Mou City. It's a cultivation city I built.
Okay, thank you, brother Yi, I'll remember that. Chu Dan said. She was shocked that Yemo actually built a city in the cultivation realm. How much power would that need? Did he come back to the cultivation realm after ascending?
From what she learned from Ning Siswang, immortals who ascended can never come back to the cultivation realm due to world law suppression? She looked at Yemo in shock.
How come he looked completely fine? The realm here was lower than the cultivation realm. The suppression should be greater. What's wrong?
Yemo asked, seeing Chu Dan looking at him in shock. Chu Dan quickly said nothing.
Moments later, she couldn't resist asking Brother Yi, I heard immortals would be suppressed by world laws when they came back to the cultivation realm. Since Brother Yi has immortal crystals, you're clearly, then how? Yemo smiled. You're right, but once your cultivation level reaches a certain level, this suppression is nothing. Yemo was Tao actualization peak stage peak. In a place like Earth, he is fused as one with the world. How could he be scared of law suppression? However, Mu Xiaoyun needed to stay by Yemo. Yemo's Tao waves would protect her. Otherwise, Mu Xiaoyun wouldn't be able to stay here. She would break the world laws, so that's it, I understand. Chu Dan sighed but didn't dare to ask Yemo's cultivation level. Seeing Chu Dan not ask any more questions, Yemo said, when do you leave here? I can leave now. Chu Dan answered, good. Yemo grabbed and a dark crevice appeared before Chu Dan. Chu Dan immediately called out in shock, this is tearing open the void. Yemo didn't answer and grabbed her with God Essence giant hand and sent her into the crevice while saying, I'm sending you to Xanjia Mountain. When you land, you can use spirit stones to activate the teleportation formation to Luoyu continent. Yemo's voice disappeared while Chu Dan appeared at the outskirts of a mountain range. When she saw the words Xanjia Mountain, the crack in the space disappeared. Chapter 2194 Must not lose oneself. Yemo wanted to take Mu Xiaoyun to Luoyu city, but suddenly, he felt something and swiped in the void. An old-looking Taoist appeared before Yemo and Mu Xiaoyun. He carried a simple bamboo backpack. Yemo didn't feel it was strange to see Tianze here. Many confusions became clear with the appearance of him here. He was certain he had seen Tianze at Luoyu continent before. Mu Xiaoyun called out in shock, Tianze master, this old Taoist had been to her house and told her fortune. Last time I said your luck was quite good. It had only been a few years and you're already immortal friends. Not bad, not bad. Tianze laughed. Mu Xiaoyun quickly bowed. Thank you for telling my fortune, Qianbei. Wanbei still has something to ask Qianbei. Did Qianbei know that Wanbei's husband will be husband, or did you predict that my husband's surname would be Yi? Tianze clearly knew what she meant and laughed. Your husband is Yemo, not that Yi Hoshan. You're quite nourishing of your husband. Your husband got quite a lot of benefits due to you. Please visit on our. Hearing this, Yemo thought. Mu Xiaoyun was pure wood spirit root. Was it not purely due to the golden page world that the bitter bamboo and yellow middle plum recognized him as master? Was it also due to Mu Xiaoyun? Thank you, Qianbei. Mu Xiaoyun said. Yemo also guessed that the stone stool was purposely left to him by Tianze. He thought of the words Tianze said the first time he spoke with him, other than Chaos World, there's actually a fortune I couldn't tell. Impossible. Then, Tianze left, meaning that he knew he had Chaos World. He didn't even take the stone stool, clearly not because he forgot about it but because he left it for him. A powerful being like him didn't rob his Chaos World and instead left the 5-element stool to him. One could see that Master Tianze is definitely deserving of respect. Thank you for telling my fortune too. Yemo bowed and thanked. Yemo was confused that he still couldn't see through Master Tianze's cultivation level. It was just like before. Tianze seemed like an ordinary man. Tianze nodded. You didn't disappoint me. I believe you repaired the passage from the immortal realm to the divine Tao realm, right? To be able to do that, it means your cultivation level is at least about Tao molding divine emperor. Wanbei is just one step from Tao essence. Tianze Qianbei, how come I can't see your cultivation level? Yemo asked. Tianze said casually, I have no Tao foundation. In some years, I will be returning to dust. This world is yours. My only hope is that someone can repair the divine Tao realm and rebuild the glory of the human race. You're the person with the most absurd fortune I've seen. Perhaps one day you can repair divine Tao realm and lead the human race to glory. Qianbei, Wanbei has chaos. Yemo wanted Tianze to enter his chaos world and take him from Earth. However, Tianze interrupted. This place is very nice. I often go out to tell fortunes. It's enough to feed me. Don't waste what I gave you and don't waste what you already have. No matter what cultivation level you reach, you can be prideful, but you must not lose yourself. Yes, Wanbei will remember this.
Yemo said. Master Tianze laughed and said, don't ask about my past and don't worry about my future. The future is yours.
I'm going.
If one day you perfect the divine Tao broken realm and I'm still alive, perhaps you can see me again.
Tianze said and disappeared from Yemo. He never asked Yemo for a Tao fruit nor crystal.
Yemo wanted to give him, but Tianze stopped him before he could even say it. Yemo didn't use spirit sense to check where Tianze left. He only had respect for Tianze.
Mu Xiaoyun and him looked at the direction Tianze disappeared and stood for a day before leaving. Luoyu City was still the same but more prosperous than before. Luoyu Lake was still the same but it was covered by formation. Tourists could only tour on the outside. Yemo took Mu Xiaoyun past the formation and came inside. Husband, I see your room. There's a jade slip and storage ring inside. Mu Xiaoyun's spirit sense scanned and immediately, Yemo saw his room too. Yemo picked up the jade slip and looked in. Brother-in-law, I'm Sis Wang. I was able to wait till you came, so we're going to Luoyu continent. There's Auntie Muan, Uncle Guiqi, Uncle Li Sandao, Ning Feifei, and Wu Dao Qianbei. My parents have passed away. Tang Xianping, Huang Yinian City Lord, Lu Lin Auntie, Uncle Fangwei, Yu Miaodun, Xin Shanshan, and Uncle Shixiu had all passed away. I don't know if brother-in-law can see this jade slip. I know those uncles and aunties are brother-in-law's best friends. Brother-in-law would be very sad to see this jade slip. Death is inevitable in life, this is the natural law. Don't be too sad, brother-in-law, Yemo rubbed his one eyes. How could he not understand this logic? Those people were his right arms. They sweated for the construction of Luoyu, but now, only he was left. Mu Xiaoyun's spirit sense scanned in. She felt Yemo's sadness and held his hands. Husband, we'll go to their graves and see. Yemo's spirit sense scanned to a public graveyard next to Luoyu Lake. There was formation protecting it, but it was built to be very pretty and grand. Brother-in-law, inside the storage ring are things Dad and Mum left for my sister. A part of it is what Auntie Tang Qianping left for Sister Wanqing. We left from the teleportation formation in Nei Snow Mountains. Don't worry about us. We'll soon be able to find brother-in-law and sister. By the way, not long after you came back last time, a woman called Wendong came and brought some things to brother-in-law. I was scared it would be lost, so I kept it with me. When I see brother-in-law, I will give it to you. There's also another woman called Ning. She lives in Luoyu City and she came to find brother-in-law. Hearing that you weren't here, she said if brother-in-law sees her little sister in Jiqi, please look after her. Yemo was lost in thought. He seemed to see Wendong wearing shades. At the same time, Ning and Jiqi floated before his eyes, as well as Shixiu, whom he got along with the most, and his brother Yixing, who was nowhere to be seen, after a few hundred years. These scenes cleared up before him. Yemo sighed. He felt he was too careless. Last time when he came back and didn't find Wendong, he really thought she didn't exist. Putting these away, Yemo took Mu Xiaoyun to the graveyard and took out some immortal flowers and bowed. Those were his kin, friends, and brothers. Even though he was a Tao Vindication Divine Emperor, there were still many things he couldn't control. Husband. Mu Xiaoyun called worriedly. Yemo came back to his senses and held Mu Xiaoyun's hands and said softly, let's go. Chapter 2195. Go down to the abyss. Find, in the small world, outside the Liangji Valley. Mu Xiaoyun pointed. Husband, I was taken by Elder Feng from here. Yemo cursed. I should have checked nearby. Mu Xiaoyun said softly. Husband couldn't do that before. Your spirit sense wasn't that strong before. Let's go visit Ice Lake. Yemo thought about the tablet Xiaoyun left at the Ice Lake inside. Mu Xiaoyun shook her head. I don't want to go back. Let's go to Luoyu continent. Do we teleport over? Yes, my spirit sense can't cross the void realm of the cultivation realm, but we can use Xinjia Mountain to teleport to Luoyu continent. 5 minutes later, Yemo stood on the teleportation formation at Xinjia Mountain. Mu Xiaoyun stayed in the Golden Page world. The teleportation formation had been protected by constructions. However, the spirit chi here had been used up. Without top-grade spirit stones, the teleportation formation wouldn't be able to be used. Yemo glanced at the formation and knew that the recent uses were probably by Ning Sishuang and Chu Dan. Yemo put down a few spirit stones and a light barrier activated from the teleportation formation, sweeping Yemo away. Yemo's spirit sense could clearly feel the space changing.
He could even leave the teleportation whenever he wanted without being affected. This is Shadow Swamp Valley. This isn't Luoyu continent. A faint bleak chi came over and Yemo immediately knew this was Shinshon continent. The two continents were very close. It was no problem for Yemo to get over there. Yemo's spirit sense scanned to Lotus Glory sect Guangjia. He also saw Hao Qiangying and Yu Hai. Even Lu Zhai was body condensation state cultivator. Guangjia was truth realization state peak stage. She could ascend to the immortal realm at any time. Yemo was very happy. Since he was here, he planned to take Mu Xiaoyun to Lotus Glory sect to see. At this moment, his spirit sense broke open the realm of the Shadow Swamp Valley, abyssal realm. In this dark and gray world, there was just dull gray sand. Yemo was very excited. If Qi Wanqing entered the abyssal realm, she would have definitely entered from here. Going to find Qi Wanqing's soul from here was much more reliable than the jade slip Chao Zhe gave him. Yemo no longer had the mood to go Lotus Glory sect. He took out a formation disk and a storage ring and crossed countless space and placed it before Guangjia. He left a last word before tearing open the world to abyssal realm. Ever since Yemo came to Shinshon continent, the Lotus Glory sect was at its prime. It had become the #1 sect of Shinshon continent. Guangjia was very happy with the current Lotus Glory sect. She could ascend to the immortal realm. Due to Yemo's relationship, she became the dominating truth realization state elder of the sect. She was having a sect meeting right now. There was only truth realization states present. At this moment, a Essence Chi giant hand suddenly appeared in the palace. This shocked everyone and they all wanted to get up. Wait. Guangjia felt a sense of familiarity. She knew this Essence Chi giant hand belonged to Yemo. She quickly got up and said, a formation disk and storage ring was placed before Guangjia while Yemo's voice sounded, I don't have time to come to Lotus Glory sect. This formation disk will be Lotus Glory sect protection formation disk. The things inside the storage ring are payback for Xiaoyun's cultivation resource. Xiaoyun is with me now. We don't have time to come back. I'll say hello to everyone for Xiaoyun. Lu Zhai is Wanqing's friend, please take care of her elder Guangjia. At the same time, congratulations on your impending ascension to the immortal realm. I have a sect in Gonghua Heaven called MOU Immortal Sect. If Guangjia can't find a sect, you can go to my sect first. Then, Yemo's voice faded away. It's Yiqianbei, Yiqianbei. Yemo's voice sounded in almost all the truth realization states got up in surprise and joy. They all bowed towards the storage ring and formation disk left by Yemo. Guangjia couldn't control her excitement. She didn't expect to finally hear Yemo's voice before she ascended to the immortal realm. Although Yemo didn't come personally, his voice came. The dark gray sand extended out from his feet. It was extremely messy and boundless. Even with Yemo's powerful spirit sense, he couldn't see an end. Some low-level souls felt Yemo's spirit sense and hid on the side timidly. A powerful suppression came. Yemo could feel his cultivation level seep away rapidly. It not only suppressed his cultivation level, but the law was so powerful that he would be pushed away if he wasn't careful. Yemo was certain even half primordial essence wouldn't be able to stay here. He used his body as the Tao foundation to fuse with chaos and vindicate the chaos Tao. Yet, even such a powerful Tao almost made him unable to stay. Yemo desperately used 3 birth chant. Even the chaos tree helped Yemo fuse with the world law here. Soon, Yemo felt his cultivation level stabilize before regaining his lost cultivation level. The world laws he didn't know before were gradually felt by him. Yemo breathed easy and took out the map Chao Zhe gave him. He found there was nothing similar to here on the map. Yemo wasn't too disappointed. He didn't rely on Chao Zhe at all. Perhaps this guy just wanted to kill him. How could he give the complete abyssal realm map to him? Yemo's spirit sense expanded out. Yemo believed that if he came in contact with Wanqing's soul, the familiarity would allow him to recognize her immediately. Yemo's spirit sense scanned a radius for a few million kms but still found no trace of her soul. Yemo's spirit sense could reach further, but he didn't do this. That might make him miss important information. If he wasn't too careless when he went back to Earth, he wouldn't have not found Wendong. Yemo kept going forward. A few days later, Yemo stopped at a dark desert. This desert was boundless too and filled with numb souls. Some were even starting to cripple. Yemo realized that even if souls went into the abyssal realm, they might cripple. Yemo felt melancholic.
Wan Qing was only golden core state when she died.
How could a golden core state soul last a few hundred years here? A dark-robed cultivator suddenly appeared in one corner of the desert. Yemo had never seen beings with bodies. He had only seen souls in the abyssal realm, but this cultivator had a complete body. Yemo immediately could tell this cultivator cultivated in cultivation method, and he was truth realization state. Yemo crossed tens of thousands of km with one step and came before this black-robed cultivator.
Chapter 2196 World Mountain. This dark-robed cultivator wore dark cultivator robes and was circulated with dark chi. However, the difference between their power was too great.
When Yemo stopped in front of him, he suddenly realized that there was someone in front of him, Qianbei. This black-robed cultivator said shakily.
Even though Yemo didn't exert any pressure, he could feel Yemo was countless times stronger than him. Where did you come from? What are you doing here? Yemo asked.
His spirit sense saw that the black-robed cultivator's bag, it was filled with all sorts of souls. Some of them were rather condensed and conscious. Not all souls that were here had no conscious. Many souls wanted to use the abyssal realm to enter their next life, so they came here. This cultivator just collected conscious souls clearly so he could turn them into soul artifacts.
Yemo detested such cultivator the most.
If it wasn't that he wanted to ask this guy a few questions, he would have thrown a fireball already. Wan Bei comes from the abyssal realm.
I'm here to collect some souls for cultivation. The black-robed cultivator answered respectfully. Yemo frowned. This place isn't the abyssal realm?
The man quickly answered, this is the nether realm. People outside often confuse the abyssal realm with the nether realm.
There's such difference? What's the difference? Yemo immediately realized that Chao Zhe didn't tell him the truth. The man took out a jade slip and marked some things and gave it to Yemo. How do you use souls to cultivate?
Yemo glanced at his soul bag. My cultivation method requires to boil souls to soul liquid and use this liquid to cultivate. The cultivator said as if this was the most natural thing in the world. Yemo immediately thought of Qi Wanqing's soul.
This person used souls to cultivate. How many souls would he be killing every day?
Who knew if he killed the soul of someone he knew? Feeling Yemo's killing intent rise, the black-robed cultivator turned to run immediately. Before he even left 3 meters, he saw a fireball fly over.
He couldn't resist this fireball at all.
Then, Yemo's spirit sense fell on this jade slip. Moments later, Yemo had an understanding of the abyssal and nether realm. Nether realm was the place for rebirth into the next life. The abyssal race was a race like the human race or beast race. Many souls would be swept into the nether realm, or they would come here on their own accord. At the nether realm, they would need to go to the samsara bridge if they wanted to reincarnate. Some cultivators with stronger souls and cultivate to strengthen their soul and cultivate an abyssal body and enter the abyssal realm, becoming a member of the abyssal race.
There were countless souls in the nether.
Some were cultivating, some roamed around seeking fortunes, but it was the minority that could cultivate an abyssal body and enter the abyssal realm.
Most headed to the samsara bridge. Yemo didn't hesitate.
If Qi Wanqing wanted to reincarnate, she would definitely head to the samsara bridge. She would definitely not cultivate abyssal cultivation method. Yemo immediately wanted to go to the bridge, but then he realized he didn't know where it was. Yemo waved and tens of souls appeared before him. Which of you know where the samsara bridge is? Yemo sent his will. A condensed soul carefully sent a message: the samsara bridge is everywhere. What did this mean? The soul seemed to know Yemo's power and answered without Yemo asking. Any soul that enters the nether realm will be able to see the samsara bridge when they want to reincarnate.
Then, they only have to walk that way.
Some people would walk there in a few steps, while some would take a few thousand years.
Yemo realized what this was.
This was space law that joined with the consciousness of countless souls. When a soul wanted to reincarnate, the space law would appear before them. What seemed like a few steps would help them cross countless distance. Yemo's spirit sense asked another question: I want to go to the samsara bridge, but I can't see it.
How do I go over?
All the souls fell silent. None of them knew how Yemo could go. An extremely faint soul suddenly sent a message: I don't want to keep staying here.
I want to go reincarnate. Qianbei, if you can see my body, then come with me. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you. The soul said, and its figure became even dimmer. Yemo's spirit sense followed this soul closely.
A subtle bridge appeared in Yemo's spirit sense.
Yemo almost called out in shock. Wasn't this the life-crippling bridge he saw at the God Necropolis domain? How did it appear here? But then, Yemo realized, this wasn't the life-crippling bridge.
They did look very similar, but they weren't the same. Yemo's figure flashed and disappeared from his spot. Tens of days later, a dark figure suddenly appeared in Yemo's spirit sense.
Yemo just watched that soul a bit and then the soul he was following disappeared. The Samsara bridge was gone too. Yemo wasn't annoyed. He knew the approximate location of the Samsara bridge. He just needed to head along that direction and he would be able to find it. Plus, he was countless times faster than that soul. Yemo watched this shadow more. He felt this shadow was familiar. Yemo sped up towards that huge black shadow. In less than 15 minutes, Yemo appeared at the black shadow. It was an extremely huge mountain. Yemo couldn't even see where the border of this mountain was. Yemo was confused. How could he feel familiarity to a mountain? He walked a few more steps and came to the foot of the mountain. He formed his God Essence giant hand and wanted to break a piece off the mountain. But when his hand touched the mountain, Yemo's face changed into extreme joy. This was World Mountain. This definitely was the World Mountain. Yemo knew this World Mountain definitely wasn't the World Mountain he saw at the Truth Fall Palace. This World Mountain was countless times bigger than the one in the cultivation realm. Their structure was completely different too. This was probably the real World Mountain. Yemo landed on the mountain excitedly. He had decided to take this away and forge it into the Divine Tao Realm Meridian. Yemo believed with his Tao Actualization peak stage power, it would be fine to use formation to take it into his Golden Page world. When Yemo started to spirit control this World Mountain, he realized how naive he was. 10 days later, Yemo realized that even if he spent a few million years, he wouldn't be able to spirit control one bit of the World Mountain nor use formation to take it away. The World Mountain's laws were incomplete and it couldn't be spirit controlled. Chapter 2197 Samsara Tao. Yemo stood on the top of the World Mountain and circulated half of it. When he saw a huge ditch at the waist of the mountain, he instantly realized this was the World Mountain, but because a piece of it was dug away, its laws weren't complete. If he wanted to spirit control this World Mountain, he would have to find the piece that was dug away. Not a piece of it can be missing. How could Yemo not realize that the Black World Mountain he saw in the Truth Fall Palace was the piece missing? He would have to find that missing piece, but the World Mountain flew away. Where would he find that? Who dug a piece of the World Mountain away? The guy who dug the piece away definitely wasn't able to take away the World Mountain, so he dug a piece in his fury. But even so, that person wasn't simple. The bigger the World Mountain was, the tougher it was. This was the original body of the World Mountain. Even if he dug with full force, he might not be able to dig a piece away. Yemo looked at this World Mountain reluctantly and could only leave a spirit sense mark here. When he found the missing piece, he would come back and spirit control it. At this moment, countless souls gathered before the Samsara bridge. They didn't go into the bridge not because they didn't want to, but because they had to pay a few abyssal crystals to get on. Read more new novels on. Abyssal crystal was the cultivation resource for souls. In the abyssal realm, there pretty much was no spirit items. Souls would have to rely on abyssal crystals to cultivate. Those who didn't have abyssal crystals would have to go search the vast abyssal realm. As time went on, those souls would gradually lose their consciousness and dissipate from the abyssal realm. At the same time, even powerful souls would experience danger collecting abyssal crystals. Sometimes, many conscious souls would rush up together. No matter how powerful you were, you would be torn apart. When souls had a certain level of power, they would be killed by the samsara law of the samsara bridge if they kept staying here. The most dangerous thing about the samsara bridge was that every once in a while, if you were close to the bridge, you would be swept on regardless if you want to reincarnate or not. So, collecting abyssal crystals before the bridge didn't happen all the time. Only souls with great power but no abyssal crystals to cultivate had to resort to this method. Now, there was such a soul before the samsara bridge. Yemo didn't release Spacetime Boat, but he sped up towards the samsara bridge. With his current power, he didn't need Spacetime Boat anymore. At the start, Yemo needed to mind his direction, but later on, he didn't need to as he sensed a powerful Tao Wave Chi. It was a domain he had never touched before. He even had the feeling that once he learned this Tao Wave Chi, he would reach Tao Essence Divine Emperor. As Yemo got closer to that vast Tao Wave Chi, he felt even greater pushing power. Yemo used 3 birth chant like crazy as he walked over. His will was completely captivated by this Tao wave chi. He even forgot to check for Chi Wanqing's soul. This Tao wave he had never seen before made him eager to learn. A long bridge appeared shrouded in gray mist in Yemo's sea of consciousness. As soon as this bridge appeared, Yemo felt it was very long, but when he looked again, it seemed very short. Regardless, Yemo couldn't see the other side. He could only feel an extremely powerful chi circulating the side of bridge. The closer Yemo was to the bridge, the clearer it was. This was samsara chi. It flowed like a giant river underneath the bridge, wave after wave, as though never ending. The instant Yemo stepped foot on this bridge, he was completely lost. The samsara chi brushed past him, surrounding him as though wanting to bring him along the bridge. The bridge expanded in Yemo's consciousness and then suddenly became narrow. Yemo found he became a small boat that rocked in the tidal wave like samsara chi. One mistake and his boat would tip. Yemo stood at the head of the samsara bridge. The countless souls next to the bridge were pushed back by this powerful chi. They all looked at Yemo in shock. The samsara chi before the bridge was terrifying to a new extreme. Other than souls that were about to reincarnate, no one could come close. Even abyssal bodies couldn't get close to the bridge. This had nothing to do with power. This was the suppression of samsara chi. Yet now, they saw a human step foot on the bridge, letting the vast samsara chi brush past him. How is there such terrifying person? Powerful and weak souls all stopped staring at Yemo. In a corner, a weak soul squirmed at one corner. She didn't know how long she had been here for. When she came here, her soul was already about to cripple. If she searched for abyssal crystal, she would have no chance of reincarnation. She was waiting for an opportunity here, waiting for the samsara chi to sweep over or the soul collecting abyssal crystals to leave. But she had waited for a few hundred years and her soul was about to cripple, yet she still didn't get what she wanted. Every moment, she thought about her past life. That was the only thing she could do. She felt lucky she reached golden core state, or she might not be able to retain any memories in here. When Yemo walked on the bridge, she was shocked just like the rest of the souls, clearly not expecting a human to be able to walk here without being suppressed by samsara. When she saw the person's looks, she was dumbfounded. If she had a body, she would have ran into Yemo's arms, telling him how hard life had been for her. If she could tear, her tears would have become a river. If she could speak, she would want to yell out Yemo_s name, saying she was here. She was Chi Wanqing, but she could only shake as she watched Yemo, hoping Yemo would recognize her. She really wanted to stop herself from shaking, but she couldn't. The more she shook, the quicker her soul would dissipate. She couldn't even move. A powerful samsara Tao wave washed Yemo's consciousness. Yemo suddenly wanted to follow it and jump down the samsara bridge. He felt it was really hard to stay on the bridge, and jumping down would make things very easy. At this moment, the chaos tree sent some life Tao wave, waking Yemo up instantly. He realized what he was doing. He was learning samsara Tao. As he felt the waves of samsara Tao, Yemo felt his Tao increase higher and higher. Chapter 2198 Number 1 God AR, 20 billion God crystals and 3 extreme grade God spirit range were thrown out by Yemo. He even grabbed some of the chaos chi he collected. Powerful samsara Tao wave washed Yemo_s body, fusing with his original Tao wave. He started to perfect his Tao. The Tao wave slowly connected with the golden page world. The golden page world seemed to be changing. The change wasn't obvious, but it gave people a feeling of samsara. These God crystals and God spirit range turned into tidal waves of God spirit chi that was devoured whole by Yemo. Yemo grabbed 10 yellow metal plums and used them. The samsara chi grew vast and grand, from river to oceans. Yemo's cultivation level kept rising. Rumble. Yemo's sea of consciousness and body made a unanimous sound. The extremely clear samsara Tao was imprinted in his Tao. Yemo suddenly waved his hand and tens of samsara Tao chi was grabbed in his hand. He took another step forward. When his 2 feet landed on the bridge, golden purple Tao wave rose up around him. The countless God crystals and God spirit ranges turned into pure white God spirit chi that dashed inside his Tao waves before disappearing. The world laws and Tao laws in the yellow metal plum fused with his Tao and became inseparable. Crack. After unknown amount of time, the samsara chi before Yemo started to dim, or perhaps the chi had fused with him. It had become tame. The God crystals, God spirit range, chaos chi and yellow metal plum all turned to dust. So powerful feeling. Yemo checked his cultivation level in shock. Tao essence tertiary stage. He didn't expect the nether realm would give him such huge fortune, allowing him to reach Tao essence. He skipped Tao Essence primary stage and middle stage and reached tertiary stage. Was this the power of Tao Essence? Yemo felt his power. He was joyful and shocked at the same time. With his current power, he could instant kill the rest of the Tao Essence Divine Emperors. Even if that half primordial essence came, Yemo could easily kill him. Yemo suddenly thought of that monk. He was beaten out of a barren planet. Was he a primordial essence Divine Emperor? How would he do against that monk? He didn't know as he had fought the monk yet. Perhaps he wasn't as strong as the monk, but once he spirit controlled all 7 golden arrow of divine extermination and upgrade the rest of his god arts, he might not necessarily lose to that monk. Yemo looked at the Samsara bridge. He didn't continue forward. He came to find Shi Wanqing. Who knew what would happen if he crossed the bridge? Yemo turned around and was going to leave, but what shocked him was that the path behind him had disappeared. Yemo didn't worry. He waved out invisible chi. It was his Samsara Dao Chi, then, that disappeared entrance showed itself again. Yemo then closed his eyes and didn't leave the bridge immediately. A few seconds later, Yemo pushed out with his hand. The time and the space before him didn't stop. It slowly flowed backwards. The backflow of time was very brief, just 1 second, but it seemed to have moved the entire world. Samsara, Yemo murmured. He was fusing the Samsara chi into his instant second god art, forming a new god art, Samsara. His Samsara god art only had 1 second, but in the future when he reached primordial essence, it won't just be 1 second. It will be 10 seconds, hundreds of seconds, or even countless years. Such powerful god art, such powerful law. Samsara god art originated from time law, but this god art had surpassed time law. It was at this new terrifying degree, Yemo believed that one day when his Samsara god art was perfected, it would surpass the great primordial god rune and become the #1 terrifying god art. It can instantly let one go into samsara or turn them into nothing, but Yemo didn't rejoice. He was full of worry. Who was certain that he was the only one here? Who knew if other people learned samsara god art? What if he faced someone who also knew it? Yemo shook. He would rather face a few primordial essence divine emperor than face a powerful being who knew samsara god art. Yemo breathed and walked out of the samsara bridge. The souls at the side of the bridge were completely dazed. The reason Samsara Bridge was called Samsara Bridge meant that once you went on you could never return. Yet this person went on the Samsara Bridge and came back. Yemo looked around at the souls and didn't care, but Yemo's spirit sense didn't scan casually. He still wanted to see if Shi Wanqing was here. In just a few seconds, Yemo felt an extremely familiar chi. A shaky soul appeared in his spirit sense. The soul was shaking and its dim body seemed about to collapse at any time. Shi Wanqing, that's right. It was Shi Wanqing's soul. Yemo even felt his breathing pause. He didn't have much hope finding her here, but he really found her. Yemo felt his footsteps were extremely heavy. He couldn't even move. Shi Wanqing seemed to have felt Yemo's spirit sense. She was still shaking uncontrollably as her soul was getting weaker and fainter. Yemo, did he see me? Did he see me? What should I do? What should I do? Yemo only dazed for 1 second and dashed up to Shi Wanqing. At the same time, he turned a heaven heart returned soul pill into mist and wrapped it around Shi Wanqing. Shi Wanqing's soul instantly condensed and grew even stronger. Shi Wanqing sent a shaky message, Brother Yi. Did you come to find me? Yemo still felt his hands were heavy. He was a Tao Essence Divine Emperor, a Tao Essence tertiary stage, and yet his hands were heavy. One could see how excited he was. Yes, Wanqing, sorry. I thought you were gone, but the heavens pitied me and allowed me to see you again before the Samsara Bridge. You don't need to worry anymore, come back with me. This nether realm isn't a place you should be in. Yemo said softly. He felt extremely guilty to Shi Wanqing. Her mother wanted to see her one last time but still passed away at Luoyu City. If he didn't save Shi Wanqing, there would be this mark in his heart. Shi Wanqing was just shaking and couldn't express anything. She wanted to cry, but she had no tears as she was just a soul. She wanted to thank that soul taxing at the bridge. If it wasn't for him, she might never be able to see Yemo. Yemo knew her soul was still very brittle, and if she was too agitated, who knew what would happen? Yemo carefully held her soul in his hand and looked around. A bold soul sent Yemo a message because a soul cultivator with abyssal body is taxing abyssal crystals here. Many souls can't go into samsara. Yemo immediately scanned to the soul cultivator.
In just a while, he would be able to get Abyssal Body. Chapter 2199. I'm happy I went through hardship. Seeing EMO look over, that soul cultivator immediately shivered.
Everyone saw how powerful EMO was. This was an unimaginable being.
Yet, he offended this powerful being. Although without this cultivator, Chi Wanqing would have gone into samsara, but EMO still grabbed this soul cultivator over. He waved his hand and dissipated the cultivator's partial abyssal body. Then, EMO threw the cultivator carrot bridge and said, if it wasn't that I was happy seeing Wonkin today, I will annihilate your soul immediately.
Piss off to samsara. The soul cultivator didn't dare to argue a thing.
He thanked and charged onto the samsara bridge. Go. EMO looked at the countless souls and said. The rest of the souls quickly charged onto the samsara bridge.
In a short while, the area in front of the bridge was empty. EMO quickly left the samsara bridge and found a desert before dashing inside with the golden page world. Husband, is this Sister Wanqing? Mu Xiaoyun saw EMO come in with the soul in his hand. Boss, it's a soul in your hand? Small Ginseng asked. EMO nodded. Yes, wait outside for me. I'm going to save Wanqing first.
Chi Wanqing's soul became more and more condensed after she was nourished by the Heaven Heart Return Soul Pill. EMO took her into the prettiest palace in the entire golden page world as fast as possible. Chi Wanqing's body was laying in her bedroom in the palace. A branch of chaos tree was placed next to her that preserved the life force of her body. Chi Wanqing's soul woke up and looked at the body in the room in shock. How could she not know that was her body? EMO not only took her soul back from the nether realm but also found her body. At this moment, Chi Wanqing suddenly felt that all that she had experienced didn't matter. At least EMO remembered her and went into the nether realm just for her. Wanqing, don't talk. Your soul has left your body for a long time. It's not used to your soul, but don't worry, I have a lot of treasures. Just fuse into your body and leave the rest to me. EMO said. Chi Wanqing's soul slowly entered her body. The chaos tree branch meant life force, and without EMO needing to intervene, it instantly helped Chi Wanqing fuse into her body. Even so, EMO didn't feel safe. He turned another Heaven Heart Soul Return pill into mist and fused it into Chi Wanqing's body. At the same time, EMO put a soul-nourishing Dao fruit in her mouth. Her soul began to fuse and the Dao fruit emitted juice nourishing her meridians and essence spirit. In just 2 hours, Chi Wanqing opened her eyes. When she saw EMO sitting right next to her, she could no longer resist her tears. She couldn't cry before, but now she just wanted to cry her heart out. Chi Wanqing couldn't say a single word now. Perhaps tears was the best language for her now. EMO sat next to her and waited till she calmed down before saying slowly, Wanqing, stay with us. You don't need to run around anymore. Brother Yi, thank you. You spent so much effort on me. Chi Wanqing said. Not only did he find her body and soul, but she could also feel her life force was much stronger than her prime. EMO definitely used the best treasure to help her. EMO knew what she was thinking. Chi Wanqing had been living at the bottom of society on Xinxiong continent. Perhaps in her knowledge a small spirit herb was worth more than her, Wanqing. EMO grabbed Chi Wanqing's hand and said, compared to living, everything else doesn't matter. I don't have anything good to give you. Do you see this branch? Chi Wanqing had long seen this green branch. She felt very intimate to this branch. It was as though it had accompanied her for countless years. This is my gift to you. You can place this branch in your dantian. Remember, without certain power, don't let people see you have this branch. This is the most precious thing in the entire universe. If people see it, then even Primordial Essence Divine Emperor would fight over it. Hearing this, Chi Wanqing quickly pushed the branch back into EMO's hands. Brother Yi, I can't take this. EMO quickly pushed her hand back. I have a big tree. Your branch was taken from my tree. Nourish it in your dantian. Perhaps it will become your strongest magic artifact in the future, or maybe it would turn into a huge tree like mine. Really? Hearing that only she and EMO had this tree, Chi Wanqing was full of joy. Brother Yi, did you go to the Xinxiong continent just to find me? Chi Wanqing asked and then suddenly thought of Little Wolf. Her eyes went red. Sorry, Brother Yi, the little wolf you gave me is dead. Little Wolf had stayed with her for many years and accompanied her when she was the loneliest. EMO patted her hand and took out a wooden brush. I brought Little Wolf here too, and the phone number you gave me. Seeing the brush she gave Emo was still kept by Emo, Qi Wanqing could no longer resist her tears and started to cry in Emo's arms. Suddenly, she felt that all the hardship she had gone through was nothing. Emo pulled Qi Wanqing up. Wanqing, I'll take you to see Xiao Yun and the world we'll be living in.
MHM.
Qi Wanqing got up and walked out of the room with Emo. Such a pretty palace, so many flowers. These flowers. Qi Wanqing walked out and found that the flowers were filled with immortal spirit qi. She just needed to smell it and her cultivation level was loosening. She wanted to sit in the flowers and cultivate. Mu Xiaoyun saw the two come out and came up to greet Sister Wanqing has recovered. Qi Wanqing looked at Mu Xiaoyun for a long time before asking in disbelief, Your goddess Xiaoyun of Lotus Glory sect. She was the most protected prodigy of the Lotus Glory sect. Mu Xiaoyun went up and pulled her hand. Sorry, Sister Wanqing, I didn't know you were at Xinxiong continent. If I did, perhaps you wouldn't have gone through that many hardships. Qi Wanqing looked at Emo and suddenly shook her head. Sister Xiaoyun, I'm happy I experienced all those hardship. Without it, I would never be able to understand some things. But now, I know very clearly what I want and what I should do.
Mu Xiaoyun actually nodded. You're right.
If you don't go through some hardship, you would never know what you want or what you should do. Mu Xiaoyun resonated deeply with Qi Wanqing's words. She had gone through quite some hardships too. Chapter 2200 Encountering Primordial Essence again. Emo took out a storage ring and gave it to Qi Wanqing. Wanqing, your cultivation level is a bit behind. Xiao Yun will help you to cultivate in the future. I've already prepared your cultivation method. If you're lacking pills, Emo suddenly called Small Ginseng come over. Small Ginseng ran over and said, Boss, I'm here. Whatever pills Wanqing need for cultivation, you need to give it to her in time. It must be pills without impurity. Emo said. Before Small Ginseng spoke, Qi Wanqing said, Brother Yi, I feel the spirit qi here is dense to a new extreme. It's many times better than spirit stones. I don't even need pills to break through. I'll ask Small Ginseng when I need pills. The three chatted. Qi Wanqing had completely recovered, so Emo didn't keep the news of her mother's death from her. He also gave her what her mother left behind, although Qi Wanqing knew that after all this time, her parents definitely wouldn't be around. But when she heard the news and got the things, her tears still rained down. A day later, Emo left the Golden Page world. Qi Wanqing stayed inside the Golden Page world to cultivate with Mu Xiaoyun helping on the side. Emo was very happy that he didn't have to go to the Abyssal Realm to find Qi Wanqing. He didn't plan to go to the Abyssal Realm anymore despite wanting to kill that bleak Chao Zhe. Returning to Luoyu continent was the main thing for him. But when Emo wanted to find a way back, he frowned. He was lost. The Abyssal and Nether Realm were next to each other. There were no powerful beings in the Nether Realm, but powerful beings were everywhere in the Abyssal Realm. Emo didn't desperately go find a way out. He went back inside the Golden Page world. This time, he was going to completely spirit control the 36 lightning orbs and the 7 golden arrow of divine extermination. He was about to find a way out. If he went into the wrong place and entered the Abyssal Realm, he might encounter Primordial Essence Divine Emperor at any time. Primordial Essence Divine Emperor was third step Dao Vindication. The monk he met before was quite possibly a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Although Emo believed that if he encountered that monk again, even if he couldn't beat the monk, he wouldn't be killed. But in the depth of his heart, Emo felt he was a little weaker than the monk. He had to be careful. One small mistake might mean life or death. With the golden arrow of divine extermination, he would be able to protect himself. The golden arrow of divine extermination that he couldn't spirit control for a few years inside the time formation disk was now easily spirit controlled. A year later, Emo spirit controlled all the restrictions of the bow and arrow as well as the 36 lightning orbs. A few other magic artifacts he didn't often use were completely spirit controlled too, which included the adamantium great vehicle painting and How Heaven drum. Emo planned to give the 36 lightning orbs to Emo so Emo didn't test its power, but when Emo held the golden bow and arrow of divine extermination, he felt this unprecedented killing intent. Before the 7 arrows even shot out, the destructive killing intent already circulated the arrows. It was like an ancient monstrosity opened its mouth ready to kill, so powerful, Emo murmured. He didn't know what bones the arrows were made of. It was this terrifying. When he came back into the Nether Realm, Emo felt very confident. Even if he faced Abyssal Race Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, he would be able to defend himself. On top of that, his third Great Primordial God Rune had completed and the fourth one was about to come. The Great Primordial God Rune was already grown in his head. As his power grew stronger, the God Art would be gradually perfected. EMO just wanted to test the Great Primordial God Rune and then use Spacetime Boat to find the tear in space when two explosions happened at the border of his Sea of Consciousness. The explosion was so scary that even his Sea of Consciousness was rumbling. Space seemed to have collapsed at where the explosion was. The next moment, two dashing lights appeared in his Sea of Consciousness. They were extremely fast and in just a few seconds they would be before him. It was two people fighting? What people fighting would create such terrifying commotion? When EMO saw that the one behind was a monk with faint light, EMO released Spacetime Boat and disappeared from the spot without hesitation. He wouldn't be scared if there was just one Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, but now there was two. This kid knows how to run. You came to the Nether Realm. Bad luck. Kid, you're dead. This monk saw EMO and chased without hesitation. The man hunting the monk saw the monk chase EMO and followed without hesitation. The three dashing lights were invisible. People could only feel space itself being sliced open by them. EMO felt annoyed when the monk chased him again. Was this guy crazy? He didn't break the planet before. The person who broke it was killed by this guy already. Why was he still chasing him? Why was the guy chasing the monk so slow? If the two kept fighting, he would be able to get away. Jiao Dan, you bastard. How dare you run towards my abyssal realm? Stop. The man behind was extremely furious. The monk laughed. Green Hat, when did I go to your abyssal realm? I'm chasing this kid, can't you see? He broke my house, making me have no clothes to wear. If I don't kill him, how can I satisfy myself? The Green Hat Primordial Essence Divine Emperor didn't know that the monk really wanted Yemo's Zisu. Even though he was a Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, he had no Primordial Spirit artifact. But wasn't this kid Dao actualization? How come he appears to be Dao Essence Divine Emperor? Regardless, the monk didn't care. More than 10 days later, EMO still couldn't get away from the monk's spirit sense range. Not only so, the two behind were getting closer and closer. He couldn't continue like this. EMO used a transmission and tore open the space in front of him and went into another realm. He didn't need Zisu to tear open these low realms. Transmission, useless. The monk sneered and didn't use transmission. He came to where EMO disappeared from in just a few seconds and tore open space. Transmission wasn't very useful at Primordial Essence level, but this depended on the level of the transmission. EMO didn't spend much effort on transmission. By the time he finished the transmission, the enemy would have flown over already. EMO knew this too. His transmission was to tear open space. The Primordial Essence Divine Emperor behind saw both EMO and the monk tore open space, so he chased without hesitation. Primordial Essence Master Spirit Sense could indeed cross these realms. EMO felt helpless, but he had to keep running just to pull the distance apart. EMO didn't know how many space he tore open, but the two chasing him were getting closer and closer. When EMO's hands could no longer tear open space and could only use Zisu to hack, he knew there was no point in running. Space that even his hand couldn't tear meant that this was the top realm space. This place was filled with God Spirit Chi. The Chi here was very bleak and mixed with all sorts of Yin Dao laws. This quite possibly was the space of the Abyssal Realm. However, the suppression of the Abyssal Realm was gone with the slight use of 3 birth chant. Little worm, why don't you keep running? Keep running. The monk came to EMO as soon as EMO stopped. At the same time, the person behind also came.